libraries network to help people with their applications so that those that need the ID can get the help at the point of application?
Mr. Speaker, one of the aspects of digital ID that is under-debated in this House is the fact that those that are furthest away from digital inclusion, those are geographically and economically furthest away, will benefit the most from this. And that's why we're investing millions of pounds into the Digital Inclusion Programme, which has just announced 80 projects which will do that, of course, including many in the Honourable Gentleman's own constituency. We have to make sure that the entirety of the public, wherever they are in the country, in whichever economic situation they are in, benefit from digital government and benefit from these better public services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Digital IDs have the potential to make life of my constituent Harlow much easier. However, there are constituents of my constituent Harlow who are concerned about data security. So what reassurance can this Minister give that their data will be safe with this new system?
The data will be safe, it will be a fragmented system, and it will have the highest possible data security standards attached.
Shadow Minister Lincoln Jock, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night in the Strangers Bar, I bumped into a very influential Labour backbencher who told me with great authority that digital ID simply isn't going to happen. This is good news, of course, because it's going to cost 1.8 billion quid we haven't got, and it's deeply unpopular in the country. So why doesn't the Secretary of State give us all an early Christmas present and simply announce that she's ditching the policy today?
Mr. Speaker, I can merely give the Christmas advice to the honourable gentleman not to drink in Strangers' Bar and listen to people that are in there.
We come to topical Zoe Franklin.
One, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
If I may briefly, Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to giving women and girls from all walks of life the chances they need to get the jobs and opportunities of the future. Last week I met British women tech founders in San Francisco, and this week we held the first meeting of our new Women in Tech Task Force to give opportunities to women, to grow our economy and build a better future for Britain.
Zoe Franklin.
Molly Rose Foundation's latest report makes clear bereaved families are deeply concerned that Ofcom has relied on voluntary measures such as geo-blocking Molly Rose Foundation's latest report makes it clear that bereaved families are deeply concerned that Ofcom has relied on voluntary measures such as geo-blocking to deal with pro-suicide forums. Can the Secretary of State explain what steps her government is taking to ensure Ofcom moves beyond voluntary compliance and uses its full Online Safety Act powers to require removal or blocking of suicide-promoting content?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I think this is a serious issue. We need to make swifter and stronger progress on this. I regularly meet with Ofcom and their Chief Executive. Indeed, I met with them yesterday. And I want to make sure we don't have the delays and we have the stronger action. And this is a point I will be bringing up in future.
Mr. Speaker, the space sector is critical enabler in enabling our security, our ability to counter Russia and defend Europe. Can the Secretary of State explain how she is working with the new National Armaments Director and the MOD to develop a more cohesive approach to the space industry that delivers national security and economic growth?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Space is fundamental to many civil and defence requirements. It's vital that we collaborate closely across government and with our allies. At the European Space Agency Council of Ministers just last month, we committed £1.7 billion of funding focused on just that, growth and national security.
Julie Lopez, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers are making very big claims about the pharmaceuticals deal with America to make up for the billions lost in life sciences investment under Labour. But life sciences firms are telling me, unless the government reveals what's actually in this deal, those claims are completely hollow. So can the Secretary of State reveal, because she couldn't tell us 2 weeks ago, how much is this deal costing the NHS, and when will she publish the full legal text so that we know the details of what the most favoured nation mitigations actually are?
Secretary of State.
I may have to offer the Honourable Lady a mince pie because she's talking baubles. This deal, this pharmaceutical deal, will deliver faster access access to new medicines for NHS patients, and it will deliver the security and stability that our world-leading pharmaceutical sector needs, including 0% tariffs on their exports to America for 3 years. We are also updating the NICE guidelines for the first time in 20 years, a significant deal that the ABPI has welcomed. It's a pity the Honourable Lady continues to act like Scrooge.
Julia Lopez.
If we're making Christmas jokes, I think this deal is all tinsel and no tree, Mr. Speaker. The problem is Labour trumpets about these deals and then is completely sketchy about what's actually been agreed. Just like the US-UK tech deal, we've now found out from President Trump that he's put that deal on ice. So despite all of that golden carriage action in September, despite the Prime Minister honking on about his negotiating skills, can the Secretary of State confirm the Prime Minister has actually nailed down none of the key details on pharma, no zero tariff pact on steel, and no deal on tech?
Stay.
We have signed a groundbreaking US-UK tech partnership deal that has delivered over £30 billion of investment into the UK, alongside our biggest ever investment into research and development, 4 AI growth zones, delivering 13,000 jobs in North Wales, South Wales, the South East and the North East. Our plan to upskill 7.5 million workers in AI skills and backing great British scientists. That's a record I am proud of. It's a pity she remains the ghost of Christmas past.
Right, let us come to Prime Minister's questions. Melanie Ward.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the anti-Semitic terror attack on Bondi Beach was sickening. It has had a profound impact around the world, including on Jewish communities here in the United Kingdom. These incidents are not isolated. We think of the appalling attack at Heaton Park earlier this year, and these incidents are chillingly focused on some of the holiest days in the Jewish calendar. Mr. Speaker, I've been in touch over the last few days with the Community Security Trust, the Home Office and the Chief Rabbi about security for Hanukkah events here in the United Kingdom. Last night we held a Hanukkah reception in Downing Street where I reaffirmed our fight against the poison of anti-Semitism. We will use all of our powers to make sure Jewish communities are safe and secure as they should be. Mr. Speaker, may I also take this opportunity to wish you, all the staff in Parliament, every member and their families across the House a very happy Christmas. And a little festive advice to those in reform. If mysterious men from the East appear bearing gifts, this time report it to the police. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I associate myself with the Prime Minister's condemnation of the horrific attacks in Australia. We must be clear that anti-Semitic terrorism is always an outrage. Mr. Speaker, at Christmas time, many across our country will be thinking of Bethlehem, where the situation remains extremely difficult. The government's important scheme for students from Gaza with scholarships to study in the UK expires on the 31st of December, but a number of scholarship holders and their children have not yet been permitted to leave Gaza. If this scheme closes, these brilliant Palestinians will lose their university places and we will lose their talent. Will the Prime Minister extend the UK's existing scheme into next year to prevent this from happening?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her? And I know that Gazan students face huge challenges in taking up their places, and we're considering solutions for those yet to arrive. But I do want to be clear, I want them to be able to take up their places and continue their education in the United Kingdom. I'm proud we've also created the medical evacuation scheme for children from Gaza, and last week I met some of those who've been brought to the United Kingdom for specialist treatment in the NHS. Mr. Speaker, we continue to focus on aid into Gaza, and I'll make sure my honourable friend is kept updated on the next steps for students.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his words on anti-Semitism? What happened at Bondi Beach was an atrocity. But words of solidarity are not enough. We know the evil we face. Islamic extremism is a threat to Western civilization. It abuses our democracies and subverts our institutions. It is incompatible with British values. So it is not enough just to protect Jewish communities. We must drive Islamic extremism out of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to send my best wishes to our armed forces, to the emergency services, and to everyone who will be working over Christmas. And I would also like to take this opportunity to wish you, Mr. Speaker, the House staff, and all members of this House, including the Prime Minister, a very Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, it is the Prime Minister's second Christmas in Downing Street, and by his own admission, he's not in control. He says nothing happens when he pulls the levers. Does he blame himself or the levers?
Mr. Speaker, I'll just set out what we've achieved this week, Mr. Speaker. We're setting out our Violence Against Women and Girls strategy tomorrow. That'll be specialist support for abuse victims and the 999 calls experts.
Sorry, Prime Minister. I expect better from you. Ex-serving officer, we expect the standards of a good officer. Prime Minister.
The next lever was 500 jobs protected at Grangemouth, partnering with INEOS to safeguard the plant's future. Next lever was Erasmus scheme, which is being announced later on today from January 2027. The next lever, Mr. Speaker, the Employment Rights Bill, became law, the biggest uplift in workers' rights in a generation. I've got a whole more list, Mr. Speaker. I could go on for a very long time.
I'm not sure exactly what that had to do with the question, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, the Prime Minister promised economic growth, but the only thing that's grown is his list of broken promises. He promised to reduce unemployment, but yesterday, unemployment hit its highest level since the pandemic. It has gone up every single month since he came into office. Why is that?
Mr. Speaker, the facts are these: 350,000 more people in work this year. We've got the lowest inactivity rate for 5 years. We are taking a number of measures to address this, particularly with the young unemployed. I would remind them that under their watch, unemployment averaged 5.4%, higher than it is today.
You two.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what planet the Prime Minister is living on, but unemployment has gone up every single month under him. Youth unemployment, record levels. Graduate recruitment, lowest ever. He promised that he wouldn't increase tax. He froze income tax thresholds. So will the Prime Minister finally be honest and admit he broke his promise on tax?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that in the budget we had record investment into our public services. We stabilised the economy and we bore down on the cost of living. They voted against all those measures. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the season of goodwill. Let me congratulate the Leader of the Opposition. She's broken her own record since last week. Last week, 21 former Tory MPs had walked away to reform. She's broken that record because this week it's gone to 22. The former Vice Chair has now gone. So the question is, who's next? Now, it's hard to name anyone. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to name anyone because, according to the Shadow Transport Secretary, the Shadow Cabinet is full of, he says, non-entities. That's you lot. He should know.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking about non-entities as he looked at his cabinet. A bunch of turkeys they could fit right in a Burton Matthews factory. And he is one to talk. Last week, his MPs were calling him a caretaker Prime Minister. After what he's done to the economy, they should be calling him the Undertaker Prime Minister. Let's look at what else he's promised. The Prime Minister gave his word that he would help pubs. Yet they face a 15% rise in business rates because of his budget. Will the Prime Minister be honest and admit his taxes are forcing pubs to close?
Prime Minister, she knows very well that the temporary relief that was put in place during COVID has come to an end. That was the scheme they put in place. We supported it, but it was always a temporary scheme coming to an end. We've now put in place a £4 billion transitional relief. We've also taken other measures, creating hospitality zones, greater licensing freedoms and tackling late payments. We're also bearing down on the cost of living, Mr Speaker, so more people enjoy a drink or a meal out, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges, £150 off energy bills, driving wages up. What did they do in relation to each of those, Mr Speaker? They voted against each and every one of those measures.
Mr Speaker, what pubs has he been speaking to? They've been barred from all of them. And let's look at another broken promise. I don't know why they're shaking their heads. It's not my fault they've got nowhere to drown their sorrows. Let's look at another broken promise. He promised to end the doctors' strike. He gave the doctors a 28.9% pay rise. What did he get in return? This morning, they've gone back on strike for the third time. In the middle of winter, in the middle of the worst flu crisis in years. Mr Speaker, this shouldn't be allowed. We already banned strikes by the police and the army. Why doesn't he put patients first, show some backbone and ban doctors' strikes?
Mr Speaker, let me be clear about the strikes. They're dangerous and utterly irresponsible. And my message to resident doctors is don't abandon patients, work with us to improve conditions and rebuild the NHS. But, Mr Speaker, they left the NHS absolutely on its knees, waiting lists through the roof and confidence absolutely rock bottom. And, Mr Speaker, I take no lecture for them on industrial harmony. More days were lost to strike action on their watch than any year since the 1980s.
Mr Speaker, of course he's not going to ban doctor strikes. He doesn't have the baubles. The trade unions didn't just buy him. They can shake their heads all they like. We all know who's running their party, and it's not him. The trade unions didn't just buy him for Christmas, they bought him for life. And this matters for all those people out there facing a difficult new year. The Prime Minister has lost control. It's not the levers that don't work, it's him. He's breaking every promise he has made. He promised to bring down unemployment, it's up. He promised he wouldn't increase taxes, they're up. He promised to end the doctors' strike, they're on strike again. Mr Speaker, he said his main mission was economic growth, but the economy is shrinking. With a year like that, is it any surprise that all his MPs want for Christmas is a new leader?
Mr Speaker, we got the Muppets Christmas Carol here. The defections are happening so fast that at Christmas the Leader of the Opposition is going to be left home alone. And the member for Runcorn is clearly dreaming of a white Christmas. But, Mr Speaker, we know what the Leader of the Opposition wants for Christmas. Her list to Santa is this. Dear Santa, please freeze the minimum wage. Please push hundreds of thousands of kids back into poverty and scrap maternity leave. Merry Christmas from the Tories. Mr Speaker, what we're bringing is cheaper mortgages, new rights for workers and lifting 500,000 people out of poverty. We've achieved more in 14 months than they achieved in 14 miserable years.
Jessica Bourne.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Ukraine is facing a fourth Christmas of war and loss. A Ukrainian family I met last week spoke movingly of the help and support that they had received from our community in Newport, but also of the real pain of separation from loved ones still in Ukraine serving near the front line. Will the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to the bravery of these families and those that support them? And can he also take this opportunity for them in giving the House an update on what more we can do from this government to support our Ukrainian friends?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I heartily agree with her? British families have shown incredible kindness and hospitality. We have been working by way of update with our allies on frozen Russian assets to support Ukrainians in their hour of need. Today, Mr Speaker, I can announce that we're issuing a licence to transfer £2.5 billion from the sale of Chelsea Football Club. That's been frozen, those funds, since 2022. My message to Abramovich is this: the clock is ticking. Honour the commitment that you made and pay up now. And if you don't, we're prepared to go to court so every penny reaches those whose lives have been torn apart by Putin's illegal war.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I wish you, everyone in the whole House and the whole country, a merry and peaceful Christmas? And can I join the Prime Minister in expressing our horror at the appalling anti-Semitic terror attacks on Bondi Beach on the first day of Hanukkah? Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and friends of all those who've been killed and injured in this senseless act of violence, and our thoughts with the whole Jewish community. Mr Speaker, I'm sure we've all heard British Jews explain how they no longer feel safe in this country. Many of us have friends who volunteer to put on stab vests and stand guard outside their synagogue, and at Heaton Park in October we saw why. Anti-Semitism is real, it is poisonous. We must all work together to stamp it out. The Board of Deputies have called for a comprehensive government strategy to tackle anti-Semitism. So will the Prime Minister commit to that today and set out what concrete steps he's taking to make sure Jewish people are safe in Britain?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank him for raising this really important issue, and it is really important that we have actions that match the words that we have expressed in response to these horrific attacks. The actions we've taken so far are increasing the funding for Jewish security up to £28 million. I'm pleased to do that, but I'm sad to do that. Having to pay more money to provide security for people to be at their place of worship and to go to school is a sad thing for this country to have to do. I've ordered a review of protest and hate crime laws to stop protests breeding hatred. We're looking at new police powers to deal with repeat and targeted protests. And we've launched a review and training to tackle anti-Semitism in the NHS. There are other steps that we are talking to the community about taking, but all of those actions have already started.
Ed Davey.
Thank the Prime Minister for that answer, and I hope he will look at the proposal from the Board of Deputies. I think we can work across this House to end the scourge of anti-Semitism. Mr Speaker, turning to the NHS, even before today's irresponsible strike by the resident doctors, patients were facing a terrible winter crisis. Thousands have been left on trolleys in hospital corridors for hours, no privacy, no dignity, some even sorting themselves because there was no response. And there's been some tragic cases, Mr Speaker, some people even dying on those trolleys and left undiscovered for hours. And the expectation is that this could get worse. So will the Prime Minister make this his #1 priority to end this crisis, with a mass vaccination programme to stop so many people ending up in hospital with this virus, and funding the social care places people need to leave hospital when they're ready?
Can I say how unacceptable the conditions that some are enduring in our hospitals are, and there's no excuse, and it is our #1 priority. On vaccinations, we've had over 17 million patients vaccinated this year. That's an increase on last year, but I want to drive that up again next year because vaccinations make such a difference, both to patients and those who are staff within the hospitals. And of course, we touched on social care. Thank you.
Lord McAvoy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and Merry Christmas to you and all your fantastic staff. Prime Minister, 2025 has been a momentous year for Darlington, Britain's best town, but there is much more to do. I met a lovely woman out door knocking recently, and she works 12-hour night shifts at a care home in the town. Her colleagues are on minimum wage, and many care workers across the town aren't even paid time and a half for working on Christmas Day. Like so many in her profession, she wants the system fixed not for herself but for her residents. I believe that starts with radical improvements to care workers' terms and conditions. Prime Minister, this workforce of mostly women do essential, skilled and exhausting work without fuss, fanfare and still without fair pay. They deserve better. What can I tell the Darlington care workers will improve for them by this time next year at Christmas?
Can I thank her? Carers are incredibly skilled workers. My sister is one of them, and I'm very proud of them and her for their invaluable work. I'm pleased that we've increased the carers' allowance earnings limit by the largest amount since it was introduced, and we're providing £500 million to fund the first ever fair pay agreement through the Employment Rights Act, which was passed yesterday to make sure care workers are properly recognised and rewarded.
Stephen Flynn.
It's the season of goodwill, so with that in mind, I don't intend, it is indeed the season of goodwill, so with that in mind, I don't intend on asking the Prime Minister about his broken promises on energy bills, the 1,000 jobs being lost in the North Sea, the fact that Peter Mandelson is still a member of the House of Lords. I won't even ask him about the chaos that is engulfing the Labour Party, his budget and indeed his own leadership. No, Mr Speaker, I simply want to wish the Prime Minister happy Christmas. How does he intend on spending his final one in Downing Street?
Prime Minister.
I'm going to get an update from the Chancellor on Grangemouth in just a minute. He's clearly not interested in Grangemouth. You would have thought on a day like this that he'd want to welcome the £120 million of investment into Grangemouth. It's a landmark investment protecting 500 jobs and hundreds more across Scotland's supply chain. And he can't even bring himself to mention it. Mr Speaker, that's on top of the Typhoon defence jobs in Edinburgh and shipbuilding jobs on the Clyde. And after decades of SNP rule, they're totally out of ideas. They can't even welcome the Grangemouth news. Scotland deserves change next year with Anna Sawa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2020, my constituents, John and Karen Rowlands, lost their son Andrew in a road collision. He was just 18 years old and a passenger. Like too many others, Mr Speaker, the driver of the car should never have been on the roads. He was underage, unlicensed and uninsured and bought the car on social media using cash. Can the Prime Minister tell me how bereaved families like the Rowlands can have a meaningful say on our road safety strategy and ensure the right checks are in place to prevent future tragedies?
Prime Minister.
Can I send, I'm sure, condolences of the whole House to Andrew's family. It's an awful case, and every life that's lost to dangerous driving is a tragedy. In terms of the range of measures that we're taking to protect young drivers, they include penalties for driving uninsured and unlicensed, and measures to reduce the risks posed by unroadworthy vehicles. And in terms of influence of her and her constituents, I'll be very happy to set up an appropriate meeting for her constituents.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for confirming a Cornwall-only devolution deal since my last PMQ. In 1988, over 20,000 North Cornwall constituents were poisoned by the South West Water Authority. In a recent BBC documentary, strong suggestions were made of a cover-up by the Thatcher government. None of those victims have ever been properly compensated, and today South West Water poison my constituents with impunity with their constant sewage dumping. Christmas swims across Cornwall have been cancelled again, while constituents like William Howes in Padstow have been hospitalised. Will the Prime Minister please meet with me to finally deliver justice to all water poisoning victims and make sure this never happens again?
Prime Minister.
Well, it is right to remind us of what was a terrible scandal, and I will ask the Water Minister to meet him and his constituents to discuss it. He and the public are right to be furious that companies are still polluting our seas, lakes and rivers. Mr Speaker, we've taken action banning bonuses for bosses in 6 polluting companies, changing the law so that those who hide sewage bills can be locked up, and issuing almost £30 million in fines to clean up waterways. We're clearing up the mess that the party over there left like everything else.
Todia Bounce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The West Midlands car industry is world famous, and this government backs our automotive sector. We got a US trade deal, and when criminals shut down production at Jaguar Land Rover, we back the supply chain. Brilliant companies like JH Lavender in my constituency. What a contrast with the member for Clacton, not here as usual, who said, "I predict Jaguar will now go bust," and they deserve to. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that the workers of the West Midlands and the entire country need a Labour government and can't afford the economic vandalism of Reform UK?
Well, apparently the leader of Reform's in the lounge. I know he likes an early getaway at Christmas to get to his place in France. But, Mr. Speaker, he lobbied for economic sanctions against his own country when he was in the United States, with no thought for British workers and zero patriotism. The difference is our US deal secured the best deal for the car industry, providing certainty for the workforce at JLR. And there's more good news, Mr. Speaker, for the car industry this week, because Nissan is now building its new electric Leaf in Sunderland. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Sir Julian Smith.
Compliment the Prime Minister on the work he's done on Ukraine and wish him well over Christmas on that topic. Mr. Speaker, pubs are at the centre of rural communities in areas such as North Yorkshire. They are under more pressure than ever before. Could I urge the Prime Minister and the Government to look again at the rates issue and to look at how to relax the transitional relief for those pubs, many of which are otherwise going to close?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is an important sector. At the heart of this challenge is the end of the temporary relief that was put in place during COVID, and that's why we put in place the transitional measures. And investing £500,000 into a hospitality support scheme to help rural pubs diversify. On issues like the cost of living, we've taken a number of measures to make it easier for people to go out and enjoy themselves in pubs, and we'll always look at what measures we can put in place to support pubs.
Ed Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages will be looking forward to a very happy new year, not least because of this government's commitment to the Midland Rail Hub project, which will revolutionise rail travel across the West Midlands and further afield. We are all really eager to see a better service between Lichfield and Birmingham as soon as possible, though. So will the Prime Minister join my campaign for a more regular service on the cross-city line? And can he confirm that rail commuters will benefit from frozen fares because of this Labour government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the hub means more regular services for up to 15 stations across the region. That's vital after the Lichfield to Birmingham service was slashed under the previous government. The construction will create around 13,000 jobs, and we're delivering them as quickly as possible with Network Rail awarding design contracts this week. Mr. Speaker, we're also freezing rail fares. That's the first time that that's happened in 30 years, saving his constituents about £90 a year on the commute to Birmingham.
Andrew Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the ghost of Christmas past scoops up the Prime Minister from his slumber in number 10 this year, I wonder what he will show him on Christmas Eve. Maybe it would be the devastated family farmer putting up the for sale sign on the yard, or the children hugging each other as their independent school closes, or any of the 100,000 hospitality workers who have lost their jobs, or the millions of families that are trying to work out how they will pay their tax bill to fund the ever-growing welfare state. So is it no wonder that the ghost of Christmas future has given up on this Prime Minister, and all that is left is for him to get his bag of coal from Santa and his P45 from his own MP.
Happy Christmas. I saw that the honourable member was asking the public to suggest questions for today. I actually put in a bid, Mr. Speaker. I filled it in. I assume he missed the question, I assume. I said he should ask about the 6,000 well-paid, high-skilled jobs we've secured in his constituency, building typhoons. Thanks for an £8 billion deal with Turkey. I'm disappointed that he didn't want to talk about good, well-paid jobs in his constituency secured by this Labour government.
Mr. Speaker, just days before Christmas, heartbroken Derbyshire families and staff have learnt that the Reform-led council are closing 8 care homes, including Rowthorne in Amber Valley. And that comes just days after learning that the council's cost-saving claims were entirely fabricated. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that when Reform talk about Doge, what they're actually talking about is cutting vital public services homes? And will he join me in urging Derbyshire County Council to think again?
Prime Minister. Well, it is deeply concerning to hear about the closure of 8 Derbyshire care homes by the Reform-led Derbyshire Council. It will be hugely concerning to residents and to their families, while we're making £3.7 billion of extra funding available to councils to fund social care. And let me say to the member for Clacton, relaxing in the lounge, Christmas is a time for forgiveness. It's never too late to apologise to former classmates.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's tax rises mean lower growth and higher unemployment, and the reason for the tax rises is government spending. The Prime Minister personally promised the country to limit spending increases to £9.5 billion a year. So what mandate did he have in his first 2 budgets to increase annual spending 15 times faster by £146 billion?
Mr. Speaker, we had a mandate to change because we inherited major challenges across the country. If only he had done something to solve these problems when he was working in Downing Street. He left a complete mess.
Dale Duncan-Jones.
Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, I've been contacted by a number of constituents who work in the health and care sector because they are concerned about the proposed changes to the rules surrounding indefinite leave to remain. These individuals came to this country to do a job we asked them to do, and then we decided to change the rules halfway through the process. Does the Prime Minister agree that if we are to be a proud, rules-based nation, going back on our word to people who are contributing to our society and building lives here is not only just unfair, it's also profoundly un-British?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're replacing a failed settlement system with one that is fair and recognises contribution. It is right to apply more stringent controls, and we're currently consulting on the right approach. I do recognise the huge contribution of those working in our NHS and will not change the rules for those who already have settled status.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy Lai is 79 and is a British citizen. He has already been in prison in Hong Kong for 5 years, simply for being a journalist. If he receives a further sentence on the 12th of January, he is likely to die in prison. Will the Prime Minister make clear that his visit to Beijing can only go ahead if Jimmy Lai is released?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for raising this really important case, and as he knows, we continually raise this with our counterparts and will continue to do so. And I condemn the conviction. Obviously, we await the sentence, but it's absolutely clear that he's been targeted by the authorities, and this is wrongful, and I call it out. It is important that we continue to engage so that we can raise this issue with those counterparts.
Sam Carling.
In September, a National Secular Society report highlighted alarming numbers of extremist religious organisations in the UK from various faith traditions, expressing hideous views about women, including promoting female genital mutilation and denying the existence of marital rape. Many of these are registered as charities and therefore eligible for various tax exemptions, as well as thousands or even millions of pounds in public money through gift aid. So will the Prime Minister, as part of the government's mission to halve violence against women and girls, support my campaign for a review of charity law and regulation so that we can make sure the UK taxpayer isn't funding extremism and hate?
Minister. Can I thank him for raising this really important issue? The scale of violence and abuse suffered by women and girls is a national emergency, and the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy will be published tomorrow, setting out concrete steps in order to deal with this. We've already taken action to protect victims, including placing domestic abuse specialists in the first 5 999 control rooms, and we're launching a new national policing centre to coordinate police response and target these crimes. I'll make sure that ministers look specifically at the issues that he's raised.
Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of State for Justice declined a meeting with the representatives of a number of hunger strikers in prison at the present time. These are all remand prisoners. They're not convicted of anything. Since then, a further prisoner, Kazam, has been taken to hospital, as have others. Many people are very concerned about the regular breaches of prison conditions and prison rules in respect to these hunger strikers. Will he make arrangements for the Ministry of Justice to meet representatives of the hunger strikers to discuss these breaches of the conditions that they're experiencing at the present time?
Prime Minister.
Well, he will appreciate there are rules and procedures in place in relation to hunger strikes, and we're following those rules and procedures.
Abdissam Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. England is the only country in the world with a fully privatised and monopolised water system, and is broken. My constituents in Sheffield Central, like many across the country, continue to face burst water pipes, polluted rivers and rising bills, all while the Chief Executive of Yorkshire Water has taken 1.3 million in bonus payments through an offshore company, and that's on top of her very healthy £660,000 salary. Will the Prime Minister assure the House that the forthcoming Water White Paper will have stronger accountability and put public interest first before bosses' bonuses? And more importantly, will it consider bringing the essential public service back into House?
Prime Minister.
Yes, is the simple answer to that question. And our decisions are already holding polluters to account. Mr. Speaker, new severe fines, banning bonuses, and a record 83 criminal investigations have been launched. We've also secured over £100 billion of investment to upgrade infrastructure to deliver better services to constituents.
Final question, David Mundell.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday at Arlington Cemetery, I will have the honour of joining family and friends of many of the victims of the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie on the 21st of December 1988, the worst terrorist atrocity in the United Kingdom. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that, especially after all these years, those family and friends deserve both truth and justice? And will the United Kingdom Government continue to do all it can to bring about that outcome?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this? And nobody could forget the shocking scenes at Lockerbie. And I know the huge impact it's had on the community that he grew up in, where people have responded with such compassion and strength. He has rightly stood by their search for justice and truth for all of the intervening years, and I pay tribute to that. All of our thoughts remain with the families and friends of all the victims who deserve truth, and I urge the Scottish authorities to consider the points that he raises.
We'll let the front benches change over. You didn't ask a question, so I don't know you can have a point of order. Sorry? No, but you didn't ask a question. Maybe somebody who'd asked a question would be better. Order. Before we come to the urgent question on the draft Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy Reconciliation Act 2023 remedial order, I remind the House that on the 19th of November 2024, I granted a waiver from the House's sub judice resolution in respect of the related case of Dillon and others versus the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, as such reference may be made to the case during proceedings. I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, Alex Burkhart, to ask his UQ.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to make a statement on the draft Northern Ireland Troubles, Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023, Remedial Order 2025.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. This remedial order is a clear signal of the government's commitment to legislation that can command support across Northern Ireland. Its purpose is clear: to formally remove some of the provisions in the Northern Ireland Troubles, Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023 that were found by the courts in Dillon to be incompatible with our human rights obligations. Specifically, this means removing the provisions on immunity from prosecution and the bar on Troubles-related civil cases. Although the immunity provisions never commenced, it is essential that we formally remove them from the statute book. It is the government's belief that there are compelling reasons for proceeding with this order, and this is a view shared by the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which in its report on the 9th of December agreed that the government has such reasons and recommended that Parliament approve the order. The committee stated that, and I quote, "In these exceptional and unusual circumstances, the government has sufficiently compelling reasons to proceed by way of a remedial order." I want to set out what the government believes those reasons to be. Firstly, we must provide clarity on immunity and remove the bar on civil claims as quickly as possible. This is essential for all involved, victims, survivors and veterans, and is a prerequisite for building trust. Secondly, providing this clarity is vital to enable the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery to continue its work. It is my view that while immunity, a key plank of the 2023 Legacy Act, remains on the statute book, it will be difficult for ICRIR to obtain the confidence of all victims and survivors. As the JCHR rightly noted, the legacy of the past continues to have a profound and lasting impact, and we know that families and political parties were vehemently opposed to the immunity provisions. While the repeal of immunity is only one aspect of reforming the arrangements put in place by the 2023 Act, I am confident that its repeal will result in a greater confidence for referrals to be made. Given that many individuals are elderly, they cannot keep on waiting. It is the government's view that these changes should therefore be made through the remedial order as soon as possible. Mr Speaker, the government has a clear mandate, compelling reasons and a procedural basis which the JCHR has endorsed, and the House will have an opportunity to debate the order in the new year.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for granting this urgent question, which I've asked because I think that there's a very real danger that the government may be about to break the law. And it's very important that the House is aware that the Joint Committee on Human Rights was not in possession of all of the facts when it wrote its report. Last year, the High Court in Belfast found parts of the Legacy Act to be incompatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. And at the time of the last election, the Conservative government was appealing that highly disputable decision. The incoming Labour government, for reasons it's never disclosed, chose to drop that appeal and subsequently has laid a draft remedial order to amend the legislation. Now, the problem with this, Mr Speaker, is that earlier this year, the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement was granted permission to intervene in the case before the Supreme Court. And on the 15th of October this year, Lord Wilson Casey, acting for the movement, did just that and gave written and oral submissions which the court are now considering. Consequently, it's entirely possible that the declarations of incompatibility relied on by the Secretary of State to lay the remedial order will be quashed. The case is very much live, and this is very important because under Section 10 of the Human Rights Act, a government only has the authority to use a remedial order unless and until all appeals in relation to declarations of incompatibility have been determined or abandoned. This test is not met. And if the government decides to push ahead with its remedial order, not only will it be acting ultra vires, it will set a terrible precedent which will mean that future governments may use remedial orders in ways that they were never intended to use. To avoid this, all the government needs to do is to commit to not pushing its remedial order to a vote until the Supreme Court has finally ruled. Will the Secretary of State make that commitment?
Very well done.
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the point that he has raised, but I would say to him that the argument he puts is not correct. The appeal was abandoned by the government in July 2024, and he says, for reasons that have never been disclosed, the government has been absolutely clear from the beginning: we disagree with immunity and we are committed to repeal and replace the Legacy Act. And Section 10 gives a Secretary of State the ability to make a remedial order when a declaration of incompatibility has been made and any appeal has been determined or abandoned. It has been abandoned by the government. Now, the honourable gentleman has suggested that the ongoing Supreme Court appeal in Dillon means that the conditions have not been met and therefore suggests that we may lack the vires to lay this order. I do not agree with his assessment and have made the position clear to the honourable member in the correspondence that we have had, I think an exchange of 2 emails and 2 letters. I can confirm to the House that in July 2024 the government formally abandoned its appeal concerning the declaration of incompatibility relating to immunity from prosecution. That declaration was not part of the appeal that is now before the Supreme Court. And the fact that the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement was granted permission to intervene does not alter this legal reality.
Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, the House debated the Troubles Bill, and we heard many moving contributions about the devastating loss experienced by families, including military families, many of whom are still seeking answers. Does the Secretary of State agree that the voices of those whose governments, of the government's legislation, what it's for, should be at the forefront of our minds when we debate it and every time we debate it? Thank you.
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I would just further say that the honourable gentleman who speaks for the opposition and the principal opposition party remain, it seems, wedded to immunity, which was well, the honourable gentleman says once again, as he does in all these debates, conditional immunity. I think the last time we debated it, I reminded him what the legislation of the last government said. It said that the Commission must give immunity if the conditions for giving immunity are met, which are quite clearly, well, the honourable gentlemen have not reminded themselves of what their legislation said. All that was required was that for somebody to come forward and to say what they had done, and if what they had done was an offence, then the Commission must grant them immunity. And I would say to the opposition that at some point they do need to recognise that that provision for immunity for terrorists, because the last government said we wish to give immunity to terrorists, had no support in Northern Ireland. And I'm sorry that they don't recognise that, because I've said on many occasions progress cannot be made in trying to deal with the problem of legacy when the provision that is in the current legislation, which we are committed to repeal and replace, has no support in the place that suffered more than anywhere else during the course of the Troubles.
Can I remind colleagues, if they wish to ask a question, they should be bobbing and try and reduce chuntering from the front benches. I ask the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Dr Pinkerton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the introduction of a remedial order is welcome and necessary, even if its timing is potentially vexed. This remedial order promises to finally end the policy of conditional immunity that was integral to the 2023 Legacy Act, a policy that may have had benign intentions, but which did put us at odds with our international legal obligations and which regrettably drew a moral equivalence between UK service personnel and terrorist paramilitaries. I note the Joint Committee on Human Rights' second report, published last week, which recommended its approval. However, I also note that committee's concern regarding the unusual sequencing and timing of the remedial order in relation to the forthcoming primary legislation. Now, given the overtly political processes that led to the 2023 Act, there is an additional responsibility, I would suggest, on this government to ensure that this process is handled properly and that the process, as much as the policy, is seen to be fair-handed. There is a broad recognition of the need to repeal and replace the 2023 Legacy Act, but we also need to acknowledge that the removal of conditional immunity has created real anxiety, particularly among veterans groups. They fear the risk of prosecution. And so I also welcome the Secretary of State's letter circulated yesterday, Annex A in particular. So can I just ask the Secretary of State, if I may, three things. First of all, to clarify...
You have exactly 1 minute and you've gone over, so my apologies. Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for what he said and for the support that he gives to what we are seeking to do in the remedial order. I acknowledge the responsibility that the government has. These are quite unusual circumstances, and the reason that we are here debating this is because the Joint Committee on Human Rights has acknowledged those unusual circumstances, and despite having made other comments in this report, which we will all have read, has come to the conclusion that they give their approval to this and have recommended that the House support it. And I welcome what the Joint Committee on Human Rights has had to say. I would also point out one other thing. The government, and I'll acknowledge this, did take a bit of time between the JCHR report on the 28th of February and producing the revised draft remedial order on the 14th of October. I just wish to inform the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the reason for that is that we had listened to the representations that have been made, particularly from the other side of the House, on the subject of interim custody orders in respect of sections 46 and 47, and in relation to the Supreme Court judgment in 2020. We reflected on that, and we found what we think is an alternative way of achieving the same objective, and that is to be found in clauses 89 and 90 of the Troubles Bill that is currently before the House. And I would simply point out that the last government tried for 2.5 years to find a way of dealing with the Supreme Court judgment in the Adams case, was not able to do so, eventually accepted. The amendments moved in the other place that became sections 46 and 47, but it was acknowledging the arguments that have been made that led the government, to amend the remedial order, which we then put before the House on the 14th of October.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, we published our second report on the Northern Ireland Remedial Order on 9th of December. The standing orders of both houses require the JCHR to scrutinise all remedial orders. The committee concluded that the virus of the order was satisfied and that all statutory requirements were fulfilled. However, the committee also felt that the circumstances were that it was only appropriate because the government gave compelling reasons about why this would have to come forward in this way while a bill was progressing through the House and there was a Supreme Court case ongoing. Does the Secretary agree with me that, that although the circumstances and the timing are not ideal, this is the best way forward?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend. The circumstances are unusual, but the government does believe it has a compelling case, and the JCHR agreed with the government's assessment. Yeah.
Father of the House.
There's been a lot of very complex legal arguments alluded to today, but I think what the public are concerned, what I'm concerned about, is the state of mind of our veterans, some of them quite elderly, who only sought to serve their country decades ago. So the Secretary of State is a very moderate, clever, reasonable person. Given that there's really, in reality, no chance of a successful prosecution, and people would be horrified if there was a prosecution, what comfort can the Secretary of State now give to our veterans?
Well, I agree with the right honourable gentleman that we only have to look at the figures to see that the prospects of any prosecutions in any cases are increasingly remote because of the passage of time, the difficulty in obtaining evidence. But what the government has done, having listened very carefully to the representations that veterans have made, has been to set out in legislation the protections, and we will return to the House when we consider the bill in committee. Protection from repeated investigation, the right to stay at home, to seek anonymity, protection in old age, protection from cold calling, and the right to be heard. And I hope that when veterans get a chance to see precisely how they're going to work, the fact that they are contained in the legislation, they will reassured that the government is looking out for their interests.
Member Adam Jogi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always important for Northern Ireland to be discussed on the floor of this House. We are, after all, one United Kingdom, so I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for putting the question to us. But we must never forget the people of Northern Ireland. So can I ask my honourable friend what recent engagement he's had with victims, survivors and other organisations representing them as part of his work to address the legacy of the past?
I have had many such meetings. The Victims and Survivors Forum, for example, I've met twice in the recent past to explain the legislation that the government has published. I would make the point that there is a great lack of trust on the part of victims and survivors in Northern Ireland who feel they've been let down many times before. And trust undermined it's very hard to rebuild it. They are taking account of the legislation the government has passed. It won't surprise the House if I say I believe it does provide a foundation for moving forward. But it's really, really important, as my honourable friend has said, that their voice is heard and heard loudly.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 12th of November, I raised with the Prime Minister the alarming statement from 9 former generals that attacked the government's approach to lawfare against our armed forces. They said it would erode trust in the justice system and it was a threat to national security. Can the Secretary of State confirm if the Prime Minister has met with these 9 former generals, and has it changed his approach to attacking veterans?
Well, I don't accept the characterisation that the honourable member puts before the House. The government is not engaging in lawfare against veterans. Well, I refute. I've read that letter and many others. I refute the suggestion that the government is engaging in lawfare. We have been meeting a very large number of veterans' organisations. I myself have met the SAS Association and others. Ministry of Defence ministers have met. We are listening, and the House will see when we come to committee stage the results of those considerations, because the government is absolutely determined to ensure that there are proper protections in recognition of the hugely important and dangerous role that those who served in Operation Banner performed in trying to keep the people of Northern Ireland and indeed of the United Kingdom safe.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the JCHR, I'm concerned that the Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary may have inadvertently misled the House when he suggests that our committee did not discharge our role seriously and consider all of the evidence in this case when we produced the report. The report which we produced recommended that this remedial order be made in no small part because of the incredible sensitivity around anything to do with the Northern Ireland Troubles and the need to make sure that we are building bridges across communities, and in no small part too, may I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, because of the seriousness with which the committee feels the Secretary of State takes this issue. It is therefore quite right, I believe, that the Secretary of State make this a remedial order. Does he not agree that it is not right, not serious politics, to play party politics with such a delicate issue?
Well, I would say to my honourable friend, who is a distinguished member of the committee, that I am grateful for the support that the Joint Committee on Human Rights has given for the remedial order and for the government's assessment of the compelling reasons. And personally, I'm not accusing anybody of anything else. I want to try and get this legislation right, as I've said to the House many times before, and I will work with all honourable members who will join me in that task.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State is perfectly entitled to pursue a policy desire of removing immunity. Indeed, he knows that my colleagues and I support that position. We found it quite difficult that yet another government was prepared to offer a different variation on immunity for the perpetrators of terror in Northern Ireland. We find that repugnant. So we support the notion that immunity should not stand. But that's not the question before the Secretary of State today. The question before the Secretary of State is whether he should misappropriate a remedial order process, which is about dealing with the incompatibility of human rights law, not incompatibility with his policy objectives. So for as long as a question still remains before the Supreme Court, which it does, though it's not his appeal, it is the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement, is it not better, given he's acknowledged there is an issue of trust on this issue, that he should just at least wait?
I would say two things to the right honourable gentleman. Firstly, I would reject the suggestion that I or the government has misappropriated a remedial order or misapplied Section 10 of the Human Rights Act. And I would cite in aid of that argument that the JCHR, whose job it is to scrutinise, well, he shakes his head, it is their job to scrutinise. If they had come to the House and said, we don't think the case is made, well, the government, of course, would have respected that. That is not what the JCHR said. The second reason is time is not waiting for the victims. It is not. And that is why the government thinks. There are those I've spoken to say, well, as long as it's still on the statute book, even though it has been declared incompatible, we doubt whether we can trust the process. And having decided, Madam Deputy Speaker, to keep the Commission but to reform it, I think it's right we remove that uncertainty as swiftly as possible, and that is what the remedial order is seeking to do.
I think the whole House can agree this is a very serious and sensitive topic. Can I ask members to be mindful with their language and ensure that they're not heckling whilst they are seated? I call Select Committee Member David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State, you've already confirmed that under the Legacy Act, the immunity provisions were never commenced, and so therefore it's important to say that nobody ever was granted immunity under them. But sticking with the subject of immunity, the three Veterans Commissioners for Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales have all said they do not call for immunity under the law, but fairness under it. Does he agree with them?
I agree with that statement completely, which is why I must confess my disappointment that the opposition is still clinging to the notion of immunity, including immunity for terrorists. The Veterans Commissioners are quite right. They want fairness, and that is what the government is determined to deliver.
Sir Edward Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just simply say to the Secretary of State, it does seem like ridiculous haste when the Act is going through right now, and that surely to do this when he knows for a fact that there is already an appeal going on does, as has already been said, become abusive in terms of the real purpose of a remedial order. And I suggest to him really that for all the stuff about the fact of people being let off, all to do with the fact of immunity, that's not the issue. The issue today is, are they misusing their powers to rush something through which they could have dealt with through the course of this Act?
Well, I make 2 points to the right honourable gentleman who served with such distinction in Northern Ireland. Is first of all, as we have just heard, immunity was never commenced. It was declared incompatible. It was also struck down under Article 2. And I reject again the suggestion that the government is somehow abusing the process. If that was an argument, then one might have expected the Joint Committee on Human Rights to have agreed with it. It did not. It heard all of the points that have been put, and it concluded that in these particular circumstances it was right to proceed, and that is why it is recommending to the House that it should support the remedial order.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week's exhibition in the upper waiting hall is a memorial quilt produced by members of the South East Fermanagh Foundation. It's a very moving way to remember those who have been innocent victims of terrorism. The dates on those quilts panels remind us how long those families have been fighting for justice. Can I ask the Secretary of State what message he wants to send out to every person who has produced one of those quilt panels for theft, but also to all of those other families from this statement today?
Well, I met on Monday night with the families who'd come over for the unveiling of the quilts. Could I say to all members of the House, if you haven't had a chance to go up to the upper waiting hall to look at them, I would urge you to do so, because the story they tell is profoundly moving, but is a reminder of the continuing search for justice that so many people in Northern Ireland have got. And I would look at those quilts and say it is an argument for what we're trying to do to secure legislation that can actually help find those answers for all those people who are remembered on the quilts that are upstairs.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In regards to the Secretary of State and the accusation about rushing this through, he will be conscious of an Irish government that isn't rushing anything through in regards to the support, in regards of what's actually doing. Yesterday, the Justice Minister in the Republic of Ireland received permission from the government to draft priority legislation to enable state bodies to give oral evidence to the UMA inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, that was only because the UMA families are taking legal action. Can I ask the Secretary of State what engagement he has had with the Irish government actually in regards to bringing forward legislation that matches what is he bringing forward to this place? And can I actually ask him, who's he dealing with at the minute? Because it used to be the Taoiseach Simon Harris, who's now been promoted, or is it the Justice Minister who's bringing forward this, or is it the new FDA Minister?
Well, my most recent meeting, and I have many meetings with Irish ministers and discussions with the Taoiseach of the Taoiseach, was with Helen McEntee, who has just taken over from Simon Harris at the Foreign Affairs Ministry. I very much welcome the fact that the Irish government has announced that it's preparing to draft the legislation, as Simon Harris had committed to me while standing next to me, in time for the next hearings of the Omagh bombing inquiry, because that is evidence that the Irish government intends to fulfil the commitments it's made in the joint framework.
Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to commend the Secretary of State for the care he's taking to be as fast as possible for those victims, survivors and veterans' families who need to hear answers, but the care that he's taking to make sure this is legally correct. And I would echo the comments about the South East Fermanagh Foundation quilt in Parliament today, which reminds us of the need to get those answers for families. And can the Secretary of State confirm that he's concerned, as I am, that the opposition are just interested in making political points rather than really building peace, which is what we need to do together as members of the House? And would he confirm that the remedial order removes what would have been immunity for terrorists?
Well, I would say to my honourable friend, I think all members of the House have a shared commitment to trying to ensure that the peace that Northern Ireland has enjoyed since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement is maintained. All of us do. We have a difference of view about, in some respects, about the right way of seeking to do that. And I am always willing to be challenged on the arguments that I put on behalf of the government, and to challenge the arguments that I hear from the opposition front benches. In the end, we know that we have to deal with this because the last bit of legislation failed to achieve, as someone said earlier, whatever its intentions, failed to achieve its purpose. It did not command support in Northern Ireland, and that is why we have to make progress.
Sir Julian Lewis.
May I just ask the Secretary of State to clarify whether his earlier remarks mean what I think they mean, which is that even if it had not been for the guidance of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, the government would anyway wanted to have repealed the legislation of the Legacy Act. It's a political decision, and given that he said that he did not believe that there would be convictions at the end of this process, does that not mean that there will be several, if not many, trials? And if no one is convicted at the end of the process, how does that help anyone? And how does it avoid just torturing the people who are put through the trials?
Very good. Well, if I may just correct what I think was the interpretation that the right honourable member was putting on what I had said. I made it quite clear a moment ago. Had the Joint Committee on Human Rights reached a different conclusion about the appropriateness of the remedial order, the government would of course respect it. I also made clear in my earlier comments, this government came into office committed to get rid of immunity. We've been quite clear about that from the start, and the remedial order will seek to give effect to that. If one looks at the figures, we've discussed prosecutions of veterans. There has been one successful prosecution of a veteran since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. One. And the point I was making is, if you look at the figures, well, there are currently 9 live cases before the courts relating to the Troubles. 7 of them relate to paramilitaries, 6 of those relate to the provisional IRA. And I've heard the argument from those benches opposite, oh, well, none of the paramilitaries are getting prosecuted. That is not the case. It's really important that we have these debates on the basis of facts.
Jim Allister.
The Secretary of State doesn't need me to tell him that he and the government are struggling to command veteran support for his bill. Could I therefore ask him, in order to address that deficit of support, should he not consider an amendment to Clause 3 to have the Veterans Commissioner for Northern Ireland serve on the Legacy Commission? Wouldn't that be a token of making good on the Secretary of State's affirmation that this is about capturing the confidence of veterans and not pursuing lawfare against them?
Well, as I've already indicated, I reject the suggestion that the government is in any way engaging in lawfare against veterans, in the same way that I reject any suggestion there are such things as politically motivated or vexatious prosecutions. Well, the honourable gentleman says from a sedentary position, oh, come on. I've heard those words from opposition members in previous debates on these questions. There will no doubt be a number of amendments and suggestions made when we come to detailed consideration of the bill, and we will consider them at the time.
Sir Geoffrey Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Secretary of State can assist me with this problem. The Supreme Court is at the moment seized of the issue as to the lawfulness of the declaration of incompatibility. The fact that the government has withdrawn its appeal does not prevent the Supreme Court from ruling on it. Let us suppose the Supreme Court rules that the declaration of incompatibility is void. Suppose that would mean, therefore, that that legal position is that the declaration of incompatibility would be void. And therefore the basis on which the order that the Secretary of State is proceeding on would be removed. Surely it would be prudent to wait to see if the Supreme Court rules on it, because otherwise what will be doing is proceeding with an unlawful order. I wonder if the Secretary... I'm asking in the spirit of genuine curiosity and inquiry, not political partisanship. If this is going to bring this entire process into disrepute, if what he's doing is in fact acting upon an unlawful basis.
Well, once again, I would say I don't accept that the government is acting on an unlawful basis. Given the honourable gentleman's distinguished legal credentials and experience, I would say to him, I note that he encourages me to speculate on a potential, well, he does, on a potential outcome. The government has to deal with the position as we find it. I've already set out to the House why the government is absolutely clear in its view that because the appeal was withdrawn, we are able to make use of Section 10 of the Human Rights Act in order to remove conditional immunity.
Sarah Poaching.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, Air Chief Marshal Sir Richard Knighton highlighted the need to recruit people into our armed forces in order to protect this nation. My question to the Secretary of State is, how does he expect to do that when those that served gallantly in Northern Ireland face prosecution? Why would young men and women join our armed forces with the risk of that happening to them? What message does that send to those young people?
I would say to the honourable member, I meet many young people in my constituency and other duties who are very keen to come and serve the nation in the armed forces. I am not aware of any figures that suggest that there has been a decline in recruitment. If she's seen them, perhaps she could draw them to my attention, because trying to get dealing with the past right should not affect the willingness, particularly the threats that we face in the modern world, from encouraging young people and others to come forward and serve the nation as people have done over the centuries.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State has spoken of additional protections in his legislation. Why does he think that Operation Banner veterans, some of whom I represent, remain unconvinced and remain troubled? And why does he think that the Irish Prime Minister believes that there are no additional protections? And whilst he's about it, can he do something to reassure veterans who are feeling very unhappy with this, perhaps along the lines of saying categorically that no former terrorists or members of proscribed organisations will serve on the Legacy Commission?
Well, I've already made it clear to the House that those who have engaged in paramilitary activity, as long as I'm in this post, have no intention of appointing them to any of the posts that are contained in the bill. On the protections, I think we all have a responsibility to explain and to point out that they are in the draft legislation in clauses 30, 31, 36, 91, 84, 54, 56, 69 and 8. They are real, tangible protections, and they do respond very directly to the concerns that veterans have raised with the government. The reason we've introduced them is because of our determination to make sure that veterans are treated properly.
Alex Easton.
Deputy Speaker, Secretary of State, the official opposition are saying to hold off on the remedial order until Supreme Court judgment. Have you actually sought any legal advice on this, and can you share it with the House?
Not you. The word "you" is not appropriate, so if he wants to rephrase and quickly get to his point.
Has the Secretary of State sought any legal advice on the issue, and can he share it with the House? And can he also give us an update on the Irish Government in terms of making sure that the Irish Government produce all legal papers on their role on the IRA and the involvement of the Garda Síochána?
Well, as the honourable gentleman will be well aware, there is a long-standing tradition that the government does not reveal the legal advice it receives. All governments receive legal advice, but we don't share it because that's part of the business of government. I've already made reference to the announcement that the Irish government has made in respect of legislation to enable witnesses to give evidence to the Omagh bombing inquiry, which I welcome.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State confirm whether or not the remedial order will have to be voted on in the other place?
Yes, it will be voted on in both houses in the new year.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite what the Secretary of State continues to say in this House, the prosecution of elderly veterans has been vexatious. In the Soldier F trial, the judge agreed with the submissions of the defence that the threshold to prosecute was far from being reached. Political interference brought this matter to court. How, if the Secretary of State can't even accept that there's been vexatious prosecutions, does he ensure that this remedial order gives a clear distinction between the bomber who presents him or herself as a victim and the ordinary man and woman or child who were murdered or maimed by the actions of terrorists.
It's distinction between the two groups of people that the honourable member refers to, and I've made it clear from the dispatch box on a number of occasions, there is absolutely no equivalence between those who sought to protect the public and those who committed the most appalling terrorist atrocities. I have to respectfully disagree with the honourable member, because if she is arguing that prosecutions have been vexatious, she is saying that our independent prosecutors are working on a basis that is out with their task, which is in all cases, look at the evidence, is there a reasonable prospect of a conviction, is it in the public interest to prosecute? And if we undermine the independence of independent prosecutors, the separation between the government and the court system, we are sunk as a nation. And that is why I'm so firm in saying there is no such thing as a vexatious prosecution.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that the Secretary of State has said the chances of a successful prosecution are very limited indeed, the fact is the punishment is in the process of investigation and trial in the first place. So will the Secretary of State now look sympathetically at appropriate amendments to the bill to make sure that the bar is raised very, very high, so it's almost impossible for one of our brave veterans to be prosecuted in our courts?
Well, as I've said to the House before, of course I will look carefully at all of the amendments that are put down to the bill when we come to debate it at committee stage and report of the whole House here. The test, as I indicated in answer to the previous question, for prosecutions is the same now. It will be the same in the future as it has been for the last 30, 50, 70 years. Those of greater legal experience will be able to tell the House how long that has been the case. It will not change because it depends on the evidence. What we are doing is setting out in the bill that in order to reinvestigate things, the Commission has to be of the view that it is essential to do so. And that is a very high bar, the word essential.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Canova report was clear in proving that there was no evidence of state collusion or machinations, and yet the Republican drum still bangs to cover the sound of the voices of the innocents, calling for justice and to be heard. So how will the Secretary of State respond to the lack of protection for the service personnel and the perpetual deliberate focus on them, and look at the 2,057 murders carried out by Republicans and the 1,027 loyalist murders which haven't received any justice at all, and will provide yet another whitewash over the blood of the innocents have been shed, and the impact it still has on all of those families throughout the province. Thank you.
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, for whom I have the greatest respect, I think he and I hope the whole House, share the desire to enable answers to be provided for all those families who are living with the pain of not knowing what happened to their loved ones. The Canova report has made a very important contribution to seeking to uncover the truth. We have drawn on a number of the lessons of Canova in drafting the legislation, including the Victims and Survivors Advisory Panel, because many people said that was one of the great things about the way Canova went about its job. It is in the draft bill that the House will consider again shortly.
Point of order, Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, the point I was trying to raise in my question to the Secretary of State was that on any issue to do with the Northern Irish Troubles, we must tread with appropriate solemnity and seriousness. It was therefore disappointing to be accused of being an idiot by the opposition front bench whilst making this very point. So could I ask, what advice would you give me on ensuring that the honourable member for Raleigh and Wickford appropriately apologises, not to me, but to this whole House, for lowering the tone of this serious debate?
If I had heard any inappropriate language, I would have dealt with it very swiftly and dealt with that member involved, and no inappropriate language should be used in the chamber. And a topic such as this, which is highly charged, emotional and very serious, we need to double down and make sure we're using the most appropriate language. Now, Mr. Francois, before you respond, please remember you're also responding to me in the chair. No doubt you will not want to displease me either with any of your response going forward. Mr. Francois.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm too experienced to try and displease you in any way. For clarity, I was responding to the fact that the honourable gentleman had accused, had accused my right honourable friend of saying something which, as Hansard will prove conclusively in the morning, he clearly did not say. So, if he feels that word, and you, Madam Deputy Speaker, was inappropriate, I withdraw it. But I will say I still believe that the honourable gentleman was wrong.
I do not wish to prolong the debate, and no doubt that will be seen by most as an apology. We have finished this urgent question. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. If the Secretary of State would be seated, I can. If the Secretary of State would be seated, I can. Urgent question, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
If the Secretary of State will make a statement on the Pathways Puberty Blockers trial.
Secretary of State, West
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me just start by acknowledging the sensitivities around this issue, the strong beliefs held around this House, and for all the division and divided opinion we have, there is a shared determination of everyone, I believe, in this House to do the right thing by a vulnerable group of children and young people. It is for those reasons that I'm taking the course of action that I am. Put simply, that is to follow expert clinical advice and take an evidence-led approach. The CAS review found shocking levels of unprofessionalism, a lack of clinical oversight, and puberty blockers prescribed to children without sufficient evidence that doing so was safe or beneficial to those children and young people. What Dr. Hilary Cass uncovered was a scandal. That is why, on coming to office, I made the temporary ban brought in by my predecessor a permanent ban. Dr. Cass also recommended a thorough study to establish how best to support children and young people suffering gender incongruence. That is the Pathways study. It has 4 main parts, one of which is the clinical trial to study the effects of puberty-suppressing hormones on young people's physical, social and emotional well-being. The other aspects of the Pathways study will track the physical, social and emotional well-being of all young people attending UK NHS gender services. It will look at young people's thinking and brain development, following both those who are and are not taking puberty-suppressing hormones. And it will gather evidence direct from young people, parents and staff about their experiences of living with gender incongruence. The bar for this trial to be approved was extremely high, and oversight will be rigorous. Children cannot consent to being on this trial, so places will require parental consent as well as the assent of young people. And because protecting and promoting the health and well-being of affected young people is our primary concern, there are strict eligibility criteria in place to join the Pathways clinical trial. As such, the number of young people who would expect to qualify for the trial will also be low. Participants must undergo thorough mental and physical assessments and will be followed over a number of years with regular well-being checks. Puberty blockers have also been used to delay puberty in children and young people who start puberty much too early. Use in those cases has been extensively tested and has met strict safety requirements for that use. The study is being led by King's College London and the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundation Trust. It has been carefully checked by independent scientists who advise the National Institute for Health and Care Research and by the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency and received approval from a Research Ethics Committee. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am treading cautiously in this area because the safety of children must come first.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I first must declare my interest as a consultant paediatrician who has looked after children with gender dysphoria in the past and is likely to do so in the future. And we must remember that there are vulnerable children that we are talking about today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first and most obvious question is why? Why has this government chosen to fund experiments with puberty blockers on physically healthy children? Despite saying he was comfortable with this trial in a briefing to MPs, the Secretary of State told the media on Friday and Select Committee this morning that he is in fact uncomfortable with it. Why is it even being considered before the data linkage study is complete? 9,000 children went through the Tavistock. Many of them came out regretting being encouraged to irreversibly damage their bodies. We should look carefully at those outcomes before we make the same mistakes. What steps is he taking to secure the data from the Tavistock and have it analysed? What steps is he taking to hold to account those obstructing access to data linkage information? And what assessment has he made of the motivations of those obstructing that data when this is a study to safeguard children? And what of the trial itself? 226 children will go through this trial. Is that a limit or a target? These children will be randomised to getting puberty blockers now or in a year's time. All will be analysed at 2 years. They will still be children. They may only be 11 years old. How can these results demonstrate a meaningful outcome? The control group isn't properly randomised but chosen from the Horizon Intensive Trial Group. Is the Secretary of State concerned that this will introduce bias? The criteria of getting puberty blockers under this trial requires just one parent to consent and for the clinician to think it will benefit the child. But on what basis will the clinician decide? The CAS review said the vast majority of children with gender dysphoria will recover, with only a few persisting with trans identities into adulthood. It is not possible to predict which those children will be. So does he accept that the vast majority of children in this, his treating trial, will be given drugs, will be physically healthy children whose distress would get better without any puberty blockers, and that therefore the vast majority of the children in this trial are being unnecessarily experimented on with risky medications under his leadership?
The Shadow Minister asks why, to which there is a simple answer. Why is because it was recommended by Dr. Cass in the Cass review, which was commissioned by my predecessor, Sir Sajid Javid. I think that was the right thing to do, and it's why when my predecessor brought forward the Cass review, I supported it in opposition and certainly didn't try and play politics with an extremely vulnerable group of children and young people. In terms of why, I'll tell her why, because under the previous government, those puberty-suppressing hormones were prescribed without proper oversight, supervision or safety, and we didn't hear a peep for years about that fact until Dr. Cass, commissioned by Sir Sajid Javid, who deserves enormous credit for it, did the study that was published, widely supported, with this recommendation. And they may have changed their tune in opposition, but I do remember what the Conservatives said in government when they published the Cass review and supported its recommendations. And I think that is a real shame. She accuses me of inconsistency, so let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. Am I comfortable that this clinical trial has undergone the proper process and ethical approval to ensure the highest standards and supervision? Yes, I'm comfortable about that. Am I uncomfortable about puberty-suppressing hormones for this group of young people, for this particular conditions? Yes, I am, because of risks. It is why I was also uncomfortable when I put in place upheld the temporary ban by my predecessor, but then put in place a permanent ban. The reason I was uncomfortable with that too is because I had to look children and young people in the eye and their parents, who told me in no uncertain terms that that decision was harmful to them, as have many other clinicians who've opposed that decision. And the reason why, whatever my discomfort in this extremely sensitive area, I have made this decision is because I am following clinical advice. And because as Health Secretary, it is my responsibility to follow expert advice. And had the Tavistock Clinic faced such challenge and scrutiny a decade ago, we wouldn't be in this mess. The Conservatives were right to commission the Cass review. They were right to accept its recommendations. I accept there is now a difference on this particular recommendation. I would urge members not to walk away from the cross-party consensus we built behind that approach, to build on the work that Dr. Cass has done. As for the important questions she raises, there will be 2 groups within the trial, as well as a further control group of children and young people with gender incongruence who do not receive puberty-suppressing hormones. At least 226 participants are required in order to detect a statistically significant difference between the 2 treatment groups. However, this is not a target, and no young person will find themselves on this trial because there is a drive to make sure there is a certain number of young people participating. In order to participate in this trial, it has to have the most robust clinical oversight from clinicians within the service, as well as national oversight and the consent of parents. And it is only where it is deemed that young people would benefit that they will be on this programme. She asked about the data linkage study. That's important. The data linkage study will be undertaken. When the data linkage study is completed, it will not provide us with the same evidence as this clinical trial. That's why Dr. Cass made a distinction between this trial and the data linkage study. She asks about the motivations of those who withheld data. That is an extremely important question. I think it is utterly appalling that anyone in a position of responsibility in the NHS withheld data on a very vulnerable group of children and young people. I also accept that while there were many people in the Tavistock Clinic involved in these services, the fact that Dr. Cass found such a lack of rigour, such a lack of standards, such a lack of proper oversight is disgraceful. And it is the clinicians who are well-meaning and ideologically driven that have given me most cause for concern in this whole debacle and have done more harm to children and young people and the trans community than most other people who've taken part in this debate and discussion. Finally, I do appreciate the work that Dr. Cass has done. I'm glad that she is in the other place, bringing welcome scrutiny. Were she not supportive of this approach, I may think again. She's given her recommendation, she's given her support. I'm following clinical advice. It is not comfortable, but I do believe it is the right thing to do on balance.
Select Committee Member Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The front bench opposite asks why. Well, why? Because trans people exist and their health needs exist. And as the spokesperson for the government has clearly outlined, an independent review made a series of recommendations. There were clearly failures of healthcare, and a further recommendation was a clinical trial to address this issue. I believe the opposition supported the Cass review, but when it comes to implementing this part of it, suddenly there's collective amnesia on the benches opposite about what Dr. Cass recommended. And doesn't the Secretary of State agree that in the absence of a trial, there isn't no access to these drugs? We know that young people are seeking out private provision. They are seeking unregulated providers of these drugs, and therefore a clinical trial is both appropriate and the best and safest way of managing any potential risks.
I thank my honourable friend. I have to say that risk he sets out was one of the considerations that I had to weigh up. Firstly, when upholding the temporary ban, then when making the ban permanent. And I do worry that outside of a trial, we may continue to see unsafe or unethical practice, and I think we will be doing a service to medicine in this country, as well as internationally, if we have a high-quality trial with the highest standards of ethics, approvals, oversight and research from some of our country's leading universities and healthcare providers to make sure that for this particular vulnerable group of children and young people, we're taking an evidence-based approach to health and care.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan, you have up to 1 minute.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would hope that everyone in this House can agree that medical treatment should always follow the evidence on safety and effectiveness. And it's right that expert clinicians are building this evidence base, and therefore right that the government is seeking to run this trial, because it should be led by evidence and not by ideology. So, given that the numbers on the trial are going to be very small, and the waiting list for talking therapies, which is so important for children and their parents, is very, very long, with hundreds of thousands on the waiting list. Can the Secretary of State explain how he will increase access to NHS talking therapies so people can get the help that they need and deserve? And in a field with so little research, can he confirm if the Pathways trial is looking at international best practice in order to take learnings from abroad?
I'm grateful to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for her question. I can absolutely assure her that we are doing that wider research, that of course we will take into account high quality international evidence as well as the research we're undertaking domestically. It is so important that we recognise that for many young people with gender incongruence, even if approved, puberty blockers will never be the right medication. And one of the things that I have been most saddened by with the discourse among adults in this debate, many of whom should know better, is that by elevating puberty blockers to the status that they have received in public discourse and debate, there are many young people out there who think that not only is this the gold standard of care, but it is the only care available. And of course, that is not true. NHS England has opened 3 new children and young people's gender services in the North West, London and Bristol, with a 4th planned for the East of England in 2026, and we aim to have a service in every region of England in the coming years. These services use a different model with multidisciplinary teams, including mental health support and paediatrics within specialist children's hospitals to provide good clinical care. The new services will increase capacity, reduce waiting times so that patients can be seen sooner and closer to home. And we've also commissioned additional support for young people waiting to be seen through local children and young people's mental health services.
Only because I can't see her in any more pain. Preet Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his leadership. But can I just say, as a former Children's Services Manager, I am concerned that credible safeguarding warnings from clinicians and academics about puberty suppression in children are not actually being heard. So will the Secretary of State meet those experts and review the younger age limit for participation in this trial, given that children as young as 10 are currently set to be involved?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend for her question, and let me reassure her and the House that I am absolutely open to receiving representations and evidence from clinicians involved in the care of children and young people with insight, expertise and data, including those who might be critical of the approach that the trial team is setting out, or indeed critical that the CAS review included this recommendation. The reason why I think that is important is because of the many things that's gone horribly wrong in this area was the silencing of whistleblowers, the silencing of rigorous debate and discussion. Of course, we've got to do that with due care and sensitivity in mind, for young people in particular in this vulnerable group, for the wider trans community who feel extremely vulnerable in this country at the moment, including as a result of decisions I have taken as the Health and Social Care Secretary. So we have to consider all of that in the round. But we must make sure at all times we're following the evidence, that we're open to scrutiny and challenge, and that where we're making these finely balanced judgments, that we're doing so with rigorous debate, the testing of the arguments, the testing of the evidence and data. And that's why I do welcome the urgent question in this discussion.
Committee Member Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State said earlier that there is an extremely high bar to him stepping in and stopping these tests using puberty blockers. What bar could be higher than a government protecting children from being tested on with drugs specifically to stop or alter their sexual development? There is not a unified clinical view on this. It is his choice. He's the Secretary of State. These tests are on him.
Look, I certainly don't need to be told what my responsibilities are in relation to this. I always take responsibility for decisions I take. I acknowledge the extent to which he and members of his party are seeking to weaponise this issue and to personalise it. We can just simply refer back. We can just simply refer back to the honourable gentleman's question just now, and we can refer to the reference of the shadow ministers to the streeting trial. If that is not personalising, I don't know what is. But I tell you what, I'll tell you what, I'll take an evidence-based approach. I have done that on this issue from day one. Had the Conservatives done so, we would never have seen the Tavistock scandal. We would never have seen puberty blockers dished out willy-nilly to children and young people in this vulnerable patient group. I have sought at all times, including when I was sat on those benches, to treat this debate with the care and sensitivity and the humility it deserves, to not be tribal in my interactions. I only wish this Conservative opposition would take the same approach.
We're only at the start of this urgent question, so I ask members to reduce the temperature in the chamber. Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend for the care and sensitivity he has taken to this subject all along. It's been an undeniably difficult year for transgender people in Britain. I've spoken to young trans people who've been pushed to the brink of suicide by what they hear, that they don't have a right to exist, that they don't deserve rights, that they're legitimate targets for ridicule. And we all in this House have a responsibility to lower the temperature and focus on their welfare, health and dignity. King's College operate the highest standards of safety. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that their expertise and rigour will support the well-being of participants and ensure we get the robust evidence we need and that vulnerable children are no longer treated as political punch bags?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. She's absolutely right. That we must engage with due care and sensitivity on this issue. I can share with the House that these exchanges, government policy, what is said by me and others, is followed extremely closely by this group of children and young people who are extremely online, by the wider LGBT+ community, and my honourable friend is right, that trans people are often at the wrong end of the statistics when it comes to being victims of hate crime and discrimination and mental ill health. We must always tread carefully when talking about suicide in this context and bear in mind the warnings of the government's advisor on suicide prevention, Professor Lewis Appleby, and the way in which that issue has been deployed irresponsibly by critics of the ban on puberty blockers that was put in place. We bear all of those things in mind. I do think we've got a high quality trial set up. I do have confidence in the clinicians. We've had a cross-party briefing from the clinical team. I'm very happy to repeat that exercise and to keep coming back to the House and to arrange briefings for MPs on a cross-party and for peers on a cross-party basis so that we can follow this closely as we should.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the care with which my right honourable friend has approached much of this, and I appreciate that he has before him some very difficult decisions, especially because of the way the report was written. But I must come back to the simple truth that these are very, very young children. Decisions will be made for them, I appreciate, by parents taking that element of consent, that are genuinely irreversible. And whatever happens, we're going to see 8, 9, 10-year-olds grow up to 18, 20, 25-year-olds, at least we hope we will, who have effectively been experimented on. Now, some of those children are going to resent very greatly, not just the system, not just their parents, but those who allowed this to happen. And here I identify the Department for Health and Social Care, not necessarily the Minister himself. What provision is he putting in place to make sure that should those children wish to bring legal action against the department, against those who took these decisions at a time when they were not able to give any form of informed consent, they will be able to have redress, they will be able to have their day in court?
Can I firstly thank the Right Honourable Member for the way in which he puts his concerns, and I know he is concerned about this trial. I know he's stated publicly his opposition to it, and I enormously respect the way in which he has done that. And these are finely balanced judgments, and I acknowledge that. The CAS review found that puberty blockers have been prescribed routinely without good evidence for their safety or effectiveness. And that's why a clinical trial was proposed. They are licensed and used safely in much younger children for precocious puberty or older adults for certain cancers. For adolescents, the interaction with all the different processes of puberty may be very significant, which is why more evidence and a better understanding of their impact is needed in this patient group. Anyone on the trial can choose to stop taking puberty-suppressing hormones and leave the trial at any time. They do not need to give a reason. If a young person decides to stop taking puberty-suppressing hormones, their care in the NHS, including the gender service, will not change in any other way, and their doctors will explain to them and their parent or guardians what treatment options are available. And I know there are concerns about longer-term impacts on fertility. Prospective participants will be given comprehensive information on the advantages and potential risks of these hormones, including details about preserving fertility. Doctors will explain the possible long-term consequences and available options. Young people will also be offered to consult a fertility specialist, and the young person and their parent or guardians must clearly demonstrate a full understanding of all of these issues, and only then, after that, would a clinician sign off on the admission to the trial.
I ask colleagues to keep their questions short and for the Secretary of State to keep his responses on point. Select Committee Member Josh Fenton-Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that we can all agree that the young people involved should not be used by anyone as a political football. Can my honourable friend please assure me that this process and trial will be clinically led and not as a result defined by rhetoric in this place or anywhere else?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that assurance.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I also welcome the tone and the sensitivity that the right honourable gentleman has taken to this issue, not just today but throughout. We all recognise that we should be led by evidence in this. It's absolutely vital. But the trans community is, as has already been mentioned, a reality. They feel very vulnerable, very attacked, and there are those who have been on these medications for some time and are now concerned that they may no longer be available. What can he tell us to reassure them that they will be safe?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been, as I reported at the time that we put in place the permanent ban, there have been arrangements for people who were previously being prescribed puberty blockers. For people who wanted to access them but couldn't once the ban came in, they have not been able to access them through authorised means. I recognised when I took that decision and through the representations that I have received both directly and in writing, that caused considerable pain and distress to a very vulnerable group of children and young people and people who care very much about them. That has not been something I'm indifferent to and something that I have taken very much into consideration. But with respect to all of those people I have met, no amount of political pressure should deter a health secretary from moving away from the clinical advice and expert opinion that really should underpin these sorts of decisions.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the trial and I commend the Secretary of State for following clinical advice and for the work of government in trying to build a consensus for the most minoritised communities in our country. Can I ask to empathy and thoughtfulness to speak directly to trans people who will be watching this debate, who may at this Christmas time be struggling with estrangement from family and from other difficulties? Can he speak to the dignity and worth to which they are entitled and send a message that this House has their back?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. Look, I recognised that the decision I took, literally within days of coming into this office, was received by trans people in particular and the wider LGBT plus community as a negative decision that detrimentally impacted on their rights and identity. That was why it was an uncomfortable decision for me to take. I knew how it would be received, and I had to balance up risk in that decision. I believed it was, and I still believe, by the way, it was the right thing to do for the right reasons, a clinically led decision. And when it comes to the care and health for children and young people in particular, I make no apology for exercising extreme caution. I do want trans people in our country to know that this is a government that respects them, respects their identity, wants them to live with dignity and safety and inclusion. That is the approach the government is taking. I realise that decisions I have personally taken have not been received in that way, and that has not been comfortable for me, but I do believe it's been the right thing to do.
Roberta Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we were resting this judgment on purely clinical evidence, it would be to tell every child that whatever sex they are is immutable and cannot be changed, and that if they take these puberty blockers, they may well find they have irreversibly changed the course of their lives. How is a child of 10 or 11 going to be capable of making that judgment? And whatever the CAS review says, in the end, it is his judgment. And I remember the COVID inquiry repeatedly saying it was wrong for ministers to hide behind the science. And equally, there is no single clinical advice. Clinicians are as equally divided as the rest of society on this question. We rely on his judgment, and I'm afraid I think he's got it wrong.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question and the way in which he puts his criticism too. And for the avoidance of doubt, as I said earlier, I know what my responsibilities are. I understand the decisions that I take in this office, and I understand that I'm accountable for those decisions, and I don't resolve from that. I am following clinical advice. I do think that is the right thing to do in this area. On the question of sex, he is right. Sex is immutable, and even having undergone treatment with hormones or surgery, there are still nonetheless underlying biology means that, for example, trans women would still need to be screened and treated, bearing in mind their biological sex, and the opposite being true for trans men. And we have to draw that distinction between biological sex and gender identity. The final thing I would say is, whatever my discomfort and personal views about this particular trial might be, or the notion of young people using puberty blockers in this way, I cannot ignore, and I should convey faithfully to the House, conversations I've had with trans young people and adults who have described in very powerful and unforgettable terms not just the life-changing but life-enhancing experience they've had. I think particularly of the university student I met, who, if she walked into this chamber now, you would assume was born female, is living her best life and described in very powerful and unforgettable terms the impact that treatment has had for her and her quality of life. At the same time, I think of high-profile cases like Kira Bell's. And that is why we have to tread extremely carefully in this area, follow evidence, build an evidence base, and why these are such finely balanced judgments, and why I can be simultaneously uncomfortable with the permanent ban I put in place and uncomfortable with this clinical trial. I think that's hopefully reassuring to people that I think very deeply about these issues before taking decisions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a deeply troubling time, as the Health Secretary has said, for the trans community. And I've heard that loudly from my trans constituents that have come to surgeries and in my postbag too. And when suicide rates amongst trans people are higher, much higher than the general population, we know where denying that they exist or denying them life-saving healthcare leads. So what reassurances can the Secretary of State give to my trans constituents and the families that support them, who are extremely worried that they won't be able to access the healthcare that they need?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I think the reassurance that we can provide to trans people in our country is that we are committed to making sure they have access to the highest quality and evidence-based healthcare. And that doesn't just apply in the case of children and young people, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope to report to the House before the Christmas recess the work that's been undertaken in the Levy Review into adult services too. So we are committed to making sure that we provide high quality care to a particular vulnerable group of children and young people.
Kirsty Blackman.
Although I disagreed with the permanent ban that was put in place, it is to the Secretary of State's credit that he has been very clear about all of the competing issues that he's balancing in order to make the decisions that he's making, and I do appreciate that. What I would like to ask is for those young people who were hoping or are hoping to be part of the clinical trial or hoping to receive puberty blockers for whatever reason, whether it will genuinely make a difference to their lives or whether they believe it will make a difference to their lives, how is he going to ensure that they are given appropriate support, the young people that do not get to become part of this trial when they've been hoping that this will be something that will change their lives?
Grateful to the honourable member for her question and the way she puts it as a critic of some of the decisions I've taken in this space. I think the reassurance I can offer is that the way in which the whole study will work is looking at the holistic care that this particular group of children and young people receive, and making sure that on the wider therapeutic side, in terms of mental health support, that support is there, it's evidence-led. So regardless of whether a young person receives puberty blockers, they will certainly receive that wider range of support.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really appreciate how the Secretary of State is taking a science-based approach. Yeah. I would like to understand, we use puberty blockers for many different conditions. Will there, within this trial, also be looking at the data that has been amassed from those use of puberty blockers for other conditions? Can we also just state on record puberty blockers are reversible, as shown in the evidence? When you stop taking them, they stop working. That is the science behind them. And finally, young people in my constituency are more likely to age out of gender services than they are to get their first appointment. What are we doing to shorten that waiting time, not just for puberty blockers, but actually for all the range of services the NHS provides for trans children?
Response. If members do not keep their questions short, I will not get everybody in, and the answers need to be just as short. Thank you.
I will try, Madam Deputy Speaker. The answer to my honourable friend's question is, firstly, we will make sure that in terms of the wider support that young people receive, that they get good access, that it's evidence-led, and I've had to wrestle with the fact that some trans people enter adulthood without ever receiving any sort of healthcare, and I've been heavily criticised by those people in particular for some of the decisions that I've taken, and we're working to reduce waiting times I described. And the second thing to say, look, my honourable friend said that these are irreversible. Puberty blockers. We hear contrary views around the House of saying these are not irreversible. The truth is, the evidence in this area is mixed, and that's why I think we need to build a stronger evidence basis.
So, Julie Lewis.
The Secretary of State deserves our sympathy for having to negotiate such an ethical minefield. Can he tell us whether the data exist from all the people who had puberty blockers under the old regime? He mentioned having met one person for whom they'd worked well and one person for whom they were a disaster. Surely it should be possible to do a systematic survey of the dozens, if not hundreds, of people who went through this, and might that not be a slightly more constructive and less dangerous way forward?
The honourable member is absolutely right that we do need that data linkage study. That will happen. It won't produce the same evidence base as the clinical trial, and that's the distinction between the two. And it's frankly a disgrace that people have sought to withhold that kind of data. It is really important we get it right. I appreciate his sympathy. I would just say I've wrestled with this issue probably more than any other ethical decision I've had to make in this office. I don't require I don't seek any pity or sympathy for doing so. It's the job I signed up to. It is a job I love doing. I've taken great care and sensitivity in this area because of the particular vulnerability of this group of children, young people.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's fair to say that the recommendations of the CAS review were not welcomed by everyone, not least by all members of the LGBT+ community. But it was the Conservative Party who set out this review and accepted its findings. The Labour Party supported the review and supported the findings. Does the Secretary of State share my concern that there are those who now would seek to cherry-pick which of the findings they agree with and which they do not? And is it not the case that an independent review with such serious and important findings should be accepted in its entirety?
I think when it was published, there was, and I was in this chamber at the time, there was actually an overwhelming consensus in the House. There were some people who criticised and challenged the CAS review at the time, including outside of the House in the LGBT community. I've always supported the CAS review, led by one of our country's best paediatricians. And it is because of that that I'm proceeding in the way that I am, which is the way that Dr. Cass, now Baroness Cass, recommended, and I'll continue to follow the evidence and implement the CAS review comprehensively and fully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A survey published today by Transgender Trend shows overwhelming public support for non-intrusive medical approaches for under-16s with gender dysmorphia. The public want this state-sponsored child abuse stopped. So, will the Secretary of State represent the will of the people, stop the trial, and instead introduce statutory legislation to access the evidence data from the 2,000 children and young people already given puberty blockers through the Tavistock scandal?
I'll take the honourable member's question in three parts. Firstly, in terms of the opinion polling she mentions, that does show that this country is overwhelmingly a kind country that wants to make sure that trans people and LGBT people more broadly are treated with kindness, compassion and inclusion. Secondly, I do not dismiss the opinion polling that shows a majority against this kind of trial. And so thirdly, I would say the reason I am doing this is because I have to think about this extremely small group of people. I do not know what it is like to walk in their shoes. I have to think very carefully about what's in their best interests, and the best way to do that is to build the evidence base we need to provide high quality healthcare. And I strongly do not agree with her characterisation of this study, which I think is in itself irresponsible.
Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Some of the political debate around this subject has really saddened me, not least the way that trans people's reality and experience has been denied. We even have evidence of British trans people from the 4th century. We have that evidence, they've existed forever. So can the Secretary of State confirm that this trial is a real attempt to get a proper evidence base for treatment for young people that is really needed?
My honourable friend is absolutely correct. It is about building the right evidence so that we get high quality, safe healthcare for this vulnerable group of children and young people.
Afra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Children struggling with gender dysphoria and their families are trying to find their way through very difficult and often distressing times. We should be helping them, not experimenting on them. So should we not be following the example of other European countries, such as Denmark and Finland, who have shifted their policy towards counselling rather than medical interventions?
Assure the honourable member that we are absolutely, as part of this study, as well as part of the rollout of services across the country, focusing on the therapeutic support that she describes. We are implementing the CAS review that recommended this particular trial for this particular purpose, and we will follow the evidence in that respect. Of course, we do look at what other countries are doing, why they are doing it, and what research emerges.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have immense respect for my right honourable friend, particularly his commitment to equal access to healthcare. Could he speak a little bit more about the support on mental health for children and young people involved in the trials, those who won't be able to get the trials, and also people who are currently on puberty or receiving puberty blockers, or for whom the ban is causing them immense stress or worse?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Regardless of whether people are receiving this medication, we do need to make sure they receive the right therapeutic support to make sure they have healthy, happy childhoods and they can understand themselves and the world they're living in and how they relate to it in a way that does not cause them distress or harm. That's my objective in this process.
Deputy Speaker. For young people questioning their gender, the Pathways trial is currently the only route allowed for accessing puberty blockers, which are a treatment that can be a vital respite from the anguish of going through puberty in a body that doesn't match your gender before long-term decisions may or may not be made as an adult. I therefore welcome the announcement of the trial, whilst recognising that significant barriers to entry remain. So, my question is, how will the Minister ensure that as many young people as need to can access the trial, including those who need to access puberty blockers as part of support to improve their mental health?
Can I thank the honourable member for a question? I don't doubt her sincerity and integrity on this issue, but I say to her respectfully, when she talks about barriers to entry, those barriers are safety and clinical oversight, as well as parental consent and the assent of the young person. I don't believe those are barriers. I believe those are necessary bars for participation in this trial.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Deputy Speaker, and may I associate myself with the comments of previous members in relation to the fact that we're talking about humans who deserve to be treated with dignity.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former Crown Prosecutor, I firmly believe that evidence is hugely important, and the CAS review said that there isn't enough evidence at present that puberty blockers are safe. But does the Secretary of State agree with me that the responsible thing for this government to do is not simply to ignore the plight of such young people, but rather to conduct the clinical trial to obtain robust evidence needed to direct policy going forward?
Yeah.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and given I also work for a former Crown Prosecutor, I couldn't possibly disagree with her on evidence.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his response to the question. One thing we should all agree on, the human rights of all, including trans people, must be protected and delivered by government and supported by us all. The reason we are here today, I believe, is to discuss the risks and the potential adverse consequences of the Pathways trial that is being proposed. The trial compares the timing of treatment initiation rather than using a placebo, and there's no arm that provides psychotherapy as a treatment option without puberty blockers, and there's no arm assessing children who do not receive any of these options. So will the Secretary of State please consider ensuring that all various arms and channels are tested as part of this trial to get a complete picture rather than a partial picture which may be misleading?
Can I just firstly thank the honourable member for the way in which he puts his question. And I think it's so important to emphasise that right across this House, there are many people who oppose this trial who do want to see trans people well supported and protected and respect their identities. And I think that's important for everyone to bear in mind. He talks about placebo. I mean, for obvious reasons in this case, a placebo wouldn't be appropriate because it'd be very obvious whether or not a young person was receiving the real medication or the placebo. But the trial design has included a control group, and the way in which the trial is established is to help us distinguish between the benefits of receiving or indeed not this particular medication, as well as really close oversight of the impact on development. But he is right that we need to judge these things and look at it through the question of risk, and I think that is what led to Dr. Cass to make her recommendation and why I'm supporting it.
Vivian.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Secretary of State's answers today and his ongoing support for the CAS review. From his previous answers, it's clear that the Secretary of State has seen public opinion, and I wonder if he might be prepared to call an independent clinical review, given that high degree of public concern about the trial.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to receive further clinical representations on this issue and to hear from experts on this issue. I hope you understand why, on this particular issue, I'm not simply led by opinion polling. Local advice and evidence, particularly given the enormous risks that surround these children and young people, including the risks that I carried and weighed on my shoulders and conscience when I denied access to puberty blockers by upholding the temporary ban and then making it permanent.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is now on child abuse to give children puberty blockers. This trial will take confused little minds, vulnerable children, and place them on a medical pathway with profound, life-altering consequences. Childhood is a time of uncertainty, yet the state is intervening with drugs that many former patients now say they were never even capable of consenting to. How can this government justify experimenting on children rather than prioritising safeguarding, evidence and psychological support?
I just say to the honourable member, she's offered a political opinion, not a clinical judgment. And by that logic, we wouldn't have any medicine for children and young people, because we will have never undertaken clinical trials or studies, because we judge that children and young people can't take part in them. And that is objectively not a sensible position. I understand the sensitivity surrounding this particular issue, and she is right to say that there are people in our country who have received life-changing clinical interventions that they have later regretted, and as part of that regret have shared that they did not feel that at the time they were making and could have made an informed decision. And that is why this trial is set up in such a way that it has such strong clinical oversight locally as well as nationally. It cannot happen without not just the assent of a young person, but the consent of their parent or guardian. Those are important protections and safeguards, and I do not share her characterisation of this trial.
Speaker, I support the Pathways clinical trial, but it's clear that many young people presenting with gender incongruence won't be able to access the trial for whatever reason. I'm very concerned about the mental health of those who won't be able to access the clinical trial. What additional support can the Secretary of State provide for those people, particularly around their mental health? Because that is my concern.
The study obviously includes a lot of research around wider therapeutic support and interventions, including mental health support, and we're rolling out more clinics and services across the country to bring that care closer to home.
Short question, Jim Shannon.
First of all, can I thank the Secretary of State for all that he does? He deserves credit. A mother from my constituency phoned me this morning. I'm going to quote her. Why is money being spent on this pathway when my child has been waiting for clinical support for 3 years and the waiting list is so long she may be moved to adult treatment? Why is government prioritising the tiny few over the money? With our children's mental health services at breaking point and parents at their wits' end trying to get their child diagnosed, how does government look in the eyes of the parents with rare diseases whose drugs are not funded by the NHS when government are funding this trial? Thank you.
I would say look into the eyes of people in this community who have not received the right care and seen the deleterious impact it's had on their mental health and well-being. I've had to deal with parents who've suffered loss and bereavement, and we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing by everyone, and this should not be an either-or choice.
Samantha Liblet, short question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trans people don't wake up at 18 suddenly trans, it starts before then. And when we talk about protecting children, this means protecting trans children so they can transition into adulthood knowing they had parents and doctors that were advocating for their needs. But this is not a prison sentence either, so I wonder if the Secretary of State can talk about the trial and if people change their mind, whether they are entitled to withdraw from said trial.
They certainly can, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if they withdraw, they still get the wider therapeutic support that they deserve.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're talking here about physically healthy primary school aged children being injected with drugs to stop them growing up. There is nothing medically wrong with these children. What these children need is love, support and compassion to help them accept their healthy bodies. They are perfect just the way they are. The Health Secretary says he's uncomfortable with this experiment and his instincts are correct. In the haunting words of Keira Bell, a courageous young woman, a victim of the Tavistock scandal, I was an unhappy girl who needed help. Instead, I was treated like an experiment. And when these children, who are now going to be experimented on, become adults, they will want to know who did this to me. But this time, the truth will be this was state-sanctioned. Out in the open, I'm afraid to say, at the Health Secretary's say-so. So I am begging the Health Secretary, will he use his power as the politician in charge to do what he must know is right and stop this?
State.
Can I say to my honourable friend, I wish I had certainty on this issue, and in some ways I envy him for his certainty. And can also say to my honourable friend, having occasionally found myself a lonely voice when sat on those benches in my party, I respect the fact that it is not easy to be in a minority dissenting voice, especially when one feels so strongly about it. So I respect his position, even though I disagree with it. I do think this is the right thing to do. He is right that we need love and compassion and empathy for these young people. We also need to understand what health and care support will produce the best outcomes for these young people, and that's what this trial is about.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Secretary of State for his leadership on this issue. I think nobody envies him in the decisions he has to make, but he is making the right decision on this issue. During my election campaign, I met a fantastic mother, and I think no mother could have loved their daughter more. And she told me about how when her daughter entered puberty, she had to come to terms with her own biological sex and the impact that had on her mental health. So to delay puberty, she stopped eating. She ended up in hospital, arriving at hospital in an ambulance so weak that she had to be treated in the ambulance. So I welcome that this trial will look at some of the side effects of puberty blockers, but alongside that we'll also consider the impact of not taking puberty blockers in some cases. And can you also update us on how we will be kept up to date on this trial as it progresses?
I can certainly promise my honourable friend we will keep the House regularly updated. I must also say to him, it is those risks that he's described that have weighed heavily on my conscience when putting in place a permanent ban on puberty blockers. And I've understood the risk involved and the vulnerability of this particular group of children and young people. I also meant to say, in response to my honourable friend who asked the question previously, I would say that the parents of trans young people love their children very much, and that has been at the heart of so many of the representations that I've received from parents as well as young people.
Final question, Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At its publication, the party opposite welcomed the Cass Review, including the clear recommendation for this trial. 8 years ago, the then leader of the Conservative Party supported self-ID and declared trans women are women. Now we have dog whistle statements like, if we leave these children alone, many will get over it, which the Shadow Minister said just yesterday in Westminster Hall. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that a rigorous clinical trial is the only way that we will get the impartial evidence that he needs to make informed decisions on gender-affirming care for trans young people.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend that we need a strong evidence base, that we need to conduct these conversations with great care, consideration and compassion, that we need to recognise the vulnerability of this particular group of children and young people and the fear that so many trans people in our country feel about whether this is a country that accepts and respects them. The political climate has changed since we made all the progress we've made on LGBT equality over the last 20 and 30 years. But do I think the character of this country has changed? Do I think we are less inclusive, less respectful, less loving or less caring? Absolutely not. Those are the hallmarks of this country and the British people. We might be having a debate about the efficacy of this trial, but I think the overwhelming majority of people in this House do so in that spirit of wanting trans people to live healthy, happy lives where they feel safe, included and respected in our country.
That is the end of the urgent question. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we prepare for the first statement. Statement on UK-EU Common Understanding negotiations, and I call the Minister Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to make a statement on the Government's strategic partnership with the EU. The Government was elected with a manifesto commitment to reset relations with our European partners, to tear down unnecessary barriers to trade and to cut costs and red tape for British producers and retailers, to increase national security through strong borders and greater cooperation with our closest allies, and indeed to support jobs here in the UK and opportunities abroad. And in May this year, this government agreed a new strategic partnership with the EU that the Prime Minister announced at the historic UK-EU summit, the first of its kind. It's a landmark deal that is good for bills, good for our borders and good for jobs. And we took this decision, exercising our sovereignty, to strike a deal in the national interest. We had to fix a bad deal passed on to us by the previous government, the first trade deal in history that made it harder to trade. And just as we have done with the US and India, this Labour government is striking deals to bring down bills for British people and open new opportunities for British businesses. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, since the summit, I've led negotiations with the European Commission to implement the commitments we made. So I'm therefore pleased to inform the House that earlier today, the UK and the European Commission concluded negotiations for the UK's association to Erasmus Plus from 2027. And it will open up world-class opportunities for students, teachers, youth workers, sports sector professionals and communities of all ages in our education, training, sport and youth sectors, both for the professionals that work in those sectors and crucially for our young people too. And for students, this means more chances to study, to train, to work, to volunteer abroad, gaining language skills and experience that makes them attractive to employers. For our teachers, youth workers and those who work in the sports sector, it means greater opportunities for professional development. And for our schools, colleges, universities and providers, it means access to networks and partnerships that will drive quality, encourage research links and enhance the reputation of the UK's world-leading education system. And indeed, I was meeting with students at the New City College in Hackney this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, to see the range of benefits they're going to be, including also playing basketball. Now, as part of Erasmus Plus, participants can travel to any European Union member state and indeed several countries outside the European Union as well. It will go further than schemes that have come before it, offering a broader scope of activity and a specific focus on unlocking opportunities for all. This is an investment in opportunity for young people from all backgrounds, our workforce and our future, and it will open doors for tens of thousands more young people across the UK, renewing our ties with Europe and beyond. This Labour government has always been clear that we want young people no matter what their background or where they live in this country, to have access to the best opportunities in life. It's what we've consistently delivered, and is what we are delivering with this announcement today. And we're pleased that the EU has agreed financial terms that represent a fair balance between the UK's contribution and the benefits this programme offers. The 30% discount in 2027 compared to the default terms in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement is what has paved the way for UK participation in the programme. And we have also agreed, Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be a review of the UK's participation in the programme 10 months after our association, so we can look at the actual data concerning the demand for funding in the UK. And going forward, any continued participation in Erasmus Plus under the next multi-annual financial framework will be informed by that data and our experience of association in 2027. We've always said, Madam Deputy Speaker, we won't sign deals unless they're in the national interest, and in this case, I'm happy to say the agreement passed that test. The Government will now work to maximise take-up across all sectors so the benefits of Erasmus Plus association can be fully realised. We'll work closely with institutions and our young people to support this, particularly amongst disadvantaged groups. And a UK national agency will be appointed to administer the programme in due course. In addition, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the UK and the European Commission have also concluded exploratory talks on the UK's participation in the EU's internal electricity market. And the details of this will be set out in an exchange of letters that will be published next week between Commissioner Maros Šefčovič and myself. Closer cooperation on electricity will bring real benefits to businesses and consumers across Europe. It will drive down energy costs and protect consumers against volatile fossil fuel markets. It will drive up investment in the North Sea and strengthen energy security. The UK and the EU will now proceed swiftly with negotiations on a UK-EU electricity agreement. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not all. I welcome the clarification from the European Commission today that in practice there should be no carbon border adjustment mechanism costs levied on UK electricity exports, a welcome development that reflects our extensive use of renewables. Negotiations to link our carbon markets are also underway. This will cut costs, it will make it cheaper for UK companies to move to greener energy, and once agreed, it will save UK goods exports from EU CBAM charges on $7 billion worth of UK exports. Negotiations on the food and drink agreement are also underway, which will enable food and agricultural businesses to trade more cheaply and easily by slashing red tape and costly paperwork introduced by the last government. Whether it's the £200 businesses currently face for export health certificates on every single shipment, or small businesses choosing not to trade with the EU altogether. And the new agreement that we have will put this right, boosting our exports, cutting costs for importers and bringing down prices on supermarket shelves. The UK and the EU are committed to implementing the commitments of the May 2025 summit in a timely manner. We are working swiftly to conclude negotiations on that food and drink deal and linking our carbon markets, I can tell the House, by the time of the next UK-EU summit in 2026. So across all these areas, the UK is clear, of course, there will be no return to the single market, customs union or freedom of movement. We will agree deals that are in our national interest. This government is exercising our sovereignty to deliver for the British people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to building this new strategic partnership with the European Union. Indeed, I spoke with my counterpart in the Commission, Maros Šefčovič, last week, where we underlined our shared commitment to implementing the common understanding the Prime Minister and the Commission President agreed at the UK-EU summit in May. Whether it is through boosting opportunities for young people and educators across the country, or cutting energy bills, or a food and drink deal that slashes red tape and cuts costs, I will always negotiate in the interests of this country and our people. And I will continue, Madam Deputy Speaker, to lead negotiations with the Commission. I look forward to the next annual UK-EU summit where this government will continue to build that new strategic partnership. It is what a grown-up, pragmatic relationship looks like. We work together under shared aims for mutually beneficial solutions to our shared problems. That is the approach this government is taking. That is the approach that is delivering results, and I commend this statement to the House.
Call the Shadow Minister, Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We on this side of the House recognise the importance of giving young people educational opportunities, but it is vital that the government benches clearly don't recognise the need for schemes to offer genuine value for money. Now, the UK already had the opportunity to remain a member of Erasmus, but it was precisely because the last government recognised that that scheme did not offer value for money to the taxpayer that we chose not to. And that is why the previous government created the Turing scheme instead. A global programme for young people in the UK that did not require a one-sided blank cheque to be handed over to Brussels. Now, the Turing scheme delivered 43,000 placements around the world last year, 23,000 of them to learners from disadvantaged backgrounds at a cost of just over £100 million. So can the Minister confirm that this statement does not in any way undermine the future of the Turing scheme, that that scheme is guaranteed, or are those opportunities being sacrificed for the smaller number of opportunities available under Erasmus+? Now, the Minister has confirmed that the UK is to pay £570 million as the cost of rejoining Erasmus+. We understand that is being paid for from existing budgets. So can the Minister tell us where is that money coming from? Or is this £570 million being added to the £6 billion send black hole that the OBR identified in the education budget? And does the Minister expect more than the 10,000 students a year from the UK who previously took part in Erasmus Plus to take part in the new scheme, or are we paying £570 million for essentially 10,000 placements a year? Now, the Minister spoke about a fair contribution being a 30% discount. Of course, it's only a matter of weeks since the government was briefing that a fair contribution would be a 50% discount. So it's clearly failed in those negotiations. But can the Minister assure us that whilst he says he's got this discount in the first year, that a discount will be available in subsequent years? And if that hasn't yet, those assurances haven't yet been received, is he prepared to walk away if the EU does not offer us a similar deal in future years? So the opposition has set out clear tests to ensure the government does not roll back on Brexit, including no backsliding on free movement. So can the Minister outline what protections will be put in place to ensure that rejoining Erasmus does not simply mean a return to free movement by the back door for young people? This is particularly important given his complete failure, when asked multiple times, to set out what size of cap he thinks would be appropriate for youth mobility. Now, rejoining Erasmus is just the latest attempt by the government to undo Brexit by stealth. And this fact became, Madam Deputy Speaker, this fact became clear from the very outset of these negotiations, when the government agreed to surrender UK fishing rights for 12 years to the EU, under the pretence that this would, and I quote, pave the way for the UK defence industry to participate in the EU's proposed new defence fund. Yes, 6 months later, this deal has collapsed after the EU's extortionate demands for billions of pounds to join the fund, with no guarantee of any return on the investment in the form of procurement. So can the Minister explain to our hard-working fishing industry why they won't be getting their fish back even after this deal has fallen through? Madam Deputy Speaker, the British people made clear their decision to take back control in 2016, but despite the government's protestations, their approach shows an increasing disregard for this democratic decision.
Thomas Simmons.
If I get this right, I chose I chose not to sign up to participation in Safe. It didn't represent value for money, and they're criticising me for that. They're now criticising me for signing up to something that is value for money. So let me just tell him about fish. I'll tell you what's a big advantage to our fishing sector that exports 70% of their catch to the EU, the food and drink agreement that I am going to secure by the time of the next UK-EU summit. That is what will benefit our fishers. And as for his point about the Turing scheme, I should just say from the dispatch box, first of all, that any person in this academic year currently on the Turing scheme will continue to be funded. I think it's important that I say that. But I have to tell him, I mean, the honourable gentleman's numbers are absolutely all over the place. And the Erasmus Plus, first of all, the Erasmus Plus scheme has changed significantly since the version that his government walked away from. But not only that, come off it. Do you think seriously that that lot could have secured a 30% discount at all? Absolutely not. So, the last year of the Turing scheme, the one figure the honourable gentleman did get right was that it was 43,200 people. Erasmus is a far bigger scheme. We will be looking for tens of thousands, 100,000 plus young people and others having opportunities from Erasmus. But let me just tell him this as well. It is a lot broader in terms of the opportunities than the Turing scheme. Because the Turing scheme is about colleges, it's about schools, universities. Erasmus Plus has wider opportunities around youth work, around sports, around staff being able to have professional exchanges as well. And let me just say, before they start talking about the fact that Turing is all around the world, the fact is that the grant-making bodies for Erasmus Plus in the UK can still allocate 20% of the funding if they want to, if people want to go to other parts of the world as well. So what this is doing is vastly increasing the opportunities, not just for young people, but for adult learners as well. And frankly, if the Conservative position is now to oppose a massive expansion in opportunities for young people, I will welcome that debate at the next election.
Rosie Writing. Madam Deputy Speaker, young people have lost so much. The pandemic kept them in their homes when they should have been in the classroom. Years of austerity under the Tories saw cuts to the services they rely on, and a bad Brexit deal stopped the invaluable chance to study abroad in Europe. Rejoining Erasmus opens up real opportunities for young people to study, train and gain experience abroad. So can the Minister talk more about how this experience can help young people grow in confidence and get them work ready?
Absolutely. My honourable friend is quite right about the wonderful opportunities this presents, not just around self-confidence, but young people I was talking to only this morning at an FE college about how going overseas had helped them to grow as people. But don't just take my word for it. The Association of Colleges says this is brilliant news for further education colleges. Universities UK, fantastic news for the UK. The Russell Group universities, we are delighted, they say, about this reassociation. But who is opposed to this? The Conservative Party.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Dr Al Pinkerton.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement? We welcome his announcement today. As a recovering academic, which is a distinction I think I share with the Minister, I have witnessed firsthand the impact that the exiting the Erasmus scheme had on university student intake. Welcoming students from across the EU into our education institutions and giving our own students the opportunities to study abroad undeniably has strengthened our education system. So after years of campaigning, the Liberal Democrats welcome the news that the UK is finally set to rejoin the Erasmus scheme from 2027. However, and I'm sure the honourable gentleman expected there to be a however, whilst this represents an important first step towards rebuilding a closer relationship with Europe, I urge the Minister to go further and faster. So beyond this fixed-term experience of Erasmus+, will the Government commit to a proper youth mobility scheme for the benefit of the next generation? So can the Minister update the House on what progress has been made in those negotiations? Secondly, can he state how confident that he is that a food, drink and SPS agreement will be agreed by 2026? And how long thereafter will it take to fully implement that scheme? Agri-food and horticultural businesses cannot afford any further delays. And then finally, on the subject of unnecessary barriers to trade, which is where he started his statement, will his department commit at the very least to conducting a transparent assessment of the potential economic growth benefits of a UK-EU customs deal of the kind that this House voted for last week?
Thank you. So on the issue of the youth experience scheme, which I see being in the context of the 13 youth mobility schemes that already exist, many of which signed by the previous government, though they seem to have collective amnesia these days about it. That, together with the linking of our emissions trading systems and the food and drink agreement, we're aiming to conclude negotiations by the next summit. Now, he asked me the direct question about the implementation of the food and drink agreement. I want to see it implemented by the first half of 2027. That will mean a piece of legislation in Parliament in 2026 and getting it through Parliament. I hope, whatever our views may be, that we will have support in doing that as quickly as possible in 2027. Then I want to say more broadly as well about Erasmus Plus just for a moment. Indeed, it applies to the Youth Experience Scheme as well. I want both of them to be open to people of all backgrounds across the United Kingdom. And Erasmus Plus, of course, people often talk about it as a university exchange program, and of course that is a vital part of it, but it isn't just a university exchange programme. It is accessible across the country. I've been looking, for example, at the Welsh Government's Tithe programme, which has done an extremely good job with regard to accessibility, and I think where there are lessons to be learned from that, we will absolutely do it. Where, of course, the Honourable Gentleman and I disagree is on the issue of the customs union, because the government has only in recent days signed an additional free trade agreement with South Korea. We have the economic deal with the United States, the free trade deal with India. All those things would have to be torn up if we went on the path suggested.
Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I warmly welcome the announcement that the UK will rejoin Erasmus+. I had the opportunity to live and work in Europe as a young person aged 18, and it is an experience that has continued to benefit me throughout my life. And can I particularly welcome the extension of the scheme beyond study and the government's desire to extend that opportunity to young people from all backgrounds. It is one of the very many detriments of Brexit that young people were denied that opportunity to live and work and study through the Erasmus scheme. In announcing this very welcome development today, can the Minister confirm that he will now also be turning his attention to some of the other detriments that continue to be experienced, particularly by small and medium-sized businesses in my constituency, as a consequence of being unable now to trade in Europe because of barriers resulting from Brexit? And can he confirm work is ongoing in this area and that all options that are in the national interest will remain on the table?
My old friend is quite right, and on the first point, there will be now tens of thousands more people, many of them young people, who are going to benefit from the accession to Erasmus+. From what the Shadow Minister is saying, I think seriously they are going to go into the next election opposing people having these additional opportunities. To her second point around reducing trade barriers, 16,000 businesses since Brexit have stopped trading with the EU altogether, and she can be assured that on the food and drink agreement, the work is ongoing to seek to complete those negotiations by the next summit.
Select Committee Chair Simon Hall.
Well, with his white shirt and red tie, the Minister is doing a very good impression of an early visit from Santa. The announcements that he has made this afternoon are, I think, to be warmly welcomed. And he is to be personally congratulated for the good faith and the patience which he has shown with his, in his conversations with Mara Sekovich and others paying dividends. Would he agree with me that those of us on this side of the House who last week voted against the idiotic proposal from the Liberal Democrats for a customs union have been proved right and them wrong, because the evolution of the relationship within the guardrails of the existing arrangement are the way to go, preserving those new free trade deals and seeing them extend, whilst encouraging businesses to trade with Europe?
Absolutely, and is always the case with the honourable gentleman. He makes sensible, well-informed contributions to this House. I'm very grateful for his kind words and his personal congratulation, which is deeply appreciated. And he is entirely right. There is a set of guardrails that are this government's democratic mandate, not to rejoin the single market customs union or go back to freedom of movement. We are exercising that independent trade policy, and we've seen that in recent days with the deal with South Korea. And within that framework, the announcement today shows that the negotiations are progressing and delivering tangible results for the British people.
We have less than 45 minutes for this statement, so questions must be short. Uma Kamaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his announcement on Erasmus Plus today? This hugely welcome news in Stratford and Bow for students and my youngest constituents. Before I came to this place, I worked with the Mayor of London calling for an Erasmus scheme. And as a member of the UK-EU Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, we've constantly called for this alongside our European partners. So that students can have the same chances for opportunity that we had, so that they don't suffer the consequences of a Brexit they had no say in. Can the Minister outline the next steps of the UK's participation in this?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I should say thank you as well for the work that she does in the Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, and indeed broadly the work that is done by that group. Clearly, there now needs to be an appointment of a national agency. I'm sure the House will appreciate that's a commercially sensitive matter, but I certainly hope to be doing that very, very soon to make sure that we have all that we need in place to support those who would like to participate from 2027. There will be great opportunities available. I look forward to doing all I can as a Minister to support people into them.
Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister's statement didn't seem to say what the contribution to the EU will be. Media reports suggest £570 million, so that it can open borders to have youth workers and others come to the UK at a time of rising unemployment. Could he just confirm what is the amount that will be paid, and that will be more than will be raised from the family farm tax, which the budget said even at the end of this Parliament would only raise up to £500 million a year?
So you would expect the price to be £810 million. With the discount, it is £570 million. However, the honourable gentleman is completely misunderstanding because, of course, substantial amounts of that money come back in the form of grants to our own people who are applying to be on the scheme. But what I've also done, to his point about value for money, is I've also made sure that this argument around a fair balance is embedded. That is the basis we will continue on. But there will be, after 10 months, a review of this on exactly this point to look at that balance between contribution and participation. But if he wants to do something useful in terms of the balance, he could do a lot of work encouraging his own constituents to participate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for this statement. As a proud Erasmus graduate, and as the first in my family to go to university, and as a carer for my late mother, I didn't study abroad. I stayed at home and commuted to university, so Erasmus was the first time I was able to experience that. And I think back to now, many years on, I still have connections and friendships formed from that scheme, and now to know that the young people in my constituency will be able to benefit from that is so, so vital. Can the Minister just outline a bit more in terms of the time frame so that we can make sure that this is rolled out not just to those young people in university, but to those apprentices, to those youth workers, to those studying, to make sure they get their life skills and experiences that are so rich and that will stay with them for life?
Minister.
Yeah, my honourable friend speaks very powerfully about the transformative experience that she had, and my aim today is to have, in years to come, others who can speak similarly of the transformative experience that she has had. With regard to moving forward, as I say, firstly, it will be about the appointment of that national agency, but it is then about really important work next year, getting the application process up and running, but making sure that people have that information and are supported to be able to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities that will be coming in 2027.
Lena Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah! It feels like some common sense is finally re-entering this debate, and I warmly welcome this, and so do my constituents in Oxford, West and Abingdon, who I remember wrote to me at the time, many of whom literally in tears, because they were worried that they wouldn't be able to participate, and in fact they couldn't. But I do hear what others are saying, trying to poo-poo how much this is worth. It's not just about the money, but there is money to be recouped here too. There will have been an impact assessment. How much is this worth to the UK economy now and going forwards?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I can't better the first word that she used as part of that contribution. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we move forward, we will be making the kind of assessments that the Honourable Lady is talking about. And she's absolutely right to say this will make a significant contribution to our workforce and indeed to our economy. But I will also say as well, because we hear the chuntering from opposite, it isn't only about money. This is also about the way in which young people's lives, and indeed adult learners' lives as well, are going to be enriched in so many ways. This is something we should celebrate across the House.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, on doing what I think many of us have felt has been needed in this relationship between the European and the UK, which is what therapists call active listening. And actually listening to our neighbours and what they are interested in and where we can do a deal, and recognising in a relationship that those who keep making random demands, whether it is about a customs union or rejoin or fish, fail to recognise the importance of communication to negotiation. I note that the original wreckers of this relationship have not turned up today to explain to Britain's young people who bore the consequences of their bad behaviour on their future why they felt that was necessary. But he will also know there are many more people in this country and in our constituencies now looking at the work he's doing to repair this relationship and seeking some Christmas cheer. So for all those businesses still facing the piles of paperwork and mountains of red tape, can you play Santa a little bit more and tell us about what 2026 might bring in resetting this relationship and getting Britain back on track with its neighbours?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I pay warm tribute to the campaigning work that she does on this issue. And in 2026, at that next UK-EU summit, as is agreed, what we will be seeking to do is to complete the negotiations on a food and drink agreement, which would mean less red tape, less cost for businesses, the linkage of our emissions trading system so that we don't have our businesses levied with carbon taxes, and also completing the negotiations on the youth experience scheme to have even more opportunities for our young people. That will be a positive 2026.
Julie Lewis.
May I thank the Minister for the work he did in another capacity on behalf of the victims and the relatives of the victims of the infected blood scandal. He did a very good job, and he reached out to us in a much appreciated non-partisan way. Now, this statement's entitled EU-UK Common Understanding Negotiations. Is it his understanding, as the Minister for EU Relations, that the people with whom he's having dealings are still bent on the creation of a federal United States of Europe? And do I detect some chuntering on the opposite benches to suggest that some people in this House might want to be a part of that?
Minister.
Well, on the second part, I think he's best directing that question to the Commission. But could I just, in relation to the first part of his question, I always, and he knows this, have worked cross-party on infected blood, and I will continue to do so. I think that's very, very important. But also just to say, in relation to working with our European friends and neighbours, whether it is the work the Prime Minister is doing, leading the coalition of the willing, or the work we are even doing, the painstaking work we are doing in recent days on Russian assets, that close relationship, that UK-EU strategic partnership is crucial for our nation's security.
Helena Dollymore.
I really welcome the return of Erasmus, and with it the opportunity for young people in Hastings and Rye to study and train in Europe again. As a coastal town, we also want to see the return of our closest link with our European neighbours, bringing back international trains to Ashford International, which this Labour government is supporting. I hear many South East colleagues echoing those calls. So could the Minister, in his discussions with European colleagues, encourage those discussions with Eurostar and urge Virgin Trains, who will be soon running trains on that line, and Sir Richard Branson to stop at Ashford International?
Minister, that was a wide.
I think my honourable friend did manage to create some cross-party consensus then, which is pleasing to see. But look, she makes a very powerful case. I certainly, whether it is with regard to the particular issue around Ashford that she raises, but many other issues of transport as well, my door is always open to these issues, and I'd very much welcome her making those representations formally to me as well.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's almost 30 years, I'm afraid to say, since I made the transformative journey from Dundee to Antwerp for my Erasmus experience. Can I thank the Minister because there is some progress in this? Can I ask him a couple of practical questions? One is, obviously there's a different higher education system in Scotland. Scottish universities are very involved in this. How would the financial mechanisms work? Has he worked that out with the Scottish Government and other devolved administrations? And secondly, I want to see all young people have the opportunities that he and I enjoyed. When will we see a return to freedom of movement for our young people entirely?
Minister.
Well, I disappoint you on the last bit because we won't be going back to freedom of movement. But in terms of the question he raised, I was talking to the Scottish Government only first thing this morning, and that same issue was raised. And obviously it doesn't affect the home fees position. And by the way, that is distinct in England, Scotland, and indeed in Wales. So in the university context that he's talking about, some would have their home fees position, but then in a particular year they could, for example, take a gap year and take advantage, hopefully, of the Erasmus Plus opportunity. I'm pleased to hear that Erasmus Plus was transformative for the honourable gentleman in Antwerp, and I hope we will have many more people soon who can say the same.
Anna Zeichner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for his diligent and detailed work on this. It really is proper grown-up politics, as he said. The return of Erasmus will be widely welcomed in Cambridge, where it's helped many young people in the past and will help an even wider group in the future. But could I just press him on the point about the SPS agreement? I think he confirmed we'll see the back of the wretched export health certificates in 2017. If so, that's a fantastic change. Is that correct?
Minister.
Yes, indeed, and there are fees on businesses today, £200 per consignment on export health certificates, £1,400 if you're selected for sampling, £61 identity checks, all of which can be swept away when the SPS agreement is implemented. And as I indicated in relation to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, the objective is to implement it in the first half of 2027.
The intentions behind the Erasmus scheme are unobjectionable, but 570 million is an awful lot of money. So I'm very pleased that there will be a review after 10 months. Will that review include an assessment of the scheme against what happened in the past, which essentially was to provide a benefit for predominantly middle-class humanities university students? And will he ensure that the opportunity cost to further education, which is tasked with upskilling our young people from a different demographic, are adequately taken into account?
Minister.
Well, first of all, in relation to the further education, and by the way, I do agree with the point that this has to be open to people from all backgrounds. And I do think the Erasmus Plus scheme of today is very different even to how it was 10 years ago. But to give him some reassurance, the Chief Executive of the Association of Colleges that represents our FE sector called this today, and I quote, "brilliant news for staff and students of all ages in further education colleges." I hope that gives him the reassurance that it isn't simply about universities, hugely important though our university sector is. And secondly, to his point about the review is absolutely data-led. We've had this debate before about participation versus contribution. I've always said there has to be a fair balance. That's why I've negotiated the discount in the way that I have. But what that review will do is allow us to move forward on the basis of solid data and numbers of participants, and data-led decision-making is what I'm always in favour of.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the UK EU PPA, can I firstly welcome today's statement and also commend my honourable friend for the stellar job that he is doing, showing that this Labour government is making very, very good progress on rebuilding our relationships with the EU. Rejoining Erasmus Plus is a big win for young people in Battersea and across the country, creating opportunities to study, to train, to develop new skills, achieve success, and more importantly, thrive. So can the Minister just outline just a bit more about how young people will be able to access the Erasmus Plus scheme?
Briefly outline, Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the work that she does co-chairing the PPA. In 2026, it's critical that we have both the national agency, but also then the simplest process that we possibly can have for people to be able to access a very wide range of benefits. I hope that's short enough, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Carmichael.
Speaker, it's great to see the Paymaster General at the dispatch box as always. It would be even better if we could see him at the EFRA Select Committee, who are taking a close interest in the Food and Drink Agreement. Can I remind him that Boris Johnson got it badly wrong with the Trade and Cooperation Agreement because he allowed the political imperative of getting a deal to trump the detail of that deal, and that was because he didn't listen to the fishermen, the farmers and the other food producers. Will he keep them close as he negotiates it, and will he come to talk to the Select Committee? We really won't bite him, I promise.
Minister.
I'll hold him to that promise, Madam Deputy Speaker. But in relation to working with the sectors, he's absolutely right. And as we move forward, firstly to complete the negotiations for detailed legal text on the SPS agreement, but also as we move into the implementation phase, everyone understands we are reducing barriers, we are cutting red tape, we are making trade easier, but absolutely we have to work with whether it's our fishers, our farmers, but all the agri-food sector as well to make that as smooth as possible.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The return to UK's involvement in Erasmus is hugely welcome, not only for my constituents who are at university, but also those working or learning in schools, FE colleges and working in the sports and youth sectors. So could my right honourable friend please outline what steps the government is going to be taking, particularly to those based in those sectors not previously involved, so that they can expect to and plan for involvement in Erasmus from 2027?
No, my honourable friend raises a really important point. And, for example, this morning, the first place I wanted to visit was a further education college, the New City College in Hackney. So I'm really keen that the FE sector gets the full benefit, but she's absolutely right. Proactively reaching out, whether it's the youth sector, whether it's in terms of adult learners, whether it's in terms of staff and professional training, that's going to be really important because people can then understand the opportunities that are there if they want to take advantage of them.
I only have 20 minutes remaining, so colleagues must keep their questions short and the answers just as short. Dame Harriet Bolwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Minister just spell out for the House's benefit how much taxpayers' money he's signed up to spending next year and then for every year in this Parliament? And in terms of value for money, where Parliament can read about the value for money, and what line item of the budget this money has come out of?
Minister.
1 year, £570 million, which is a 30% discount, better than the party opposite ever achieved. 10 months in, you'll have a full review of both participation and contribution. And I say gently to the honourable lady, if she is going to go into the next election saying that young people in her constituency who benefit from Erasmus Plus should no longer do so, I'd welcome that debate.
Grace.
Deputy Speaker, as a member of the EU-UK PPA, I absolutely welcome the statement today, but particularly that we will be rejoining the Erasmus Plus scheme to the benefit of young people in Exeter we should never have left. This is the next step in rebuilding relations with our closest neighbours after such a catastrophic period under the previous government. And does the Minister agree with me that it's only through cooperation with our closest European neighbours and partners and not isolation that we get the cultural, social and economic growth that this country really needs?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There are mutual benefits, mutual objectives, and I'm afraid to say in modern-day Europe, mutual threats that are faced by the UK and the EU. That closer cooperation to deliver results is absolutely crucial.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This deal will not give back the futures that were stolen from so many young people by Boris Johnson's government, but it does offer those futures to people going forward. It is good work. That said, small, medium and large businesses in Tewkesbury and the economy at large need the government to stop fumbling around the edges. It is time for the Minister to speak to the government and get us a customs union with the European Union. Is it not?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is time to deliver concrete results, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I saw a good joke earlier which said, it was one-liner, Lib Dem campaigning works. I don't think so. It's this Labour government that has delivered the change today. University of Nottingham staff in my constituency face considerable pressure due to ongoing restructuring. I wonder what the Minister would say today to those staff under intense pressure about what this offers at an organisational level for our universities.
Yeah, I mean, my honourable friend raises a really important point, and I think that this is clearly good news and a good deal for our universities sector. I think that is why both Universities UK and the Russell Group have come out supporting this in such glowing terms today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Forgive me for not being full of Christmas cheer, because whilst people are welcoming this announcement, businesses in Northern Ireland are being disadvantaged, rising costs, significant trade barriers because of the Windsor Framework, delivery not available, are regular for online shoppers in Northern Ireland. The immediate cliff edge of veterinary medicines, ICS2 and type approval for cars. When will this government stand up for Northern Ireland's place within the Union and sort out the trade barriers of this internal market?
Thank you. And I spoke to both the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland only this morning to discuss in particular the arrangements around Erasmus Plus and indeed the other announcements I've made on electricity as well. But I say to the Honourable Lady, I'm responsible as well for the Windsor Framework. I can assure her that it is a top priority for me. It is a top priority as well for the Prime Minister, who has a particular personal interest in Northern Ireland, having been the Human Rights Advisor to the Policing Board. And with regard to barriers to trade that she's referring to on the Irish Sea, it is precisely the result of pushing forward and getting the SPS deal implemented quickly that will allow us to lower those barriers on the Irish Sea, which is what I'm determined to do.
Annalise Dodds, after which I will come to Steve Darling.
Thank you. I also welcome progress on Erasmus, but can I ask about progress on another commitment from the May Summit, that to advance cooperation on foreign information manipulation and interference, and to work together to fight violent extremism, including in its online dimension. The UK and the EU do indeed face threats including threats to our digital sovereignty from the same powerful people, so surely we need to urgently work together.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, whether it's in terms of information or indeed hybrid warfare. I've visited whether it's Estonia in opposition, but other parts of Eastern Europe as well, and I see what is happening on this every day. She's absolutely right in terms of the importance of partnership between the UK and the EU on this. It's in our national interest.
Thank you. And it is brilliant news for our young people today around the reinstatement of the Erasmus scheme. I would like to highlight to the Minister that I've heard from language schools in Torbay, particularly International House Torquay, who've taken advantage of a group travel scheme for German students to be able to just use their ID cards to learn languages in England. What opportunities do you see of rolling out a similar scheme for Swiss, Italian and Spanish students?
Minister.
I can update the honourable gentleman. Indeed, I will write to him on the 3 specific countries that he's mentioned. But I will also say the announcement that I've made today on Erasmus Plus clearly opens up now even more opportunities for schools, which I'm sure will be widely welcomed.
Christmas jumper Phil Brickle.
And as a former Erasmus student myself, can I congratulate the Paymaster General on the steely resolve, the pragmatism and the significant progress he has been able to achieve. Only a few weeks ago, 2 fellow Erasmus students from the UK who I studied with in Germany were in this place. I was with them for the first time in 13 years, and they've messaged me today to congratulate the government. Does he agree with me that the most important thing is to deliver on the concrete commitments agreed with our EU partners on the May summit, as opposed to heeding the siren calls from the Lib Dem members opposite about a supposedly bespoke customs union?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I thank him for his kind words, indeed his two friends and former Erasmus friends and colleagues. And also, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulate him on the Christmas jumper.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
That I welcome the Erasmus Plus agreement, as closer ties with Europe are good news for the futures of thousands upon thousands of young people. Since 2022, the TITHE programme in Wales has offered life-changing opportunities for people to study abroad after Brexit slammed so many doors shut. Given its implications for TITHE, how will Wales's priorities be reflected in the administration of Erasmus Plus?
Good question.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, a Welsh MP did negotiate the new agreement, so hopefully that is a good start. But nonetheless, she's absolutely right to praise the Welsh Labour Government's work on the TITHE programme. It's great to see her praising the work of the Welsh Labour Government. I went in November, actually, to speak to civic society groups and those who are involved in that TITHE outreach. And what I discovered was that the work in particular they've done in terms of involving students and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds has frankly been exemplary, and it's work I am looking at in terms of access to Erasmus Plus now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's focus on jobs, bills and borders as part of a pragmatic and balanced reset of our relationship with the European Union. I've already heard from constituents like Robert in Boscombe, who is welcoming the fact that the UK will be rejoining Erasmus. When a government invests in our children, our country starts to care about our future again. So can I ask the Minister to update the House on progress towards a youth mobility scheme, and also what role he sees English language schools playing in our future economy as we bring European students to Bournemouth?
Minister.
It's always good to hear from him and indeed from Robert. As I indicated, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will look to have agreed the Youth Experience Scheme by the time of the next UK-EU Summit, and he can be assured what a priority that is for the Government.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, mandatory method of production labelling on animal-derived products could improve animal welfare, increase UK farmer profits by over £46 million annually. But we must make sure the UK-EU SPF agreement is aligned on standards and quality, so British farmers in Glastonbury and Somerton across the country are not undercut by lower welfare imports. So can the Minister outline what progress has been made on negotiating a comprehensive SPS agreement?
So SPS negotiations are underway. We want to complete them by the time of the next summit. And on the specific issues she raised, I'd be grateful if she could write to me so I can address it in detail.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do refer members to my register of interest. And I thank the Minister for his statement, although I'm trying hard to visualise him playing basketball at Hackney College this morning. Perhaps photographs are available to confirm this actually happened. Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. So 73% of university-aged young people voted against Brexit. They voted to remain in the EU. So Erasmus always felt like a spiteful act. So I'm really pleased we were able to correct that injustice today. I worked in the university sector for almost 30 years before I was elected here, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hard to believe, I know. So I understand the benefits of Erasmus. But I do agree with the Minister that it wasn't a completely democratic process, and it was more middle-class students who tended to take part. So how will ensure that changes? Will there be monitoring? Will they consider targets?
A tip for other questioners. The question does not require a preamble. Minister.
I mean, I may have been putting it a bit high when I said playing basketball, but I did contribute in my own way, Madam Deputy Speaker. But with regard to his second point, obviously the Erasmus Plus programme has changed so that there's this wider range of activities available, as I've said, from youth work, adult education, sports. But also the way in which Erasmus support is provided means there is additional support when you're from a disadvantaged background. So of course he's right in terms of monitoring it, but my priority as well is making sure that we're driving that participation in the first place, which is the priority of the next few months.
Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for what is a clear Lib Dem win. I just want to repeat the question from my front bench colleague regarding the need for a transparent assessment of the potential economic growth benefits of a customs deal, because in 3 years we will all be seeking a new mandate, and at that point, if we can really understand the potential economic benefits, then our residents and our citizens can make an informed decision. So can I please encourage him to give second thought to that study?
I've got a bit of bad news for him, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a Labour win, I'm afraid. But to his second point, I mean, if he wants to discuss the customs union, a good start might be the workers at Jaguar Land Rover.
Chris Wentz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the statement from my right honourable friend today. As he will be aware, my constituency of Harlow has a lower than average number of young people that go to university, something I would like to see addressed. However, can he talk to me through the benefits of the Erasmus Plus stream for those young people in my constituency of Harlow who don't necessarily go to university education?
No, he's absolutely right. And to go back to this morning, I'd have in my mind someone who wants to do some basketball coaching, for example, which is what I was talking about this morning. Perhaps an engineer on an apprenticeship who has chosen not to go to university but might well want, nonetheless, to go to a placement abroad. So they are just some examples of what I think are the wide range of benefits I hope his constituents in Harlow will be able to benefit from.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Erasmus agreement that the Minister has announced, a Christmas present for young people. Turning to the SPS agreement that he is currently negotiating, I hope those negotiations will be just as successful because it is undoubtedly in the best interests of this country. So can the Minister confirm to me and to some very invested constituents of mine that bivalve molluscs or mussels will be included in the SPS agreement that he is currently negotiating?
Yes or no?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, the SPS agreement is a great priority. I'm fully aware of the issue around bivalve molluscs. Indeed, shellfish from what I believe are Class B waters from my memory. And certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm willing to speak directly to the Right Honourable Lady about the bivalve molluscs, and maybe she can write to me about it. But I can tell her this, the SPS agreement will mean products like British bangers and others that we currently can't export to the EU, we will be able to do so again.
Richard Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would my right honourable friend expect the new agency with responsibility for Erasmus Plus to work with the excellent Erasmus Plus Student Network UK to promote these brilliant opportunities for our young people, including in higher and further education institutions in Scotland?
I'd certainly expect to see that collaborative approach, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents in East and Walton will be delighted that the government is returning the UK to Erasmus+. One of my constituents wrote to me this morning, it's a win for those of us who think that international learning should be open to all, not just the children of the rich who can afford international fees. But she said, it is too late for me. I was 11 when Brexit happened and I'm now 21 in my last year of university. So will the government undo the wrongs done to kids like her by the last Conservative government, go further and faster and commit to a youth mobility scheme?
Well, the government is already committed to a youth experience scheme by the time of the next UK-EU summit. And whether it's through Erasmus Plus today or indeed the youth experience scheme, this government is delivering concrete benefits and opportunities for young people.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, whatever your view on Brexit, leaving the Erasmus scheme was unambiguously an act of self-harm, denying opportunities for thousands of young people across the country to study and learn abroad. So can I congratulate the Minister on re-securing those benefits, but they cannot just be the preserve of a narrow few. How can we make sure a far wider group of young people in my constituency are able to benefit from this new scheme?
My honourable friend is absolutely right about spreading those opportunities to people of all backgrounds. And of course, I will drive forward work as a minister. But I say to colleagues across the House, actually, speaking in favour of this scheme, it's something that we collectively, as members of Parliament, can be speaking about to our constituents as well.
Liz Jarvis.
Deputy Speaker, I absolutely welcome today's announcement, which will be of huge benefit to students from my constituency. Does the Minister agree with me that all young people from all backgrounds deserve to be able to work and study in Europe, and the party to my right should apologise for snatching opportunities away from an entire generation?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree with the spreading of opportunities, and frankly, I'm absolutely baffled by the front bench position opposite.
John Flinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the son of a Deutschlehrer, can I say danke? Because Christmas has come early to the young people and the teachers in my constituency of Rugby. And that's because, does the Minister agree with me that greater cooperation and friendship across Europe and beyond is the best way forward for our world and for our country, and perhaps that is why those with EU derangement syndrome are so opposed to his policy.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the cooperative grown-up approach we're using is delivering results and benefits for people here in the United Kingdom. I'm proud of that approach, and it is what delivers.
Clive Jones.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This scheme will help countless young people from Wokingham to gain invaluable life experiences, and it is to be welcomed. The Minister says that the Conservative Brexit deal was a bad deal. Will he therefore look to correct this and begin to negotiations for a bespoke UK-EU customs union, helping to cut the endless red tape and freeing up many Wokingham businesses to do business with their European customers? A bespoke deal like that could raise £25 billion, far better than increasing national insurance contributions.
The honourable gentleman is very welcome to continue his debating. Whilst he's doing that, I will correct the iniquities in the previous deal every working day.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was Christmas Eve 5 years ago when Boris Johnson signed his fateful deal, which took away opportunities for young people, kicked us out of Erasmus. So can I thank the Minister for exercising that ghost of Christmas past? And can I ask him if he agrees with me that the message we've heard in this chamber today is the Conservative Party wants to keep opportunities locked away from young people. Reform cares so little that they haven't even shown up. And if you want to extend opportunities for our young people, you need to back a Labour government.
Minister.
100%, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's this Labour government that's delivering for our young people.
Final question, Ben Coleman. In an hour, Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate the Minister as heartily as everyone else has for bringing the UK back into Erasmus, ensuring that people from all backgrounds, including university students, can once again enjoy the opportunities that the Tory Brexit took away. Part of my constituency of Chelsea and Fulham ranks among the 12 most deprived areas in the United Kingdom, and I'm looking forward, I should tell the Minister, to helping the young people there seize the new opportunities. But may I also encourage the Minister to be ambitious in concluding a youth experience scheme which would further restore the opportunities our young people deserve.
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed by the time of the next UK-EU summit we'll hope to have concluded negotiations on the linking of our emissions trading systems, on the food and drink agreement, and also as well on the youth experience scheme.
That is the end of the first statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we go on to our second statement on provisional local government finance settlement. And if the Minister is ready, Minister Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 20th of November this year, my department published a policy statement setting out our approach to the first multi-year local government finance settlement in a decade. Today we publish the provisional settlement itself and launch our formal consultation on these proposals, and it represents the choices we are making as a government. Unlike the Tories, we won't look the other way as poverty gets worse. We won't ignore the economic and social costs of deprivation. The spending review announced over £5 billion of new grant funding for local services over the multi-year settlement period. This includes £3.4 billion of new grant funding being delivered through this settlement. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I give more details, I want to make this point, because for 14 years the Tories decimated local government, asking local leaders to do more with less, and this had consequences. Local high streets are always changing, but deprived towns saw more empty shops, more vape shops, more pawnbrokers than other places, and their councils didn't have the resources to do anything about it. In 2019, SIPFA found that nearly 800 libraries had closed since 2010, and in 2022, The Guardian newspaper uncovered a real terms annual cut of nearly £330 million to the upkeep of our local parks, with the biggest cuts in the poorest parts of the country. The last decade and a half of austerity impacted every community, but the very worst effects were felt by people living in the most deprived areas, and that was a choice. By breaking the link between funding and deprivation, the Tories punished poorer councils. Year after year, they exacerbated inequality, and as a result, too many places in this country feel forgotten, left to fend for themselves. Now, the answer isn't reforms return to austerity. or the Tories carping from the sidelines. It's to use the best data we have available to redesign the funding system so that deprivation is recognised and addressed within the settlement. That's why the figures we are publishing today are derived using the very latest data from the 2025 Index of Multiple Deprivation, released at the end of October this year. It's why, according to our analysis, whereas under the old system, deprivation scores could only account for 25% of variation in per capita funding allocations. Under this settlement, it's up to 75%, with other important factors such as coastline, miles of road or visitor numbers making up the rest. And more, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are giving councils more certainty, with the first multi-year settlement in a decade allowing local leaders to focus on long-term investment and change. We're addressing the damage of austerity by maintaining the £600 million recovery grant allocations from 25-26, targeted towards those most impacted by the cuts, and introducing a recovery grant guarantee providing an above real terms increase to social care authorities who received the grant last year. We're supporting local authorities through change by providing funding floors and phasing in new allocations across the multi-year settlement. We're improving efficiency and value for money by simplifying an unprecedented 36 funding streams worth over $56 billion over the multi-year settlement. We're resetting the business rates retention system to restore the balance between aligning funding with need and rewarding local growth. And we are unlocking the dream of home ownership for more people by boosting real incentives for councils to build new homes. And we know councils are concerned about what will happen at the next spending review, so we'll keep working very closely with them to avoid cliff edges in funding. This settlement, Madam Deputy Speaker, is our most significant move yet to make English local government sustainable at last. It will take overall core spending power for local government to over £84.6 billion by 28-29, equivalent to a 15% cash terms increase compared to 25-26. The Labour government has made it clear it backs local government through action. Since coming into power, we have made available a 23.6% increase in core spending power in 28-29 compared to 24-25. However, we have to do more, because the previous government's funding system left local government in chaos. Social care costs were soaring out of control, with very little focus on prevention. And right now, children's social care, the impact of a failing SEND system and the spiralling costs of homelessness and temporary accommodation has destabilised council funding, even where councils have acted judiciously to protect the public pound through this difficult era. And that's why we need national change to empower local councils to maximise the benefits of this statement. This government is building a national care service based on higher quality of care, greater choice and control and better integration. This is backed by around £4.5 billion additional funding made available for adult social care in 28-29 compared to 25-26. We're changing children's social care through the Families First partnership, funded with £2.5 billion over the next 3 years. Because all children deserve good parenting and a loving home environment. And we know that costs less in the long run too. And the children's social care residential market is broken. That's why we're taking action through the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. Using these powers, the Housing and Education Secretaries will explore how we might implement a profit cap in the children's social care placement market. This would be a crucial step in ensuring public money delivers value and care, not profiteering. And we'll set out further information on our approach in 2026. On special educational needs and disabilities, the Government will bring forward the Schools White Paper in the new year, which will set out ambitious plans to reform special educational needs provision. But we recognise the impacts that the dedicated schools grants deficits are having on local authorities' accounts. In future, special educational needs provision will be funded by central government. Local authorities will not be expected to fund costs from general funds once the statutory override ends in March 2028, and will provide further details on our plans to support local authorities with these deficits later in the settlement process. And Madam Deputy Speaker, members have already heard me say this on homelessness, but I know temporary accommodation is also a growing financial pressure on councils, with spend reaching nearly £3 billion in 24-26. That's why last week we published the National Plan to End Homelessness, our strategy to prevent homelessness before it occurs. And we've set clear objectives to get our children out of costly B&Bs and to help councils balance the books. Now, on council tax, the government intends to maintain a core 3% council tax referendum principle and a 2% adult social care precept for the vast majority of councils. The government is committed to ensuring the funding system is fair for taxpayers across the country, and in some areas, council tax levels are radically lower than others. Council tax bills for £10 million houses in some of the wealthiest parts of the country can be less than an ordinary working family pays in places like Blackpool or Darlington. The government plans to lift referendum principles in 27-28 and 28-29 for Wandsworth, Westminster, Hammersmith and Fulham, City of London, Kensington and Chelsea, and Windsor and Maidenhead. And this will improve fairness. Taxpayers in these councils have the lowest bills in the country, and this year they paid up to £1,280 less than the average council taxpayer. This change will enable the government to allocate over £250 million of funding more fairly in the system, instead of subsidising bills for the 500,000 households in these councils. It will also provide greater flexibility for these authorities in deciding how to manage their finances following our reforms. The councils will decide on the level of council tax increase to set, on whether to draw on the relatively high alternative sources of income that a number of them benefit from. Now, we know adapting to our reforms will take time. That's why we'll continue to have a support framework in place next year to help authorities in challenging positions. Following precedent set by previous governments, councils in significant financial difficulty can request additional flexibility from the government. In making this decision, unlike the Tories, the government has been clear that it would not agree to increases where the council has above average council tax. In recognition of cost of living pressures, each application will be considered on a case-by-case basis, and decisions will reflect the support offered to low-income and vulnerable residents. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I go back to the libraries closed and the parks neglected. Under this Labour government, not only is our Chancellor of the Exchequer making sure our schools have libraries, but with this funding, councils can make sure that parks are good for our children to play into. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can never turn the clock back. We can't undo all the past damage to councils. But we can change town hall finances so that councillors battling the consequences of poverty have a government on their side for once. Yeah. We said that we would restore the link between funding and deprivation, and today we are doing exactly that. Yeah. No more forgotten people left to fend for themselves, no more forgotten places sneered at by members opposite, but a fighting chance for every place in this country, and I commend this statement to the
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's no surprise that the government has sought to sneak this consultation out with the minimum of attention.
Come on, David.
Proposed as it was for simply a written ministerial statement at the last possible second. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can all see that poverty is rising. A shrinking economy and rising unemployment are driving that, combined with inflation running at 3.6% and energy bills higher. Rising business rates, Madam Deputy Speaker, are crippling our businesses, and local communities everywhere are feeling the pressure created by this government's choices. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, how does this settlement help our councils to deal with that? Well, firstly, it assumes that working people, all people, will pay higher taxes everywhere. We should not misunderstand the Minister's words on core spending power. This enshrines an assumption that taxes will rise to the maximum possible extent everywhere, with fees and charges for parking, libraries and everything else following the same trajectory. And Madam Deputy Speaker, even if the inflation target of 2% is reached, and currently at 3.6%, that seems unlikely, the increase assuming 2%, represents a 1% uplift for local government during the whole life of this Parliament, for a sector that was left £1.5 billion worse off by the rise in national insurance contributions alone. Resources at a local level are going backwards, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a settlement that punishes efficiency, with those councils that deliver the best value for money being raided to bail out the more spendthrift. And I'm sure we can guess which parties tend to run those councils. It is a settlement which introduces new higher taxes on hospitality, voted for by every other party besides the Conservatives in this chamber, bearing down on investment and opportunity. It brings in a homes tax on more expensive homes, money that goes to the Treasury, not councils. In the book, Red Book, that's estimated to cost the government a net £335 million due to the damage it does to the housing market. Only this hapless Labour government could bring in new taxes that actually cost the Treasury money. Absolutely. And here they go again. And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, it repeats the fallacy that poverty is the only driver of council costs. The average English local authority delivers over 800 different services. Our rural coastal areas, anywhere with lots of retirees, faces high costs of adult social care, but don't necessarily score high on indices of deprivation, despite those costs being driven by statutory duties. The Undertaker Prime Minister is ushering many councils towards their financial doom. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as they hammer Wychavon and Stratford-on-Avon, they're also hammering Ashfield, Dartford, Burnley, Cambridge, Hyndburn, Lichfield, Burnley and Bolsover, amongst the places worst hit by this financial settlement. Their detachment from the consequence of their actions is striking. And this is whilst the Prime Minister and Chancellor dodge the new high-value council tax in their grace and favour accommodation. And all of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, behind those smoke and mirrors, which disguises from our local authorities the financial impact. They've been required to carry out their public budget consultations without having had sight of the impact that this will have. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me conclude with some straightforward questions. Can the Minister tell the House when our locally elected brethren will learn the net impact of this on their council tax budgets? Can she tell the House when we'll debate the impact of their cuts to SEND capital funding? When will the House have the opportunity to scrutinise the government's decision to impose exceptional financial support or higher council tax rises to bail out the consequences of its decisions? When will it provide clarity on the impact of its SEND proposals on council budgets? How will the government use the budgets allocated to the new devolution areas and now snatched back to mitigate the impact of their decisions? And will the Minister admit to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a tax-raising, job-destroying, housing-hobbling, rate-raising, service-slashing, community-crippling, election-cancelling settlement that fails even on its intended purpose of shunting resources to politically favoured areas?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I can hardly wonder at getting that purely political response when I made the perfectly legitimate political point that under Tories a lot of councils were dealt very bad funding settlements indeed. I mean, literally, but we don't need to trade political insults to just to see the libraries that were closed, the parks that were left unmaintained, and the damage that was done to councils. But I look forward to discussing this issue with him across the dispatch box as we move forward, when he's talked to his own councils about the funding settlement that they will be receiving. He asked some slightly more important questions, particularly on SEND. He'll know, as I know, that this is primarily a matter of getting the absolute best outcome for our children. The Department for Education will be bringing forward plans in the new year, and I am working very closely with my fellow ministers in the Department for Education to make sure that we get this right. And I mentioned some of the details in my contribution earlier. On devolution, I don't recognise the picture as he describes it, and the Minister for Devolution is right here, and I feel confident in saying nor does she. She announced significant investment for those places affected, and we all look forward to working with areas up and down the country to make sure that our country grows as we wish it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshelwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement this afternoon. I know that this is an issue she's been working really hard on since she took the role a few months ago. The Minister is also aware of the many pressing issues facing our councils up and down the country, from SEND to temporary accommodation, housing and adult social care, and 14 years of underinvestment will not be reversed by one funding settlement. So it's important we continue to work with our councils. This is the first multi-year settlement in a decade which will help our local leaders in terms of planning for the future and, most importantly, planning for their local residents. I welcome the inclusion of the local housing cost in the new funding formula, but ultimately this doesn't take in a local housing allowance, which the Minister knows has been frozen for many years and is still causing a lot of pressure for councils. The Minister also mentioned that they'll be looking at the council tax freeze in some of the areas and lifting that referendum. The Minister knows that there's growing consensus on us, instead of tweaking with council tax, whole-scale reform. It is the most regressive form of taxation and inequality across the country. Will the Minister look at our report on the committee in terms of full-scale review of council tax banding across the country so that local leaders can have that funding to spend on their local areas and make sure other areas see that funding come through?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that comprehensive run through all of the issues. The first thing I'd say is that she is right that it's not just about funding but also policy change that we need to get councils to financial sustainability, and I look forward to I'm sure discussing that with her and her committee members. She also asked me about council tax reform, and that is not the subject of my statement today, but I have absolutely no doubt Madam Deputy Speaker she'll be asking me about it again in the near future.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking the Minister for foresight of her statement. The Liberal Democrats welcome the fact that this is a multi-year settlement which gives councils a great degree of certainty and the ability to plan ahead, something we on these benches have long called for. But a longer settlement on its own does not resolve the deep financial instability facing local government. The Minister is right to say that social care SEND and homelessness costs are destabilising council finances, a direct result of years of Conservative neglect. But recognising the problem is not the same as resolving it. Now, it is going to take us time and council teams as well to review the detail of settlement and what it means in reality for local government. However, early conversations with local government colleagues have highlighted a concerning lack of clarity on the SEND debt. This settlement provides minimum information on how councils are to manage SEND costs until 2028 or how existing deficits will be resolved. Can the Minister provide a clear timeline for when councils will receive certainty on the SEND deficit? Without one, responsible financial planning is simply not possible. And I would also like to seek clarity today on the issue of social care. While this statement does include various measures to try to address the social care crisis, the reality is that even with this, it will be swept away by the rising scale of need and the costs of social care. So I ask the Minister, when will the government finally bring forward a fully funded, long-term plan for adult social care reform that ensures local authority funding settlements are not undermined by the escalating costs of social care system that is currently bankrupting councils and placing unsustainable pressure on the NHS?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She mentions multi-year settlements themselves alone not being the answer. No, but they do help. And that relates to the two other points that she mentions on SEND and also on social care, because of course multi-year settlements allow councils to plan properly and undertake commissioning activities over a longer period of time, and that was our objective that we have achieved with this. She asked for more details on SEND. I did mention it in my speech earlier, that local authorities will not be expected to fund costs from general funds once the statutory override ends in 2028, and we'll have more to say on that throughout this settlement process. She also asked about adult social care. There's a significant reform is needed here, but I don't think anybody could say that we haven't done anything. We're building a national care service backed by about £4.5 billion of additional funding for adult social care in 28-29 compared to 25-26, including £500 million for the first ever fair pay agreement. And I will never forget visiting care homes after they got through the hell of COVID. And I think all that we do on social care has to back those people who did the most when our country needed them.
Members will have seen that there are a lot of members wanting to speak in this statement, so I do make a plea to help each other out and keep questions and answers concise. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement, and can I particularly welcome the restoration of the link between funding for local government and deprivation and the inclusion of housing costs within the measure of deprivation. It makes no sense to do anything other than this. However, even with this funding settlement, the financial situation will continue to be very challenging for my local authorities of Lambeth and Southwark without meaningful support from the government with the cost of temporary accommodation. So can the Minister therefore say when she expects to be able to set out more detail on how councils will be supported to reduce the need for temporary accommodation and to bring the costs down?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the Chair of the Education Select Committee. She will know, of course, it's not just the cost of temporary accommodation to councils, it's also the cost in terms of children's schooling. I set out the strategy to counteract this terrible phenomenon that's happening last week, and I'll be talking to councils in detail in the weeks and months to come to do exactly as she asks.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As one who's done it, can I thank the Minister and her officials for the work. It's the most painful task to have to pull together, and they are all to be commended. I agree with her that multi-year settlements should lead to smarter commissioning, which should then, of course, deliver greater return on the money. But could she say specifically, she will know that the cost of delivering services in rural areas is higher. Everybody recognises that across the House. What does this proposed settlement do to address that, to allow equity of opportunity of access to services, whether one's an urban resident or a rural one?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and he is absolutely right to highlight how we have to do things differently in rural areas. We have tried to take account of that need. That's why we're including a journey times adjustment within our assessment of cost for all services. We're increasing the cap within home to school transport formula from 20 miles to 50 miles in recognition that the original distance cap would penalise local authorities who have no choice but to place children further from home. And we're also including a remoteness adjustment on the adult social care formula to address the point that he mentions. And I do think overall that point can't be made enough. We have to do things differently in rural areas, and we all need to take account.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The review is significant. The first multi-year settlement for a decade, the first real attempt at fairly distributing resources based on need, cost and the ability to raise revenue locally. It represents a serious piece of work by decent public servants, and I pay tribute to the finance team in her department. The consultation asked councils to make their case for adjustments, and London councils did ask for housing to be included in the measure of deprivation, and we can see that and other changes have been made. But that does see a significant shift towards London. The recovery grant has made a significant difference, and I'm pleased to continue. But it does show that fundamentally the formula in itself is not picking up yet the real cost pressures being felt by local government as a result of the previous government. And so much has been said about council tax, but the inequality she knows goes much further. On car parking income, £2 billion, but Westminster City Council alone generates £90 million. That's more than the entire recovery grant for Manchester, for Liverpool, for Newcastle, for Sheffield and from Leeds combined. So there are structural issues much wider that need to be addressed. And she'll know that despite best endeavours, councils will still find this settlement very challenging and those bigger reforms are needed. So can she make the case, as I know she will, to her colleagues in the Treasury, that if the government wants to see the benefit in every community, felt on every street, that in the end, local government needs more money put into the pot more generally?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, I must pay tribute to my friend for his work. I want to say to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I might be putting the ball in the net today, that he was the midfielder who created the goal. I mean, it was his work to reconnect deprivation and council funding that we are delivering today, and I pay massive tribute to him. He asked me whether we might go further to persuade our Treasury colleagues to invest in local government. I think that the best way to do that, and I'll welcome his support in doing this, is showing that the results that councils get when they're properly invested in. And I think we see that nowhere more than in his home city region of Greater Manchester, including in his council of Oldham, where they show time and again that they're value for money and they're growing our economy. So
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister in her statement said she didn't want to look the other way, but in reality, this government is looking the other way when it comes to rural communities. And I listened very carefully to the answer she gave to my honourable friend for North Dorset earlier. And the fact and reality is that rurality, with the exception of adult social care, has been taken out of formula decisions. So can she come to that dispatch box and say how areas like Buckinghamshire, which I'm lucky enough to represent, are going to be properly funded given our rural nature?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I was glad he was listening to me when I gave my answer earlier on rurality. We have recognised where there are extra cost pressures, and I'll happily discuss it in detail with him if he wishes. It is recognised within the statement and within the data that we've taken account of. The new deprivation statistics are much more fine-grained. They can find that poverty wherever it is, whether it's in a town, a city, a village or rural area or wherever.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know whether my honourable friend is as surprised as I am that the official opposition couldn't even bear to mention the words austerity when they come to their response. But before we could also move on, wasn't there a case of amnesia from the Lib Dems who forget that their role in the coalition government are some of the worst cuts of all that local government experienced? Could I welcome, therefore, the Minister's comments about deprivation? The poorest councils got hit hardest during austerity from the party opposite. Thank you for putting deprivation back at the heart of this settlement. But just finally, two challenges. My honourable friend, the Chair of the Select Committee, reiterated what we said in the Select Committee in the last Parliament. Council tax is regressive. It has to be reformed. And also social care. She mentioned the need for long-term changes to the whole way in which social care is funded. Would she at least begin a conversation now across party to try and get a long-term agreement about how this should be done? It's failed over and over again through party squabbling on the details. We need a long-term settlement. Can we at least start the conversations now?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is extremely experienced in these matters and remembers, as I do, the impossible situation that councils, particularly in the poorest areas, were put in under the Tory government, and he's right to point out that the Lib Dems did play a small role in that too. However, on the questions that he asked me, I always read in detail the Select Committee's reports, and I'll do that with the ones that he mentions. And the pathway that the government has set out, making the immediate changes that I said on social care, and also asking Baroness Casey to drive us towards that long-term vision that he points out, that's exactly what we need to do. We need to fix this for the long term.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Westmoreland and Furness is an extremely well-run council.
and an extremely unusual one as well. It is England's most rural council. It is the council that accepts the highest number of visitors, non-resident population, as we support everybody else's constituents, the 15 million who come to our district every year. It has some of the poorest wards in the country. It is the host to Barrow, which is the centre of the UK's defence industry, and it has the highest percentage of people in social care. And this formula will leave us unusually crippled. We think it's going to leave a 13% cut to our budgets over the next 3 years. Given we are so unusual, will she unusually agree to meet with me and my honourable friends, her honourable friends, our neighbours in Westmoreland and Furness, and the local council leaders, so we can work out an unusual solution to this wonderful but unusual council's problems?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and his description of his unusual and wonderful area. I don't recognise the figures that he mentioned just then, but I'll happily meet him and any colleagues he wants to bring, and we'll go through the numbers together in detail.
Andrew Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement and welcome her commitment to restoring fairness to the heart of the local government financial settlement and giving our councils the long-term certainty that they've been crying out for. The Conservatives were a disaster for local government. In both Cheshire authorities, 70 pence in every pound is now spent on looking after vulnerable adults and children, leaving the remainder to fund every other essential service, and that's to say nothing of the ballooning dedicated schools grant deficit. They left our communities struggling with deteriorating infrastructure and under-resourced essential services. So can she say more about what this settlement means for my constituents in Northwich, Winsford and Middlewich, and can she possibly provide us an indication of when councils are going to get some certainty over what the future holds for the statutory override, so we can see those dedicated school grants deficits cleared? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his question. It's extremely important that we properly fund authorities in Cheshire to help support those communities that he mentions, and I can confirm that that's what we're doing today, with significant increases in spending power for those authorities in Cheshire. And I look forward to working with him and colleagues across the county to make sure that we do as he says and get social care back on a firmer footing as we move forward through the years.
Rebecca Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent a constituency with 2 district councils with prudently created reserves and a unitary council with high levels of debt. Understandably, residents in the district council areas are concerned that local government reorganisation will see their reserves usurped by any new unitary council areas if they haven't already had to spend that reserve due to decreased funding under the settlement. So can the Minister reassure my constituents that their prudence is not being penalised and that under LGR, any reserves from one council will be ring-fenced to be spent specifically in the communities that it's come from and not to reduce the debt of the new council?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable lady for her question. She values the prudence and good decision-making of local authorities, and at their best, that's what we see, and that's what I hope to achieve through the local government reorganisation process.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you. There is fierce pride in Hatfield, Welwyn Garden City and our villages, but we are a community of contrasts. In fact, the gap in life expectancy from a few miles down the road is 13 years. I've had an initial look, and it looks as though Welwyn Hatfield is going to benefit to the tune of around £9 million. That is wonderful news for our community. And can I ask the Minister to thank her for looking at need after housing costs, but to give me a guarantee that that's going to continue to be a key part of how our government looks at need, because it's in communities like Hertfordshire where housing is often such a barrier to people getting on.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member. He's an impressive champion for his constituency, and the people of Welwyn Hatfield should be proud of him. We are determined that when we're thinking about deprivation, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is not a question of one part of the country against another. This is simply about being led by the evidence, identifying poverty and deprivation wherever it exists, including the cause of it, which, as he says, can be housing costs. We'll keep doing that, and we'll take decisions on that basis.
Ian Roon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an ex-council leader, I welcome the multi-year settlement, and I'm glad that you've listened, because that's something that I've campaigned for many years, so thank you. I welcome the remoteness element. So in my constituency of North Devon, we have North Devon Council, and we also have the wider county of Devon County Council. Could you describe what percentage element, the percentage that the remoteness allocation will be for places like Devon and North Devon District Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman and former council leader for his question. It's nice to have a bit of agreement at Christmas, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if it's over multi-year settlements, then so be it. I'll write to him with the specific details of his area and the remoteness formula and how it affects the council's funding.
Great girl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this government's investment in Birmingham through today's fair funding settlement and the £160 million of Pride in Place funding for 9 areas, including Bartley Green in my constituency. This stands in stark contrast to the Conservatives' austerity agenda, which cut £1 billion from Birmingham City Council's budget and placed severe pressure on the public services that my constituents rely on. After 8 years of fighting for fair funding in this place for Birmingham, does the Minister agree that only Labour can be trusted to invest in our city?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my friend for that question on behalf of the people of Birmingham. We know that they deserve better. Birmingham is a great city. I was there only recently and I always feel welcome and at home, and it's right that we invest in our cities. I'm sick to the back teeth of people having a go at places like Birmingham and where I'm from in Merseyside. It's time we backed our cities and Birmingham nonetheless.
Dr Ali Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I always like to start on a positive note, so let me add to the cross-party Christmas cheer in welcoming the shift to multi-year funding settlements. And I agree with the Minister. Local authority funding was decimated under the Conservatives for 14 years. Local leaders were asked to do more with less. But I'm worried that might continue for some authorities like mine. North Herefordshire Council has been facing millions of pounds of reduced funding under the proposals put forward by the government, because we must recognise that a fair funding settlement has to mean fair recognition that providing services in rural areas incurs extra costs, not just for social care, but there needs to be a remoteness adjustment for all the services we provide. Will she go away and consider that and come back with proposals that fairly recognise the needs of rural authorities like Herefordshire?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for speaking up on behalf of rural areas. The thing that I would say to her, in addition to what I've already said to a number of members about this, it's not just in adult social care. We have recognised the difference that rurality makes, but I know that overturning 14 years of Tory misrule when it comes to councils will take time. We'll engage with all councils, including hers, and it's my objective to get local authorities back on a sustainable footing.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the reality is that for years now, the Tory government relied on formulas that frankly decimated local government and services for the poorest, while at the same time giving it to affluent Tory suburbs. So let's be clear about that. And therefore, clearly, they're not going to like the formula today. Today must be a turning point that corrects this grave wrong that the previous government carried out for 14 years. So will the Minister confirm that any new formula, which I welcome by the way, will mean places like Bradford, with some of the highest levels of poverty and deprivation, will finally begin to see their fair share in this settlement?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my friend for his question, and he's right to describe the very serious and challenging situations lots of parts of the country face. I am anxious to make sure that in Bradford we make progress, because it's not just that Bradford and places like it suffered from the consequences of poverty. I think I'm right in saying it's also one of the youngest places in the country, and that means that Bradford is part of our future. We've got to back our young people, we've got to see Bradford grow, and we've got to see the people there do well, and that's what I want to see.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Talking local government finance, I was shocked to read
in the Times yesterday that reform-led Worcestershire County Council has sought permission from the government to increase council tax by a maximum 10%. Can the Minister, will the Minister take this opportunity right now to rule this out, or will she tell us whether Labour are in cahoots with reform to whack up council tax?
Madam Deputy Speaker, people have accused me of many things. Being in cahoots with the reform is not one of them. I am definitely not. I am very, very much not in cahoots with reform. But I would just say to him that I've heard what he said, and I made some remarks in my speech earlier about the steps that we will take. You know, particularly if people are already paying average council tax and so on. You know, I'm more than aware of the cost of living situation that people have faced, and if he wants to write to me with some more details of what he's read in the Times, I'll happily respond to him formally.
I'm going to call Steve Darling, and then I'm going to, sorry, Andy Slaughter, and then Steve Darling. Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My friend mentioned Hammersmith and Fulham Council in her statement, so I hope she won't mind me reminding her that it's one of the most efficiently run councils in the country. Despite having 50% of its funding cut under the Tories, it's made £138 million of savings since 2014. It's also pulled most of the levers that you need to pull, like the second homes premium, to deal with that. And it also has some of the most deprived areas in the country within it. So perhaps I could invite her to come and visit at Hammersmith and Fulham, see how a well-run council works, particularly when it has high levels of needs in high-cost areas.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll be more than happy to do that.
Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the Minister will join with me in congratulating the Director of Adult Social Care at Torbay, Anna Coles, for her and her team achieving a good rating from the CQC this week. And however, the fly in the ointment is that this settlement, despite Torbay being the most deprived local authority in the southwest of England, is set to lose out on adult social care because of our higher than average numbers of people who are old. Can you please explain this, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Particularly, I think he mentioned Anna Coles, who's done very well in providing local services. That's excellent to hear. I don't recognise the figures that he mentions. I'd be happy to discuss that with him. As I've said a number of times, our objective is to get all councils back on their feet, particularly with our Pride in Place programme that is there in Torbay as well.
Rachel Hopkins.
Speaker, and may I warmly welcome the announcement today of the linking between local government funding and deprivation and need, and that marks the end to the cuts and austerity brought in under the Tory and Liberal Democrat coalition government. Can the Minister outline to me how this will benefit the children and young people in my constituency and in Luton who bore the brunt of Tory austerity?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Luton is an extremely important place with great potential to growing our economy, but most importantly, for those children in Luton, we want to see them thrive because they are our future. Today's announcement allocates significant investment in Luton, which I'm really pleased to do, precisely because of that relinking to deprivation. And I have every faith in her and her colleagues in Luton to make that money work for our children's future.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the focus on reducing deprivation in this statement? But could I ask the Minister how confident she is that deprivation in rural areas won't be missed in the funding formula? And I should refer members to my register of interest because I'm still a councillor on Central Bedfordshire Council. That council is looking at having to find over £20 million in order to balance its budget. It's going to be a real struggle in the area of Central Bedfordshire, a high-growth area with high needs and a lot of spending. Would the Minister commit to meet with me and local council leaders to discuss the unique circumstances in Central Bedfordshire and what can be done to alleviate the financial pressures and to support them balancing their budget?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. I have a much greater level of confidence that we can find pockets of deprivation in rural areas, because the latest indices of multiple deprivation are much better data, and I will happily discuss that with him as we meet to talk about Central Bedfordshire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Changes to funding formulas can throw up huge anomalies. The Minister's well aware that Trafford Borough Council, that covers part of my constituency, is one of those anomalies. Will she commit to working with my Trafford parliamentary colleagues, Trafford Borough Council and myself, to see if we can iron out some of those issues?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his question. Wherever there are challenges as we transition to this new funding formula, I will work really closely with colleagues, and I will do that especially with my friends in Trafford, and I look forward to meeting him again soon to discuss that.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to draw the House's attention to my register of interest still as a sitting councillor in Teambridge. Looking at the figures, which I've been desperately trying to do, although they're tiny, it looks to me like Teambridge is actually getting a negative change in its settlement this year, minus 0.07, I think it is, whilst Devon gets a small increase. However, I suspect it may not adequately make up for what Devon lost last year in the Rural Services Grant. Does the Minister have any hope for us actually finding a way to solve the problem of delivering services in a rural area, even though we have high areas of deprivation? This is a common thing across the House, and clearly it's hitting everywhere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd refer the honourable gentleman to the answers I've already given on rural areas. We've built it in to this settlement, and I will work with colleagues in all rural areas to make sure that we can get services improved and make this work.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 14 years of the Conservative government, they cut Hartlepool's budget in real terms by 40%. That's £50 million missing from that budget every single year. It's libraries being left behind, it's parks being left behind, it's child poverty up 10% over those 14 years. And while some of them now come here to criticise and others jump ship to reform, including in Hartlepool, does she agree with me that they should be ashamed of themselves for their record in local government, and that this is the start of putting right what they got so wrong?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I most certainly do agree. And having visited Hartlepool before, and I hope to do so again, I know not just what it's been through, but what it has to offer. They have a fine champion in him as their MP, and I look forward to working with him and all my friends in Hartlepool to make good on the promise of the next generation in Hartlepool.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really concerned that the government's fair funding formula sells many London councils short, such as the ones I represent in Richmond and Kingston. The majority of London boroughs already have a lower core spending power per capita than the England average, and several are amongst the lowest funded per capita in the country, and additional cuts will impact these councils significantly. London has the highest rate of poverty in the country once housing costs are factored in. According to the DWP, 1 in 4 Londoners lives in poverty, and rising council tax bills will impact those who are struggling the most. With this in mind, I'd like to ask the Minister what assessment she has made regarding the impact that rising council tax bills and cuts to services will have on those already living in poverty in London.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable lady for his question. I might be a proud northerner, but I was once a councillor in a London borough, so I don't need to be told what poverty looks like in London. And I mentioned in my speech the possibilities for raising income that some councils have access to, and we want to work with local authorities on that. I am determined that we will not make this about geographical division in our country, but we'll make it about a journey for all councils back towards financial sustainability. That's the objective, and I'll happily work with her on that if that's what she wants to do.
Navendu Mishra.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for the statement? Can I also refer the House to my register of interest and my officership of APPG? Protection uplift funding for Greater Manchester Fire and Rescue Service has been calculated in the past years on inaccurate data
meaning Greater Manchester receives significantly less money than regions with far fewer buildings. Will the Minister correct this error so that GMFRS has the necessary resources to carry out essential inspection and enforcement activity across Stockport and Greater Manchester?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hear what my honourable friend says, and I'll happily discuss it with my colleague, the Fire Minister, and with himself. If he thinks there's errors, he can, by all means, send us some more details and we'll work on that.
Clive Jones.
Speaker, Wokingham is the lowest funded unitary authority in the UK, struggling to find enough money for adult social care and children's services. I've got 3 quick questions for the Minister. Has the Minister protected Tier 1 local authorities from facing real terms cuts? Have the government honoured their commitment to a new fair funding formula by removing the recovery grant that undermines it? And lastly, how does the Minister expect local authorities to be able to afford the dedicated schools grant deficits accrued up to the 31st of March 2028?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I actually think of those 3 questions, I think they were already answered in what I've said. So I think my response will be just to refer the honourable gentleman to my answers earlier.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As former Deputy Leader of Milton Keynes Council, I welcome this announcement. Let's just for a reminder, Milton Keynes Council has had £200 million worth of cut, 55% of our grant, while Buckinghamshire and Northamptonshire's were protected and got bailouts. This, for once, is actually going to give us the funding that we need to protect Britain's fastest growing city. So thank you. And can she meet with us to talk about some of the things we can do to encourage councils to build homes at the rate of Milton Keynes?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Honourable Lady is not just a former Deputy Leader of Milton Keynes, but she's come to this House and become a fantastic champion of that great city too. And if she wants to meet to talk about fast-growing cities and building homes, I'll be there all day.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, 1/5 of the UK population live in rural areas. They faced unavoidable additional costs from longer travel times, reduced provider competition and workforce recruitment. These impacts have an impact on every single aspect of local service delivery, but funding formulas fail to adequately recognise rurality, putting additional pressure on the vital services that residents in Glastonbury and Somerton rely on. So does the Minister accept that additional cost pressures are linked to geography and sparsity? And will she outline what steps are being taken to support large rural councils like Somerset to manage these funding gaps?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She asked me if I recognise it. I've already said a number of times that I do, and some of the steps that we're taking to address it. So, as I said again, I will happily work with all members across this House to take local authorities wherever they are on the journey towards sustainability.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm always proud to be in this chamber, but I'm particularly proud to be here today on a day that this government bangs a final nail in the coffin of Conservative austerity. And so I really welcome what I hope will be a significant additional investment into my constituency in Colchester. That's investment that's going to do so much to improve local services for local residents. Can the Minister give us a timeline on that funding? When will we get the cash?
Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do feel like a bit of an old lady in the House these days, because having been here in 2010 at the beginning of austerity, I saw the effects of it. Well, you want to see the level of debt that the Tories left us with? The global financial crisis was tough times. But I mean, I never thought a Tory government would leave us with a debt to GDP ratio as nearly 100%. Anyway, to return to the Honourable Lady's constituency and the important work that we're doing to rebuild local authorities after, as she said, that awful period of austerity. We will today be releasing information to councils so that they can start that budgeting process. We'll be engaging very heavily with local authorities over the months to come so that they can set their budgets in the normal way in the spring. And I would encourage her local authority to be in direct contact with the department. I'd be very happy to meet with her to talk about the impact on her constituency too.
Tom Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Stockport Council, along with 2 other boroughs, missed out on the recovery grant. The grant wasn't actually mentioned in the fair funding review or consultation. Can I ask the Minister why it wasn't mentioned, and is she concerned whether this opens up the whole process to a legal challenge?
Minister.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I have every confidence in the details that we're publishing today, and we'll be working with local authorities, as I've said, to make sure that they can set their budgets in the normal way and move towards financial sustainability.
Thank you, Yazin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the government for delivering an early Christmas present to my constituents in Bedford and Thamesmead. Granting planning permission for the Universal Studio theme park is a landmark moment, not just for the Eastern region, but for whole of the UK. Bringing around 50 billion of investment and tens of thousands of jobs. Does the Minister agree with me that Bedford Borough, which is under significant pressure, financial pressure already, will need additional government investment to meet the extra demand on local public services, support the growth, and put our region firmly on the global map?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do have to agree with him. I think it's not just the people of Bedford who are excited about Universal Studios. I think the excitement can be felt right across the United Kingdom. Today's settlement hopefully helps us on that journey, but I'll happily meet with him to discuss the impacts on Bedford and the wider area.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the Minister is aware that Shropshire Council ran out of road this year, having been caught in a perfect storm of 16 years of Conservative mismanagement of the Council, surging demand for social care and a failure of the previous government to recognise the realities of delivering services in a rural area. I wonder if she will reassure my constituents that not only will she help us to get through this difficult period this year with exceptional financial support, but that she'll work with me and the other Shropshire MPs to ensure that Shropshire Council is put on a secure financial footing into the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for meeting with me only recently to discuss this, which was really helpful. Decisions about financial support will be taken, as I said in my speech, in the usual way, and I'll of course work with her and Shropshire MPs to make sure that her area is on a journey towards sustainability.
Rosie Writing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When knocking on doors, there's one thing that's told to me repeatedly. Kettering doesn't get its fair share. I don't have to tell my constituents that the Tories underfunded our local government. The parent taking their child to our rundown swimming pool sees it. The family waiting for a council house sees it. The child waiting for a special school sees it. And anyone who drives a car on our road sees it. And the Tories saw it in 2018 when Northamptonshire Council went bankrupt under their leadership. So can the Minister confirm that this is a Labour government sending a message to the people of Kettering saying you matter and you deserve your fair share?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to say in response to her question to the people of Kettering, number one, their MP has done a cracking job in making sure that their needs are represented in this place and in the decisions that the government takes. And I would also like to say to the people of Kettering that their MP has spoken up for their future, their children, their council, their needs, and we're doing our best to meet them.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest. Madam Speaker, I welcome the government's announcement of a cap on social care placements, but some special schools are making unreasonable charges for placements. One school in my area offering neurodiverse children struggling in mainstream who are otherwise without disabilities over £100,000 a year in fees plus transport. State-maintained alternatives are doing it for £25,000 for the same cohort. Will she commit to work with the Department for Education to introduce a cap on charges and profits for specialist schools now, charges in 2028 to see the councils will have collapsed by 2028 and taxpayers will lose out. So this really needs to be addressed before that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She makes the case precisely that I was trying to make in my speech. that we must fund councils properly. But if we don't get a grip on escalating costs, it will do no good. We'll still have unsustainable councils. If she would like to send me details of the case that she mentions, I will investigate it. I'm working with DFE colleagues and I'd be happy to look at the issue she raises.
I am struggling to get every members in, given the time. So if people could please keep their questions short. And Shaiba Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 14 years, the Tories should be ashamed of their legacy in local government. I know that my council, Medway, will welcome what the Minister has announced today, linking deprivation to funding, although we still face other challenges. Will she set out today what her changes mean for my local area, and will she agree to come to Medway to meet with us and discuss how we take on some of our other issues?
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for her question. Places like Medway deserve a lot better, and she is making sure through her championing of her constituency in this House that they get it. We want to see councils invest in high streets, and we want to see those high streets thrive along with other services, and I'll be very happy to visit her constituency and see for myself what we can do to improve it.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister constantly says that she doesn't recognise figures when she's presented with what is expected to be the settlements for certain local authorities, and that's possibly because we're fumbling in the dark today, because the figures simply aren't available. I had to go out to the vote office. Some of the papers are here. But the facts are that in my own area, the government has proposed a bespoke arrangement for the Council of the Isles of Scilly, but there isn't clarity as to what this is going to mean in the forthcoming years, and nor with regard to the indices of deprivation, what it means for Cornwall. Would she meet with me to discuss these issues and with local members?
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest of the Office of the Sagoma APPG and a recovering local government alumni. We inherited a system where 40% of local authorities were at risk of going bust and issuing Section 114 notices by March 2026, driven by a rising demand for adults and children's services and SEND. Communities like Calder Valley have faced those pressures every day. This settlement really matters. The new fair funding settlement gives more help to places that need it most and gives them long-term stability. But more needs to be done. Can the Minister confirm to me that we will prioritise and value local government and services and their importance to our economy?
Yes.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the party opposite has some brass neck, blaming councils like mine for being poor when they oversaw 14 years of austerity, underfunding and cuts. Looking at the initial figures, it looks like by 28-29, Peterborough City Council will be receiving £65 million more from this government. That is a life changer for many people. Can the Minister explain to me how we can use this money to really transform the communities that people like me represent in this House?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank my friend, the member for Peterborough, for his consistent championing of Peterborough in this House, and frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my ear at all times. He always stands up for them, and I've been absolutely pleased to visit Peterborough on a number of occasions, and I want to see the significant investment we're making in Peterborough help that place thrive. It's got great potential, it's got fantastic young people, and I look forward to an invite back to see exactly what's happening there.
Caroline Burden.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the multi-year settlement, but I also am deeply concerned that the statement made no reference to the particular pressures faced by rural areas. Devon has the longest road network in England, so everything costs more: send, care, bus services, bins. And Dartmouth Library is now facing a cut in hours because of funding cuts. So, using deprivation as a way to calculate the funding formula doesn't take account of an older population, and I have concerns that hidden pockets of deep deprivation in an otherwise wealthy area won't be recognised. So can the Minister reassure me that these hidden pockets of deprivation will be recognised by this formula?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've answered a number of questions on rural areas, so I'd refer the Honourable Lady to the answers I've already given. And I do have real confidence in the latest indices of deprivation, that the data quality is much better, so we are able to meet the challenge she sets.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome this settlement that puts fairness at the heart of local government funding. Can I thank the Minister for the increased funding for Warwickshire, which will benefit people across that county and in Rugby? And would she care to comment on the fact that there is not a single Reform UK MP in this chamber? And doesn't that indicate that they don't take local government seriously?
It certainly does, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, our first duties as members of Parliament is to be listening to our constituents and being in this House, as the member for Rugby does, my friend who always stands up for his constituents, unlike others who aren't here.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like others, I also warmly welcome multi-year funding settlement. And as a former local councillor, I know the impact this will have on local councils, so they're able to plan when they're tackling some of the thorniest issues that affect our most vulnerable constituents. We are blessed in this country to have remarkable people working in local government, and the best local councillors know their community, stand up for them, and neither their MPs to stand up for them too. But in my local area, at first glance, Stockport appears to be one of those areas that's worse off under this funding settlement, despite containing the most deprived part of Greater Manchester. We missed out on the recovery grant by 0.01%, and that's what the initial indication is. Would the Minister meet with me, the member for Stockport, and my honourable friend, the member for Cheadle, so that we can go through this and work out how we make sure my most vulnerable constituents aren't unduly impacted?
Minister.
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the multi-year settlement. I also want to thank the Minister and the Secretary of State for the engagement that they've given to me and others across the House as we make the case for our local areas. I'm particularly keen. I think that it looks like Devon County Council has actually had a significant uplift over the period of years. If that's true, I'm particularly keen that Lib Dem Green-led Devon County Council will U-turn on its decision to cut 66% of its homelessness budget, will get on top of the weeds that they've allowed to go throughout our entire city, engulfing some communities, and will go back on their current consultation to cut library hours too. Can the Minister set out how she thinks that this increase in funding to local authorities will provide an impact, a positive impact for services and local people?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just thank him, my friend, the member for Exeter, for all the work that he has done as part of our homelessness strategy to draw attention to homelessness and rough sleeping in his city of Exeter, which is a wonderful place and deserves councils, the County Council and others to look after it properly. But I want to thank him for the work that he has done. This investment in local authorities is to make sure that everyone in our country feels proud of the place where they are. We want to see all of our places grow, and I expect all councils to do that work, and I look forward to meeting with him to discuss it further.
Adnan Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the government's funding formulas, but I'd like to bring to the Minister's attention my conversation with my council leader and Chief Executive just last week. They're worried that the council cannot afford the spiralling cost of children's services. Just one child, an example, is costing £25,000 a week. Councils often have no choice but to rely on private providers on market rates. Will the Minister commit to tackle the cost of private provisions or look into a cap?
I think I answered that question in my speech, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm just as concerned about the costs as he is.
Dr Lauren Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, and she's absolutely right to talk about play parks, about homelessness and about libraries. As a councillor myself, this was one of the proudest achievements of replacing those 5 play parks, but also saw how Tory-run Kent County Council absolutely cut to the bone everything. So grateful for the multi-year funding settlement. Will the Minister share what this will mean and what this will look like for Gresham residents?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for Gresham for her question. She's right to point out, as I did, the consequences of council cuts. You know, it wasn't just theoretical on a spreadsheet. We all saw it in our parks, in our town centres. We all saw the effects of it. We want to turn that around in Gresham, and I look forward to working with her over the weeks and months to come to make that real for Gresham residents.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Between 2015 and 2020, the last multi-year settlement, the Conservative government cut Bracknell Forest Council's funding by £500,000. I'm delighted that this provisional settlement would see Bracknell Forest's funding increase by almost £10 million, an increase of over 7%. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this shows that Labour will always invest in our local services and the Conservatives will always choose austerity?
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank my friend for the case he makes. And I think what this shows people in Bracknell is that they've got an effective MP who's prepared to stand up for them and champion them and make sure they get the services they need.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this government's taking into account deprivation with this multi-year funding settlement? If there was ever a demonstration of what a difference a Labour government can make, it is this: investment in our poorest communities and not crippling Tory austerity. For us in Croydon, it means that it looks like we're set to get an extra £158 million over this course of this Parliament, which is a game changer for us in Croydon. So can the Minister outline the timetable of us getting this extra investment? And can I again thank her for her work on this?
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend for being a brilliant champion of Croydon. She has stood up for the people that she represents. We know that poverty in London has changed, and areas like Croydon have experienced an increase. And this funding settlement is a recognition of the reality of that. We want to see Croydon thrive. That's why, after the information that we're publishing today, we'll work with local authorities over the coming months so that they can set their budgets in the normal way in the spring. But I would just say to her, Croydon has got a great future ahead, and I want to work with her closely to make sure that happens.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the additional investment the Minister has announced today and what it will mean for my constituents in terms of local government funding. Firefighters like those based at Haywood Fire Station in my constituency are attending a massively increased number of flooding and water rescue incidents, up 40% over the last 10 years. Has any consideration been given to introducing a statutory duty for local fire and rescue services, along with commensurate funding, to ensure that firefighters are properly resourced and equipped to respond to flooding and water rescues?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for raising that point. Obviously, given the effects of climate change and other things, it's a very apposite point. I'm sure the Fire Minister will have heard what she said, and we'll all work together to make sure it's addressed.
Daniel Francis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 5 years ago, my Conservative-controlled council in London Borough of Bexley found itself in such a dire situation. It sought a capitalisation order, made 15% of our staff redundant, and had to sell a building because it couldn't even fund the redundancy notices. For members chuntering opposite, that's a real example of no money left. So what I would say to the Minister is, can she contrast the announcement she's made today compared to the approach taken by the previous government?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend for being such a champion for his constituency and making sure that their voice is heard in these decisions that we're taking. The situation he describes is chaotic, and people pay the price of that, as he said, in their job security, but also in the services that we all rely on. The difference is we're taking a long-term approach, a multi-year settlement. We're funding according to deprivation. That means that where the need is greatest, the money will follow.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Nottinghamshire County Council, I want to thank the Government for a £234 million increase, a 30% increase over the course of this Parliament, which will make a huge difference, and the 4.6% increase in core spending for my area of Rushcliffe. I previously raised with the Minister in writing about the need to avoid cliff edges. The Borough Council was particularly concerned about the loss of the New Homes bonus and other mechanisms like that. I wonder if she could expand on the decisions that have been taken, and I will once more mention morality. It is something that really matters and drives service costs up, so hopefully she'll meet with me and Nottinghamshire MPs to discuss that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members will be reassured to know that there is ample time reserved in my diary in the new year to meet with them, and I would love to meet with, the member, my friend, for Nottinghamshire to discuss the particular issues, rurality and other things that he mentions. Just on this issue of new homes, we're making sure that councils get all of the benefit for every new home that they build. That's part of this settlement. We want to build 1.5 million new homes. We want to see councils to feel the benefit of that when they take those decisions, and I'll happily talk him through the detail when we meet.
Antonia Banks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Black country people are proud and resilient, but 50 years of deindustrialisation and 14 years of Tory austerity have left my borough of Sandwell the fifth most deprived in the country. Does the Minister agree with me that this government can finally see deprived urban areas, post-industrial areas like mine, and is finally giving us back what we are due?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much agree. For those places that bore the costs of bad decisions many years ago and have never been able to get fully back on their feet, this is part of turning the corner, and I look forward to working with her on it.
Anna Dixon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure you'd like to join me in thanking the Minister for backing Bradford in her response to our honourable friend, the member for Bradford East. This government's fair funding is finally turning a corner for councils like Bradford, who've been at the sharp end of Tory cuts to local government. Will the Minister agree with me that with elections in May next year, if residents in my Shipley constituency want to see improvements in local services, they should need a Labour council working with a Labour government?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The announcement that I'm making today is a massive vote of confidence of the people in Shipley, of the people of Bradford, and I look forward to working with her to make sure that every penny piece of that investment improves her constituents' lives.
And that concludes the statement. I'll give the Chamber a few minutes for the front benches to swap over and to settle. You're all right. Well done. Statement. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I wish to make a statement on the agreement this government has secured to protect vital chemical production and hundreds of jobs at INEOS's ethylene cracker in Grangemouth. 3/4 of Grangemouth's ethylene production is consumed domestically by our key industries, and the plant is strategically important for those industries and for UK supply chains more broadly. Its ethylene is essential for critical national infrastructure, including medical-grade plastics used in the health service and its chemical supply chains used for water treatment. These materials are also vital to many of our industrial strategy priority sectors, including advanced manufacturing, life sciences and defence. They all depend on a ready supply of these materials. The plant also links to the Forties pipeline system, which is for transporting our North Sea oil and gas to onshore infrastructure. Despite the site's strategic importance, we know that INEOS has faced a number of significant challenges which have had a severe impact on trading. The site, like many chemical complexes in the UK and the EU, has faced the risk of closure. Given the national importance of this plant, the unique contribution it makes to the UK economy, this government is clear that closure is not an outcome that we are willing to accept. That is why I can confirm to the House today that we are stepping in, and we are providing a support package of over £120 million to INEOS, which forms part of a wider £150 million investment with INEOS to help ensure the site remains commercially viable and sustainable in the long term. This support package comprises a grant and a government-backed loan to protect 500 jobs in Grangemouth and many hundreds more within critical supply chains. As part of this agreement, INEOS will continue operations and will invest at least £30 million into the site, on top of the hundreds of millions of pounds it has already invested in recent years. This agreement will therefore protect jobs and safeguard taxpayers' money. The government sets a very high bar for interventions of this kind. We assess the viability of the business, the economic and social impacts of our investments, and the contributions of the private sector, including shareholders. And where we do intervene, we set clear, strict conditions on how these investments are used. In this case, our funding will secure ongoing operations. It will improve the site's energy efficiency, decrease carbon emissions, and increase productivity. Funding for this support will be covered by existing budgets that have been agreed as part of the departmental spending review settlements. Interventions of this kind are rare, but when workers' livelihoods and our strategic interests are at risk, a Labour government will never hesitate to take action to protect this nation's assets and economic security. We will work with businesses to build a secure, prosperous future for our industrial heartlands and for the whole of the UK. We are taking bold action today to ensure that the chemical sector in this country remains strong for the workers and communities who've depended on it for generations. But we are also ensuring that this sector can play its part in making the UK a clean energy superpower by the end of the decade. The chemical sector plays a fundamental role in the supply of parts for wind turbines, for carbon capture and storage from nuclear power plants. We cannot afford to see those domestic supply chains disrupted, and we won't. That is why, beyond this agreement, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will improve the business environment for British industries, including our chemical sector. The industrial strategy is one of the ways that we are doing that. Whilst our gas prices remain competitive in Europe, we're tackling long-standing problems with high electricity prices. We've already pledged to increase the discount on electricity network charges from 60% to 90% for businesses in sectors such as steel, cement and chemicals. 550 of our most energy-intensive businesses will save up to £420 million per year in their electricity bills from next April, thanks to this one change alone. Our new British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme is going to reduce electricity costs for over 7,000 eligible businesses, including chemicals. We want them to save up to £40 per megawatt hour, or 25%, from April 2027. Supporting a skilled workforce is also at the heart of the industrial strategy. We are providing an additional £1.2 billion of investment into the skills system by 2028-29. This is because we recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a strong economy must rest on strong foundations. That includes our defence capability, energy security and our chemical sector. I say this because honourable members will know that INEOS is not the only business and Grangemouth is not the only site who have experienced challenges over the last few years. That is why we have a vision for Grangemouth's long-term future, which is energy efficient and sustainable. And the agreement we have announced today shows that we will forge the right partnerships between industry, the UK and Scottish governments to make it a reality. As part of these efforts, up to £200 million of investment from our National Wealth Fund will support new opportunities in Grangemouth. Several projects are already under active consideration. Backed by funding from the Chancellor at the budget, the Scottish company Myalgae has announced it will deliver a new biotech project at the site, creating 400 well-paid green jobs. And to support workers at the nearby ExxonMobil Mossmoran plant, which will close next year, the UK and Scottish governments, alongside Fife Council, are setting up a dedicated task force. It will ensure that employees affected by that closure will be afforded every chance of securing valuable employment. And as part of the agreement being announced today, INEOS Grangemouth has committed to giving those impacted workers a guaranteed interview for available roles at their site. The Grangemouth training guarantee will also be expanded to those employees who provided shared services for the refinery, ensuring that they have the skills and qualifications they need to succeed in the local labour market. And all of these measures complement the efforts being undertaken as part of the Grangemouth Just Transition. This is important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the agreement we have announced today is not just about supporting a single site or a single company, it is about securing a stable industrial pipeline now and for many years to come. It is about having a clean break from the managed decline of the past and delivering the decade of national renewal we promised for Grangemouth and for the whole of the UK. For those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance copy of his statement today. The steps announced today by the Government to secure the ethylene plant at Grangemouth is, of course, welcome news, especially for those workers at the site who can now look forward to the new year, assured their jobs will remain at the strategically vital site. And vital, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is. As the Minister said, the Grangemouth site is the UK's last ethylene plant. Ethylene, a key ingredient in plastics used in advanced manufacturing and the automotive and aerospace sectors. To have lost domestic production capacity for such a core product would have been unconscionable. But it cannot be ignored that this move, welcome as it is, demonstrates just how exposed sites like Grangemouth have become under this government. This government's policies are leading to the deindustrialisation of this country, with unemployment rates soaring and the economy shrinking as a result. From Potteries in Stoke to the Prax Lindsay oil refinery in Lincolnshire, and most obviously and glaringly our oil and gas industry operating in the North Sea. This government is not just overseeing but engineering the decline of energy-intensive industries in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am of course glad that 500 jobs at Grangemouth will be protected, genuinely. but that will be cold comfort for the thousands of workers in and around the wider oil and gas industry that have already lost their jobs or are about to spend Christmas next week not knowing if they will have a job next year because of Labour Party policy. It was Harbour Energy last week, before that the Port of Aberdeen, Apache, Petrofac, Total Energies have had to merge with Eneo Next Energy to operate, Shell have merged with Equinor, and they all say the same thing, Madam Deputy Speaker. The exorbitant taxation regime, increased and extended until 2030, is driving away investment. Couple that with the utterly astronomical cost of energy here in the UK, pushed ever higher by unnecessary green levies and carbon taxes. It's no surprise that Sir Jim Radcliffe added in his response to today's announcement that high energy costs and punitive carbon taxes were driving industry out of the UK at an alarming rate. He went on, if politicians want jobs, investment and energy security, then they must create a competitive environment. Week after week after week, we see more jobs in the sector being lost and critical national assets shutting up shop as a direct consequence of policy decisions made by this government. Since Labour stepped into office, over 15,000 manufacturing and industry jobs have been lost. That is the scale of the crisis we are dealing with. Now, Scotland, Great Britain has a proud manufacturing legacy, but current government policy towards energy is squandering that legacy, damaging Scottish jobs and damaging an important national asset. There are 200,000 jobs in the UK associated with oil and gas, and they are all at risk unless this government changes course. Not my words, Mr. Speaker, but the words of the chairman of INEOS at Grangemouth. Today's announcement is timely, however, as tomorrow I will be visiting the Mossmorran to meet with the team following the news that the polyethylene plant there will be closing. There, ExxonMobil's chairman explained that two of the keys to success needed he did not have because of current government policy. He said, we've had windfall taxes. We've had a ban on production licences. I need cheap sources of abundant ethane, and I do not have them because the North Sea, because of government policy, is declining rapidly. They paid £20 million in CO2 taxes just last year, and that's going to double in the next 4 or 5 years. What is frankly shocking, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that for some inexplicable reason, the Secretary of State for Scotland chose today to attack ExxonMobil when explaining why they were not receiving the same support as Grangemouth. He said, and I quote, "The management were not able to give us a pathway to profitability." Of course they can't, because at every turn this government is putting up hurdles, shutting down the North Sea and taxing them until they burst. Honestly, they just do not get it. This government are not listening. Today's announcement doesn't even scratch the surface when it comes to rectifying the damage and pain this government is inflicting upon industry in this country. When I visit Mossmorran tomorrow, does the Minister, given this is the second time this government has launched an unprovoked attack on a leading investor in the United Kingdom, want me to pass on an apology from the government to him? Madam Deputy Speaker, today's announcement is welcome, but this government could do so much more. Scrap the energy profits levy, remove the punitive carbon taxes. We aren't getting an exemption to the EU ETS anyway, according to the EU Commission. Incentivise, don't punish. Madam Deputy Speaker, a Conservative government will do all this and more when we return to office in 3 years' time. Unfortunately, those are 3 years I do not think British industry has.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by sincerely thanking the honourable gentleman for welcoming the support for Grangemouth. It really must be the season of goodwill. And on this occasion, I can assure him he is correct. This is the last ethylene plant now, so we can agree on that this time. So he talked about the business environment for the chemicals industry, and I thought I'd set that out reasonably well in the statement, but maybe I didn't, so I shall maybe just mention that a bit more. So on energy costs, we already have the energy intensive scheme, and as I mentioned, we've increased the level of the supercharger, and the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme comes in 2027 with an additional 25% reduction. He may be interested to know that our electricity costs are already competitive in Europe. They're more competitive than many countries in Europe, but not France and Germany, which are the benchmark for me. And so that's why we're introducing the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme. On gas, after policy costs, we're already competitive. And of course, these businesses trade internationally, and our success in striking international trade deals with the EU, with the US, with India and more with Korea just this week is giving more market opportunities all of the time. He made the contrast with Exxon. I'll just reiterate the point that here we have, and government would always do this, and I'm sure he would expect us to do this, we're investing in a business with a viable and sustainable future where there is a viable business plan, primarily because the owner of this business has invested in this business over time. And as I said in my statement a few weeks ago on Westmoreland, ExxonMobil had failed to invest in that plant, and that's why they said themselves there was a £1 billion investment gap. He talks about jobs. In the clean energy sector, we're creating 40,000 new jobs. In Scotland alone, 800,000 jobs across the whole of the country. And this is a transition that we as a government are actively engaging in and actively managing. He says a Conservative government would do something different to they did last time. They didn't do anything last time. When INEOS announced in November 2023 that they were going to close their refinery, what did the Conservative government do? Well, the Conservative Prime Minister at the time said that's a commercial decision. They did nothing about it, nothing at all about it. That's where the Conservative government were. So investment here is very important. So I would refer the honourable gentleman to an article that was published this morning by my noble friend Lord Stockwood, the Investment Minister, where he talked very carefully about the international investment environment and the performance of the UK economy and lamented the fact that so many people, so many Cassandras, such as the gentleman opposite, in this country are talking the economy down, constantly talking the economy down and frightening investors away. And I think it's about time he recognised the success of our clean energy industries, the success of this government's industrial strategy, and stopped talking Britain down.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and also thank him and the teams across government who have worked so hard to secure the deal that will protect jobs at Grangemouth. But I also want to commend all of those in government who've worked so hard to ensure that Babcock flourishes, to ensure that Methyl stays open, to ensure that BAE Systems secures contracts with Norway, and just last week that secured the myalgae deal for the Grangemouth site too. All of that stands in stark contrast to the actions of other parties who have had, well, perhaps should have had a role in these matters. So can the Minister reflect on that fact and perhaps give us some more information about what other developments we might expect to see in Grangemouth in the weeks and months ahead?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So she's quite right, and I'd also like to thank her for her engagement on these subjects as well. And she's quite rightly pointed out what a vibrant industrial community there is around the Grangemouth area. Already we have companies such as Babcock who are keen to recruit people in that local area, who recognise the skills of the workers who will no longer be employed at Westmoreland from February onwards. And with the support that the government has put in place, including the task force led by Fife Council with the Scottish Government and the UK Government working together in concert, I'm confident that we will find new jobs for these people and recognising their very high skills. She mentions the support for myalgae, a £3 million support announced by the Chancellor of the Exchequer in the budget. Of course, this is a great company that will be operating on the Grangemouth site, directly in line with the strategy set out in Project Willow, which was commissioned from my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, and which he spoke about in the Liaison Committee earlier this week, and points directly to the future, the bright future for Grangemouth.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement? And I welcome the Government's announcement that it is stepping in to offer support and protect jobs in this vital industry. We have a duty to safeguard our national security, our economic prosperity and a fair transition to clean energy, and today's statement is a step in that direction. We've long been champions of British industry. We're proud of the industrial policies that we introduced in government, and we must never return to the neglect we saw under the Conservatives who scrapped our industrial strategy. But having said that, we need to see a far more cohesive plan from this government to support British business, including our chemicals sector. High energy costs are a fundamental challenge. The Industrial Competitiveness Scheme will support the 7,000 most energy-intensive firms, but it won't launch until Will the Government confirm if the Grangemouth plant will be included in the scheme? And do Ministers acknowledge that if the scheme had been in place earlier, this situation might have been avoided? And will the Minister agree we need a long-term plan to slash energy costs for households and businesses alike by seriously investing in renewables and decoupling electricity from gas prices? And finally, I must press the Minister on another huge added cost for which this government is responsible, and that, of course, is the national insurance increase. Can the Minister tell the House what is the tax hit imposed on the Grangemouth plant through the national insurance hike since last year's budget, and whether it is greater than the £50 million government grant handed to INEOS today? Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I do thank her for recognising both the importance of the site and the importance of this government intervention. She mentions the £50 million grant, and I think you need to look at that. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's important that members look at that in the context of the total package, both a grant and a loan and an investment from the owner of the business, and as the owner of the business said today, also an agreement in principle for a profit-sharing arrangement as well. And I think that points to the other question she asked, which is about the detail of this industrial strategy. And this is an industrial strategy that is a significant break with the past. It is not about last-minute interventions, which is what the previous Conservative government did or didn't do, depending on how the mood took them. It is about a serious partnership and engagement between government and industry in order to ensure that we have a sustainable industry in the UK. She asked me the question about energy costs. I mentioned earlier the relative position of energy costs, and of course we are doing more on that, and I'm intending to do much more on that. And in answer to your question, would it have helped more if this scheme had been in place earlier? And I would just say to her, I mean, clearly it would have helped if there'd been a Labour government in place earlier, and that would be my advice. Always vote Labour.
Bill Esterson.
Deputy Speaker. Well, can I very much welcome the protection of 500 jobs at Grangemouth. And can I very much welcome the commitment to making the most of the energy transition through this investment in carbon capture and storage, in the components in wind turbines and indeed in nuclear power plants that he mentioned in his statement. But turning to the very high electricity costs that industry faces, we've talked about this before, and I raised it with the Prime Minister on Monday at Liaison Committee. What are the alternative options that are available? The British Competitiveness Scheme is a very, very good step in the right direction, but there are very many businesses who won't qualify for that scheme, who also need help with their very high electricity prices. What is he working on that will start to move the dial for those businesses as well?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank him for the very close attention he gives to this through his chairmanship of the committee, of the Energy Committee. He started his question by mentioning the 500 jobs at Grangemouth, and maybe we've not discussed that enough. And I really do understand how this announcement from government today will bring certainty to those workers at Grangemouth, to their families and to their local community as well. And it's incredibly important that we acknowledge that. On this point of energy costs, so I mentioned that, so my benchmark for this is how competitive we are in Europe. So I mentioned our electricity costs, particularly our industrial electricity costs, are cheaper than some countries in Europe, so Italy, Netherlands and Spain, but more expensive than France and Germany. The British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme will take us a good way towards that, and we are already seeing the benefits of our investment in clean energy. And so as I've said at this dispatch box before, the point from 2030 onwards we'll see some significant reductions, and particularly as we're bringing forward interconnectors now as well, interconnectors that will connect not only the UK with other countries but also wind farm to wind farm, because it is always windy somewhere in the North Sea, and that will also help to release capacity and drive down costs as well. So he will see that both through our policy measures and our investment in infrastructure.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it would be wrong in this announcement not to commend the Honourable Member for Alloa and Grangemouth, who has always been such a strong advocate for jobs at Grangemouth, and indeed for his willingness to speak out against his government. He was actually put out of, lost the Labour whip. I did note, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the photographs that were issued around the launch today that workers at Grangemouth didn't seem overly happy to see the Chancellor today when she was present. And that's perhaps because they know that it is her policies of continuing to attack the oil and gas industry, particularly through the windfall tax, that is leading to the undermining of the oil and gas industry across Scotland.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank him for mentioning the member for my honourable friend, the member for Alloa and Grangemouth. I'm sure he would have liked to be here today, but of course he was invited by the Secretary of State to join him on the visit. He and I have spoken, of course, over the last few weeks. I can assure the honourable member that I very much value his contributions and his relationship and his support, and I know he is as pleased as I am by this announcement.
Ewan Sternbank.
People in Falkirk, Grangemouth and across Forth Valley are delighted to see the decisive action taken by this government today to preserve 500 jobs in our community. This £120 million investment and £150 million deal is Labour's industrial strategy in action. It protects our industrial community and keeps essential national infrastructure viable. We'll hope there is a consensus in this House that this is a welcome positive step. Just earlier this year, it's worth noting that the Head of External Affairs for INEOS told the Scottish Affairs Committee that prior to the November 2023 announcement of the refinery's closure, that both governments were given the opportunity, the data and access to the data to make an investment decision. And neither government chose to do that. Both the Tories and the SNP had the opportunity to support workers at Grangemouth in government, but did not lift a finger. Contrast this to this government's approach to the ethylene plant today, acting decisively before it was too late. Our action today and further action has supported new industry with a very welcome announcement last week of Mealgy bringing upwards of 310 or 400 jobs across Scotland. Grangemouth's industrial future must move forward now, and Labour are providing substantial further resources towards this. So if I could ask the Minister to provide us with greater detail on what guarantees for the long-term viability of the ethylene site at Grangemouth they have received from INEOS, and when can Grangemouth expect further funding announcements from the National Wealth Fund's £200 million commitment, as well as the additional £14 million secured by Scottish Labour MPs in the budget last month to get announcements done sooner?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my honourable friend, of course, for his continued support for his constituents in the Grangemouth site. He welcomes this announcement, and quite rightly he then presses me for more funding too. And I can tell him that further to the remarks that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, gave at the Liaison Committee earlier this week, indeed the £200 million that was committed earlier this year through the National Wealth Fund for projects. Those projects are being shortlisted, examined and shortlisted by the National Wealth Fund, and I do hope that they will be coming forward soon. And I would also like to take this opportunity as well to commend Siobhan Patterson, the councillor for Upper Braes and Falkirk Council, who I know has supported him on this work also, and I do hope that when voters go to the polls for the Scottish parliamentary elections in Falkirk East and Lithgow, they will recognise that and vote Labour too.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad the honourable gentleman didn't get an invite because I got to hear his excellent speech there. But look, 500 jobs being saved is incredibly important, and everyone, contrary to what the Prime Minister said earlier, will welcome that fact. But what we can't escape from is the fact that there are 500 jobs being lost every 2 weeks in Scotland's North Sea. And those aren't my figures. Those are the figures of Paul Deleuze from Robert Gordon's University. They're figures that are emphasised by the GMB trade union. They're emphasised by local charities and by industry itself. Now, the Chancellor, while she was at Grangemouth, I don't know why they make quips about people losing their jobs in the North Sea. How dare he? But whilst the Chancellor was at Grangemouth today, she was asked whether she agreed with that expert analysis. She said no. Does he agree with her?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I sincerely thank him for welcoming the announcement. The season of goodwill really is spreading right across the whole of the House, so thank you for that. He asked a serious question, of course, about the transition. And look, we've made no bones about this. Oil and gas is an incredibly important industry for the UK and will be for decades to come. But as the oil and gas basin declines, what is important is that there is a transition. Fundamentally, this is the difference between this government and previous governments. This is the point of our industrial strategy. He mentions Robert Gordon University. They also identified that 90% of workers in the oil and gas sector have skills that are readily transferable into the 40,000 jobs that we are creating in Scotland in clean energy industries. This is a marked contrast with the SNP. Just in September, Professor Mariana Mazzucato, you may have heard of her because she was an advisor to the Scottish Government, said the SNP ministers in Scotland on industrial strategy talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk. This government is walking the walk.
Frank McNally.
you very much, Madam Speaker. Isn't it the stark and inconvenient truth for the parties opposite that for years the Tories and the SNP sat on their hands and allowed the industrial needs of Scotland to go to the wall? So with this £120 million package, does my honourable friend agree that this government is serious about backing our strategically vital industries as well as protecting thousands of jobs on the site and through our supply chains?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do agree with him that it's astonishing how the previous Conservative government and the SNP government in Scotland, as we've just heard, were prepared to just stand by and let the refinery at Grangemouth close after having been given data for years and deciding not to do anything about it at all. But he rightly mentions the supply chains, and of course the multiplier of jobs in the supply chains is much greater, and we recognise here that this is a good investment for the taxpayer, not just to secure vital product that we need in our chemicals and defence industries, not just because this ethylene plant is important in and of its own right, but of course for the spread of the economic benefit through the supply chains in Scotland and beyond.
Harriet Cross.
Deputy Speaker, and firstly, of course, like everyone else, I really do welcome that these 500 jobs have been secured. But as we've already heard, 500 jobs a fortnight are being lost from the oil and gas sector because this government's policies. And the Minister has spoken about the supply chain. Those jobs, those skills in the supply chain are being lost, will not be there for the transition because of the EPL, the Energy Profits Levy. The government have defined what a windfall is. There are no longer windfall prices, there are no longer windfall profits, but there is still the windfall tax. When will the government get rid of the windfall tax, protect the supply chain, protect the oil and gas sector and protect our vital industries?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank her for her welcoming of the announcement. I think that's something across the whole House on which we can share. And I just would reiterate the points I made earlier. The government does recognise the importance of the oil and gas sector. Of course it's important to the UK, it's important to the people who work in it, to local communities as well, but we also recognise that the North Sea is a declining basin, and we have taken the actions through our Clean Energy Jobs Plan, through the actions that we've taken in our clean energy initiatives to ensure that we secure the supply chains for those clean energy jobs here in the UK. Again, a marked contrast between this government and the previous Conservative government, which was proud to boast of the UK being the largest market for offshore wind, but to enable those jobs to be located in places such as Denmark and other countries around the North Sea. We don't think that's acceptable. That's why we're bringing the jobs here and helping workers to transition into those industries.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I strongly welcome this announcement today? This announcement and the agreement of the 4th Green Freeport full business case demonstrates this government's commitment to re-industrialising Grangemouth, Leith and the wider Forth area. Can the Minister provide any details on when we will see the £25 million of seed capital through that deal deployed to further secure and create jobs across the area?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend makes the point incredibly well about the need to reindustrialise and to create good industrial jobs. It's my mission as Industry Minister to release additional productive capacity in the UK, productive capacity that will increase our manufacturing output, improve our productivity, improve our balance of trade. It is rare, I think. Maybe it's been decades since a government has had that level of ambition for our industrial and manufacturing sectors. But of course, with this government, it is not just an ambition, it is not just words, it is delivering jobs on the ground.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it would be churlish on this side not to recognise the fact that these 500 jobs are very important and to welcome the fact that they're being saved. But it would surely be churlish on the other side of the House not to acknowledge that this is a sort of self-licking ice cream that we're seeing here, a self-perpetuating system whereby the government has to intervene in industries that are being damaged by the government's own policies. And industry will not take well to the news that there are going to be cheaper energy prices in due course, years down the line. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth, almost on the edge of going out of business. And shouldn't we be measuring ourselves, rather than against expensive Italy and France, shouldn't we be looking at the much cheaper prices in the United States and in China?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did enjoy the analogy about the self-licking ice cream. But what it demonstrates really is that there is a lack of understanding of what a real industrial strategy is on the other side of the House. I mean, you know, we all like to think that things are simple, but then we grow up. And I think that what's really important to recognise is that these industries are trading in international markets where they need to abide by the rules of those international markets. And what we've done here is created a package that supports a sustainable business plan for that industry. He mentions the lower energy prices in the USA. I acknowledge that. The USA has lower energy prices, primarily due to their decision to introduce fracking. We have decided not to do that. Is he now saying that he would like to do that? If he would like to do that, that's fine. But that's a point of difference with us. We will not do that. But our policy is to ensure that our industries remain competitive without that.
Torquil Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the statement and for the work his team and the Scotland Office team did in securing these 500 jobs at Grangemouth, and also pay tribute to the former Business Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Stalybridge and Hyde, our Chief Whip, for the work he did on this deal, and for the work he did last year in keeping the lights on in Orange at Christmas and in Methil at Christmas and at Harland Wolf in Belfast and Appledore. Then, as now, voters and workers expect two governments to work together. But the Minister will confirm that the SNP sat in their hands over Grangemouth, that the SNP checked out, as they've checked out today, checked out on standing up for Scotland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's quite right to mention the hard work of my right honourable friend, now the Chief Whip, the former Business Secretary, because of course deals like this with international businesses require a significant amount of discussion and engagement, and that is precisely the point of our industrial strategy. It's a partnership of government working very closely together with businesses to secure investment for the long term. Investment like this hangs around for a generation. It provides generational opportunities for employment in local areas, and we know that the decisions that this government is making will provide those employment opportunities for people in Grangemouth and across Scotland for generations to come.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister mentioned in his statement the £200 million for projects in Grangemouth from the National Wealth Fund, and I'd like to raise him a concern raised in evidence to the Treasury Committee about the National Wealth Fund. It has to operate on the riskier end of project proposals, so it doesn't want to crowd out private investment, but that means fail, and the worry is that politicians won't be ready to defend projects that fail under National Wealth Fund. So is he willing to agree with that assessment and say that he accepts as part of the risk profile of the National Wealth Fund that some projects will fail and he will accept that as part of the deal?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this question because it gives me an opportunity to talk a bit about risk appetite in investment, which certainly I'm interested in. If other members aren't, I apologise in advance. So the National Wealth Fund is doing something special and different, but it's also worth looking at it alongside the other tools the government has, British Business Bank and UK Export Finance. And you're right, National Wealth Fund's job is to crowd in, so it shouldn't be at the easy end of the investment, otherwise it will be crowding out. And it has a target to produce a return on investment. So ultimately, the National Wealth Fund needs to take a portfolio approach that delivers that return. I know that industrial strategies in the past in this country have suffered by very casual approaches around things like such as picking winners, this sort of language, which is really incredibly unhelpful. The point of taking a portfolio approach is that, of course, some businesses will succeed and some will not. And frankly, if every business the National Wealth Fund invested in succeeded, its risk appetite is in the wrong place. Some businesses will fail. We accept that. That is absolutely the point of the approach. But as a result of the National Wealth Fund's investment, partnering with industry and the commercial sector, de-risking some of these projects, we will see some big successes too.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is such welcome news for Grangemouth and for Scotland just prior to Christmas. My thanks to the Minister and all departments who worked jointly to secure this deal. It's a pity, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the SNP couldn't bring themselves to mention the Grangemouth investment earlier today at PMQs. Perhaps after decades of failure, the SNP can't recognise success. Does the Minister agree that both the SNP and the Tories sat in their hands while the future of jobs at Grangemouth were at risk? And does the Minister agree that today's announcement demonstrates Scotland needs a Scottish Labour government in Holyrood to secure more good jobs?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think he's quite correct that the decision that the government has taken here, and of course previous decisions that we've taken on our industrial strategy, are a marked contrast with the Scottish National Party and with the Conservatives previously. And what is kind of astonishing about this is, I know that the Conservatives are very hidebound by their free market ideology, which means they're prepared to let British businesses and jobs go to the wall. But surely they would stand up for things like defence and national security, where these businesses are so vital as well, supporting our defence supply chains, health, our water and so on as well. So it should be natural that they would do things like that. And so certainly to have seen the inaction from the Conservatives and the SNP on this in the past is quite astonishing. It's a big message to the voters of Scotland. Vote Labour in the spring.
Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the members opposite forget what Parliament they're actually in, and maybe they failed vetting for the Scottish Parliament. Who knows? Who knows? This is a welcome announcement, though. It is a welcome announcement. The Scottish Government has been calling on the UK Government for months now to intervene to protect jobs at Grangemouth and Mossmoran, and at a scale seen in other parts of the UK. And the news will give at least some much-needed Christmas cheer to the Grangemouth community, at least, and the workers at INEOS O&P. The Scottish Government announced £8.5 million investment last week at the Grangemouth Industrial Cluster, including in Myalgae, jointly with the UK Government and Celtic Renewables, and that will create up to 460 jobs, demonstrating that a long-term industrial future at the site is achievable. We will continue to do all that we can within the limited powers that the Scottish Parliament has. However, the announcement today does not help the situation for those whose jobs are already lost at the neighbouring refinery, and while there may be some crossover support for nearby Mossmoran workers, there is still a substantial gap in support. Will the Minister finally accept that one of the most fundamental causes of the situation that is requiring this support is the fiscal regime being inflicted on oil and gas, and the use of EPL that is making just transition a near impossibility?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, he mentions the refinery, but as I said earlier, INEOS made the final decision to close the refinery in November 2023 after having provided data over a period of years to the Conservative Government in Westminster and the SNP in Holyrood, and they said and did nothing. He talks about the scale of investment, and I'm really surprised, to be honest, that he hasn't raised this even more firmly. We're talking about a complete package of investment in Grangemouth here, announced by this government, approaching £500 million, £100 million in the summer, £200 million in the National Wealth Fund, £14.5 million in the budget, and £150 million in this package. To anyone's nearest rounding error, that's nothing shy of £500 million for Grangemouth. I would have thought the SNP would at least have acknowledged that.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to all of the ministers across all the departments who have worked together to get this over to the line, and also pay tribute to my honourable friend from Falkirk for not giving up on this and making sure that Grangemouth matters to all of us. We all have constituents who live or work, who work in the complex, who work in the supply chain. And the real investment and being able to talk about new highly skilled jobs for a generation across the wider measures of work that have been announced over the course of the last few months, and again today, make sure that we are able to talk to people locally about how important it is to get jobs in the advanced manufacturing and within the chemical sector. What I will ask, though, is given that skills is devolved to Scottish Government, how is the Minister liaising with the Government to make sure, Scottish Government, to make sure that we are getting that investment for our young people?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, my honourable friend spoke very powerfully there about how Grangemouth matters to the local area. I can say to her, I was chairing a round table of the chemicals industry at the Wilton cluster in Teesside, and for those of us like me who have worked in industry or work in the chemicals industry now, Grangemouth matters to all of us in the whole of the United Kingdom. And the support of the workers and the families there in Grangemouth makes a big difference to all of our lives. She mentions jobs. And I've talked about the jobs that are being created in Scotland and around the whole of the country in the clean energy sector. And I saw this for myself last week when I attended a clean energy jobs fair at the Port of Tyne, where I spoke to apprentices excited about the new job opportunities that this government is creating. And the one thing that they know, because they heard it from me and they've heard it from themselves, is that reform are coming for their jobs. and they know that firmly, and they should certainly take that into account when they're voting.
Members will have seen that we do want to get everybody in, but I am aiming to finish this around past, so please do help each other out by short questions and short answers. Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I strongly welcome this announcement today that will not only be important for the workers in Grangemouth, but for the wider Scottish economy. Whether it's today's announcement in Grangemouth, whether it's protecting shipbuilding on the Clyde, whether it's the supercomputer in Edinburgh, the Labour government is standing up for workers and Scotland's strategic industries. Does the Minister agree with me that while Labour will stand up for manufacturing, the SNP can only manufacture grievance?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly do agree with him, and given that he represents Edinburgh, I thought that there is an interesting Grangemouth fact that he might like to learn, which is that if the government had not stepped in to support INEOS, then the Grangemouth site would be flaring enough gas every day to power the entire city of Edinburgh. Such is the scale and importance of the Grangemouth site.
With a succinct question, Dr Scott Arthur.
No pressure, no pressure. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for his statement and for not giving up on these workers. I think it was slightly generous in describing the situation he inherited from the SNP and Tories as managed decline. Perhaps it's Christmas time. And it's great to see my constituency neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Edinburgh South, sitting on the front bench. And I'd like to thank him for all his work in saving these jobs as well. Myself and my honourable friend, the member for Falkirk, were at a meeting on Monday where Grangemouth was mentioned repeatedly. We're meeting with the aviation sector, and they're desperate for more SAF production in the UK. And they're targeting Grangemouth as a potential source. Does he agree with them? Minister,
with an answer that is the definition of succinct, let's leave.
Yeah, I'll try and do that. Grangemouth certainly has great potential for the manufacture of sustainable aviation fuel, along with our other clusters. He mentioned managed decline. I think it was worse than that. It was complete indifference to industrial manufacturing in the UK.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll try and keep it brief. The SNP and the Tories sat on their hands whilst jobs and livelihoods were at risk. So I warmly welcome the announcement today and thank the Minister and all departments involved, because it not only protects 500 jobs, it's an investment, is it not, in our national security. Does the Minister agree? It's only the Labour that's backing business, backing workers and backing Scotland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is she's absolutely right. It is indeed an investment in our national security, in our infrastructure, in our industry, in the workforce and in the opportunities for young people in the Grangemouth area.
Deputy Speaker, and today's news of UK Government investment in Grangemouth is welcome. Following the devastating announcement of job losses from ExxonMobil at Mossmoran in my constituency, the Mossmoran Task Force is now up and running to give maximum support to the workforce and to consider the future of that site. I welcome the news today that these workers will be prioritised for interviews at new jobs created by INEOS in Grangemouth. And the Minister and I have discussed this, but will he confirm today that the Government remains open and is exploring investing in possible alternative futures for the site and the workforce at Mossmoran?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Industrial sites like the one at Mossmoran are incredibly valuable for the UK. We mentioned in our industrial strategy the Strategic Sites Accelerator, and I would certainly be interested to explore whether Mossmoran could be part of that. It is very important that we do this and that we run fast to do this, because I learned only today that the SNP-led Scottish Government have in fact, prior to this, not held a single meeting on planning the just transition for Mossmoran, so we will have to run fast to catch up.
Graham Downey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and like my other colleagues, I thank the entire front bench for their work on this, including the former Secretary of State for Scotland as well as the current Secretary of State. Madam Deputy Speaker, you can see Grangemouth from the Fife coastal path in my constituency, and many of the workers in my constituency also work at Grangemouth. While the site was ignored totally by the SNP and the Tories for years, this government has dutifully and quietly gone about its work of finding an effective solution that will not only protect 500 jobs, but will create more in the future. future and showing the commitment that this government has to the Forth Valley. Does the Minister agree with me that this shows what can happen when we have constructive Labour governments, and will he agree with me we can do even more with Anas Sarwar as the First Minister next year?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do agree with him, because I'm sure with Anas Sarwar as the leader at Holyrood, we'll be able to implement the work of this government on Project Willow that has identified Grangemouth as the ideal site for plastics recycling, biofuels and other projects that will maximise the local competitive advantage there and the skills of the workforce.
An SNP did nothing for so many years to address the long-term future of Grangemouth. It's hugely welcome Labour ministers have made this announcement today, which also offers opportunities to workers in Fife affected by the closure of the ExxonMobil plant at Musmore. And what further opportunities will the modern industrial strategy offer for skilled jobs and high-growth industries in Scotland, including at the methyl yard in my constituency, saved by this government?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So he is right to point out that it is only this Labour government that makes this decision, and I also think this is an appropriate time to identify that the intervention here in Grangemouth has a significant impact on securing our ethylene pipeline, which runs across the whole of the UK, chemical plants in Runcorn and, of course, the Fortis pipeline as well, demonstrating that interventions like this and plants like Grangemouth work, and they work well when we are all part of an integrated United Kingdom.
Final question, Melanie on.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, what has Grimsby got to do with Grangemouth, you might be asking? Well, this is great news for Grangemouth. However, I'm afraid it will be cold comfort to the workers at LOR Prax. 400 directly employed people who have already lost or will be losing their jobs by March, hundreds more in the supply chain. They will be asking why the investment there but not here. Is there any good news on the horizon for jobs in petrochemicals or energy in the Humber?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's exactly the right question to ask in relation to the Prax Lindsay oil refinery. One of the fundamental differences between the two, of course, is the ability of the government to deal with the owner. And the owner of the Prax Lindsay oil refinery left the business in a really terrible state. Of course, we all care very deeply for the workers there, the families in Humberside, and having worked in Humberside myself, I empathise very greatly with them. We're in the late stages of the process now with the official receiver. The official receiver has confirmed some redundancies because the offers that he's received don't see refining production returning within the next few years, but we hope that that process will conclude into the new year, and I believe the jobs are guaranteed until March. So the government has provided significant transitional support to help the workers move into other jobs in the local area.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Apsana Begum.
Over 40 members of this House, led by the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, wrote to the Justice Secretary on Monday urgently requesting that he respond and intervene and meet with the lawyers of the Palestine Action prisoners now on hunger strike for over 45 days. Since then, one of the prisoners, 20-year-old Kessa Zuhra, was not transferred to hospital despite her urgent pleas for urgent medical treatment since yesterday afternoon until just a couple of hours ago. Prisoners have the right to humane conditions, a right to a fair trial and medical treatment, Madam Deputy Speaker. But given that lives are at immediate risk and that there have been points of orders raised by members of this House to no avail, could you kindly advise me what we may do to get an urgent response and intervention from the Justice Secretary before the House rises tomorrow for the Christmas recess?
I thank the Honourable Member for giving notice of her point of order. I understand that this matter was raised with Justice Ministers yesterday. The Honourable Member may also wish to raise this issue during tomorrow's debate on matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. In the meantime, if she requires further assistance on raising it with Justice Ministers directly, she may wish to seek further advice from the clerks.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a written answer on the 9th of December 2025 to a parliamentary question I had submitted, the Treasury stated explicitly that it had not opened any new inquiries into child benefit eligibility in the context of the serious errors in a trial of data sharing between the Home Office and the Treasury. However, I have recently seen correspondence between the HMRC press team and journalists which directly contradicts the answer given through the table office, with HMRC's press office stating that the programme was not paused and therefore new inquiries were continuing. As both things can't be true at the same time, can Madam Deputy Speaker give me advice and guidance on how the official record can be urgently set straight?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. While I am not responsible for the accuracy of responses ministers give to written parliamentary questions, I am clear that it is of the utmost importance that ministers are properly held to account by members and that they take their responsibilities to this House seriously. The Treasury Bench will have heard his concerns and I hope will pass them on to the relevant minister. The honourable member may wish to also raise this with the Procedure Committee, who are currently undertaking an inquiry into written parliamentary questions. Point of order, Jessica Turl.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek your guidance on a matter relating to access to this House. Today, Unison arranged a lobby day for migrant care workers to meet their members of Parliament to discuss concerns around care worker visas, exploitation and support for the sector. Those attending came from across the country, including my Bournemouth West constituency, but some as far as the Scottish Highlands and Northern Ireland. I was shocked to learn that this event was originally intended to take place on the parliamentary estate in either Westminster Hall or the committee rooms, giving some of the hardest working and lowest paid workers in our country a valuable opportunity to visit and engage in this place of democracy. Many of these workers took time off at an incredibly busy time, arranging cover to attend. However, they were informed late on Tuesday evening that they would no longer be permitted to use the facilities in the House and were instead moved to a venue off the estate, meaning the majority were not able to visit Parliament at all. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be grateful for your guidance on how such decisions are made, how members can raise concerns with the House authorities, and whether you would be willing to join me in apologising to these key workers and ensure that they would be able to visit this House and meet members properly at a future date.
I thank the honourable member for notice of her point of order and for raising this particular and important issue. I will draw it to the attention of Mr Speaker and the House authorities in order that you may receive a substantive and full response.
Presentation of Bill. James McCleary.
Afghanistan Schemes, Data Breaches, Independent Public Inquiry Bill.
Second reading what day?
16th of January 2026.
16th of January 2026. Presentation of Bill. Dr Andrew Murison.
Leases, Integrated Retirement Communities Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 16th of January, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday, the 16th of January 2026. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision for about the delivery of youth services by local authorities, including services under Section 507B of the Education Act 1996, to require local authorities to specify groups of young people to receive particular services for the purposes of personal and social development of people in those groups, to make provision about the inclusion of youth services in arrangements for the inspection of children's services and social care services, to make provision about targets for delivery of youth work and measurement of delivery against those targets, to require local authorities to consult users and prospective users of youth services about the provision of those services and connected purposes. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, as outlined by this government's National Youth Strategy, every young person deserves a safe place to go, a trusted adult to turn to, and the opportunity to develop skills, confidence and a sense of belonging. For generations, youth services have provided exactly that. They have offered support beyond the school gates, stability when home life is difficult, and early help long before problems escalate to crisis. Yet today, too many young people are growing up without access to those services. The duty on councils to provide youth services already exists in law. Section 507B of the Education Act 1996 requires local authorities to secure sufficient leisure time activities for young people. However, the law does not define what sufficient means. There are no clear expectations, no common standards, and no effective way to assess whether the duty is being met in practice. This lack of clarity has left youth services vulnerable when councils are forced to balance competing statutory pressures. And as a result, funding for youth services has been cut by £1.2 billion since 2010. Over the same period, the number of council-run youth centres has fallen by more than half, and what remains is not only smaller in scale, but increasingly uneven in reach. With spending on youth services ranging from around £1 per young person in some areas and over £130 in others. This inconsistency is the predictable outcome of a statutory framework that is vague, weakly enforced and too easily sidelined. This matters because youth services do not exist in isolation. When they are absent, pressures do not disappear, they simply resurface elsewhere. And in England today, 1 in 5 children and young people are now have a probable mental health disorder. Incidents of youth violence remain high, with 3,000 knife crime offences last year involving children. The ONS now reports that 16 to 24-year-olds are now the loneliest group in our society. And last year's Good Childhood report states that the UK's children and young people are now the most unhappiest in Europe. I have seen firsthand the impact that a lack of statutory protection and the defunding of youth services can have on a community. Because in Croydon, which is London's youngest borough, we have lost our council-run youth engagement team. This team of youth workers provided a critical link between the council, the voluntary sector and vulnerable young people across the borough. The lack of statutory protection meant that this vital service was cut without proper consultation with key partners like the local police, the NHS, or even by consulting widely with Croydon's young people. And whilst Croydon's voluntary sector is doing all it can to step up and step in where the council has stepped back, without sufficiency benchmarks, there is little our community can do to ensure Croydon's youth services are delivered consistently across the borough and in a way that reflects local need. The purpose of this bill is to address that structural weakness. It starts with a simple premise, that if Parliament places a duty on local authorities, that duty should have been meaningful, be clear and hold local authorities to account. Youth services should not be left to chance, and young people should not be left waiting for support that never comes. At present, statutory guidance sets out broad principles but avoids firm expectations. It does not define minimal levels of provision, workforce capacity or accessibility. Over time, this lack of clarity has hollowed out provision and widened regional disparities. The bill proposes benchmarks around 3 core areas. Firstly, workforce capacity. Youth work is a skilled profession built on relationships, trust and safeguarding. The bill therefore sets expectations around access to qualified youth workers, recognising the importance of professional expertise alongside volunteers and community organisations. These are not about imposing a one-size-fits-all model or micromanaging local delivery. They are about setting a clear national floor by which provision should not fall, while leaving local authorities free to design services that reflect local need. Secondly, targets and benchmarks for delivery. These could include per head funding model, the distance by which young people must travel to access services, or ensuring there are enough safe spaces for young people in each area. These benchmarks bring transparency and comparability to spending decisions and make it easier for councillors, inspectors and local residents to see whether youth services are being properly resourced. Because without a clear sense of what adequate investment looks like, youth services will always struggle to compete with other statutory responsibilities. Thirdly, ensuring young people are consulted so that these services reflect local need and their priorities. Youth services work best when young people help shape them, and this bill seeks to embed consultation, participation and democratic involvement of young people in the design of their services. The good news, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this has been done before. In the early 2000s, national guidance set out clear expectations on leadership, workforce and inspection. While those arrangements have fallen away since, they demonstrate that it is both possible and appropriate for government to define what sufficiency looks like. The bill also recognises the reality of modern delivery. Local authorities increasingly work in partnership with voluntary and community organisations. That partnership working will be made stronger if it is underpinned by coordination, data and accountability. By strengthening reporting requirements and linking youth services into existing inspection and outcome frameworks, the bill aims to support improvement rather than impose punishment. The aim of this bill is to make youth services a core part of the local safety net, not an optional extra that disappears when finances are tight. This is important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because youth services sit at the point where opportunity meets provision and prevention. Around 85% of the young person's waking hours are spent outside of the classroom. What happens during this time shapes their well-being, their confidence and their future. And the evidence is clear that investment in youth services pays off. Research by UK Youth and Frontier Economics shows that every pound invested in youth work delivers between £3.20 and £6.40 in social value through improved well-being, reduction in crime and better long-term outcomes. So this is not just a moral investment in our nation's future, it is a practical one too. It is in this context that we must wholeheartedly welcome this government's national youth strategy, the political focus it gives to our young people and the extra £500 million of investment that comes with it. The strategy rightly recognises the importance of youth work and the need to look again at statutory frameworks that underpin them. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, a commitment to explore and review, whilst important, does not in itself restore provision on the ground. Young people who are growing up today cannot wait years for clarity to emerge. This bill takes the government's stated ambitions and gives them the practical effect that they need. It replaces ambiguity with clarity, aspiration with benchmarks and guidance with accountability. It strengthens an existing duty rather than creating a new one, and it builds on mechanisms that are already in place. This is not about dictating a single model of provision. It is about setting a fair, transparent baseline so that no young person is left without support simply because of where they live. It is about giving local authorities the framework they need to prioritise youth services and to work effectively with the voluntary and community partners. And it is about ending the often patchwork postcode lottery of provision that young people currently face. The Youth Services Bill offers a practical and proportionate way to achieve that. It strengthens the statutory duty, provides clarity where there is currently confusion, and helps to ensure that youth services are treated as a core part of our commitment to the next generation. And for those reasons, I commend it to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Dr. Lauren Sullivan, Josh Dean, Jim Dixon, Shaukat Adam, Vicky Slade, Sharon Hodgson, Abdesam Mohammed, Gareth Snell, Afzal Khan, Rachel McMaskill, Kim Johnson and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Natasha Irons.
Youth Services Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of January.
Friday the 16th of January 2026. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
National Insurance Contributions, Employer Pensions Contributions Bill, second reading.
No.
Minister to move second reading. Torsten Bell.
Have I? Right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a short and a simple bill. It is a stocking filler to yesterday's finance bill. There are just three clauses for the chuntering members opposite to enjoy, focusing on amending the Social Security Contribution and Benefits Act 1992, and they do so to create a power to apply national insurance contributions on salary sacrifice pension contributions above £2,000 a year from April 2029. I will focus my remarks on three areas. First, why government action in this space was inevitable. Second, the case for the pragmatic, balanced approach we propose to take. And third, how this sits with wider questions, crucial questions about pension savings that this House rightly focuses on. Of course.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Very quickly. I've been contacted by the Federation of Small Business in Northern Ireland, FSB. They have told me the concerns with the national insurance contribution, but not just that. Utility prices are up some 52.7%, labour costs are up 51.5%, and taxes are up 47.2%. How can the Minister and this government expect small businesses to actually survive with that level of increase? I ask that respectfully to the Minister.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I'll come on to the exact points he's raising. The main answer to the question he raises is obviously that we're introducing this change with a very long implementation period not coming in until 2029 to give everybody, businesses and others, time to adjust, and businesses have welcomed that across the board. But I'll come on to that. Shortly, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is always important to keep the effectiveness and the value for money of tax reliefs under review. After all, their cost is estimated to be over £500 billion a year. As I said, that is always true, but it's especially true when we see their costs explode. That is why we acted in the budget to reform employee ownership trust capital gains tax relief, because its costs were set to reach more than 20 times more than was intended at its introduction. And it's what we see happening in the case of pension salary sacrifice. Its cost is on course to almost treble between 2017 and the end of this decade. That would take it to £8 billion a year. For some context, that is the equivalent of the cost of the Royal Air Force. I'll repeat that again. The cost of pension salary sacrifice was due to rise to the same as the equivalent of our spending, in real terms, on the Royal Air Force. The growth has been fastest amongst higher earners, with additional ratepayers tripling their pension salary sacrifice contributions since 2017. And while those on the highest salaries are most likely to take part, many others are unable to do so at all. Of course.
Thank him for giving way, and I understand the justification for making changes to the salary sacrifice arrangements. He mentioned they're higher earners. I wondered if you could explain a bit more about the breakdown between those who are benefiting under the current system as a percentage of the whole. I don't know whether he has that data with him.
Minister Bell.
I thank my honourable friend for that. I'll come on to some statistics that might give him some elements of those questions. So while those on the highest salaries are most likely to take part in salary sacrifice, others are completely excluded. So I'll offer some of those, and this goes to some of the questions raised by the honourable member. So the majority, I'll make some progress and then give way further, but the majority of employers, of course, do not offer salary sacrifice at all, including many small businesses. Secondly, workers on the national living wage are excluded entirely, and so are the 4.4 million self-employed across the UK. So on grounds of cost and fairness, it is near impossible to defend the status quo. Now, it is, of course, a major part of the job of the opposition to oppose some things that the government is doing. And I don't want to prejudge the remarks the honourable member will offer shortly, but I'm confident we'll hear some opposition, maybe a word or two on this today. But the truth, I'll give way.
I'm really grateful to him arguing for more money for the Royal Air Force. I hope very much his defence colleagues are listening, Treasury in particular. But we were told a little over a year ago that we had wiped the slate clean and the government wasn't going to be coming back to demand more money to fill various non-existent black holes and things. So what has actually changed over the past several months that means he's now coming back to levy this very large sum of money?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I think I've already answered it, which is to say it's important to keep tax reliefs under review. The cost of this tax relief is growing very fast indeed, so we have reviewed this tax relief and we think it is important to bring in pragmatic changes, as I will come on to. But as I was saying, I'm confidently looking forward to, I'm going to make a bit of progress, then I, of course, will give way to the honourable member. The truth is that reform was inevitable, and Conservative members, although they're not saying it now, know this is true because it's what they themselves said in government. In the 2015 summer budget, they said, salary sacrifice arrangements are becoming increasingly popular and the cost to the taxpayer is rising. The government will actively monitor. I'll come on to what the last government wanted to do in the pension space in a second. I'm glad the honourable member is so keen to hear. He's setting me up nicely for what is coming in a second. The summer budget 2015 went on to say this government will actively monitor the growth of these schemes and their effect on tax receipts. Just the argument I've given to the honourable member just now. Now, that monitoring led a year later to the then Chancellor, Baron Hammond of Runnymede, announcing benefits not pensions, benefit-in-kind restrictions. But he told this House the majority of employees pay tax on a cash salary and pay much lower tax. That is unfair. He was right then, and the same argument holds today. Now, former Conservative ministers should certainly agree, because when in government they were planning on pensions, to the point made by the honourable member, on pensions, exactly the kind of change we are now introducing. By way of proof, in 2023, they commissioned research on restricting salary sacrifice arrangements for pensions. Exactly the same measure they are now opposing today. And what was the proposed cap on pension salary sacrifice in that report? £2,000 a year. Exactly the same cap they are opposing today. Of course, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. He seems to have co-opted the Royal Air Force into his argument and the amount of money that's spent on it. Is the Minister aware that absent the Defence Investment Plan, which was promised in the autumn, and the House rises tomorrow, we have no idea about the size and shape and the cost of the Royal Air Force because the government is late with its homework?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, as I always do. He always makes interesting points. But my larger point would be, if the party opposite refuses to support any increases in taxation ever, then the increases in spending that I think is a matter of cross-party support for the Ministry of Defence, as the honourable member mentioned earlier, can't be funded and can't happen. Now, it is also the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that almost every tax expert in the country has noted the need for change. And in most cases, they've called for pension salary sacrifice to be ended entirely. We are, however, taking a more pragmatic approach, recognising that change will affect many employers and employees. Our balanced approach has two key parts. First, time. As I was saying to the honourable member just now, nothing will change overnight. We're providing over 3 years' notice of the reform's implementation. What did the previous government provide to employers? 1 year's notice of their reforms to salary sacrifice. This will give everybody involved time to prepare and adjust, something widely welcomed by firms and business groups. Employers and payroll providers have already been working with HMRC to ensure this change operates in the most effective way. That process will continue as we approach implementation. The second key design choice is the cap of £2,000. This cap protects ordinary workers and limits the impact on employers while ensuring the system remains fiscally sustainable. The cap means the majority of those currently using salary sacrifice will be unaffected, and it means almost all, 95% of those earning £30,000 or less who work disproportionately for small businesses will be entirely unaffected. And 87% of affected salary sacrifice contributions above the cap are forecast to be made by higher and additional rate taxpayers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a pragmatic and fair approach, as well as the fiscally responsible one. Now, some, and I'm sure we'll hear this, will claim that salary sacrifice arrangements drive aggregate levels of pension savings. This is simply wrong. After all, salary sacrifice arrangements existed through the 2000s and into the early 2010s. And what happened to pension savings during that period? Not rises, but big falls in private sector participation in pension savings. The existence of salary sacrifice did nothing to prevent a situation where by 2012 only 1 in 3 private sector's workers were saving into a pension. What made a difference wasn't complicated national insurance reliefs available to some employees. It was automatic enrolment, the groundwork for which was laid under the last Labour government and continued by Conservative and Liberal Democrat ministers. It is that reversed the collapse in workplace pension saving and means over 22 million workers are now saving each month. We can also see that contributions have risen in line with regulatory requirements, not in line with the growth of salary sacrifice. Pension salary sacrifice relief has doubled between 2019 and 2023. Has this been associated with a surge in average pension contribution levels? No. They have remained entirely stable as a proportion of pay, because all the evidence indicates it is largely automatic enrolment which drives changes in pension savings. And this shouldn't surprise anybody, because the same research commissioned by the party opposite I mentioned earlier pointed in the same direction. It found that the majority of employers reducing their tax bill by offering pension salary sacrifice did not use the savings to increase pension contributions. More importantly, for any member of the public listening, It is important for all of us through this debate to be clear that pension saving will remain highly tax advantaged after these changes. I've seen some deeply misleading comments in the media and otherwise talking about wider changes to pension tax relief and saying people won't be saving as much as they previously were. The public should be clear. We are spending now over £70 billion per year on pension tax relief, and that will be entirely unaffected by these changes. And employer contributions will continue to be the most tax-advantaged part of the pension tax system, being made entirely national insurance contribution free. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are necessary changes. They are changes everyone who has thought about this subject knew would be needed, and they are changes being implemented in a pragmatic and a balanced way. They are also consistent with the longer-term approach to reforming the pension system that is now in train. There is cross-party agreement that the work of the Pensions Commission is important as it examines questions of adequacy and fairness. We all know too many people are under-saving. Now, many commentators have called for higher minimum saving rates within automatic enrolment, including some of the front bench opposite. The Commission is crunching the numbers and talking to employers, trade unions and the pensions industry. We should not prejudge their work, so here I would simply note that higher savings rates means pension tax relief costs rising further. Combine that with the reality that if pension salary sacrifice remained unreformed, the end point could be all employee contributions being funnelled through this route. That implies costs at least doubling again to well over £15 billion a year, which means £15 billion in higher taxes elsewhere or cuts to public services. That is the logical conclusion from those opposing today's bill. Then we come to the real problem of some groups disproportionately undersaving that, again, members on both sides of this House have raised rightly in debates on pensions in recent months. The Pension Commission are focused on groups we know are most exposed, including low earners, some ethnic minorities, women and the self-employed. This is a real challenge for our pension system. But the data is entirely clear that today's salary sacrifice is not the answer. That is true whichever group you look at. Let's take them in turn. The self-employed are a top concern, with only 1 in 5 saving into a pension, but they are entirely excluded from pension salary sacrifice. Low earners are most likely not to be saving, but it is higher earners that are most likely to be using salary sacrifice. And many more women are undersaving for retirement, but it is many more men who use pension salary sacrifice. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are fair and balanced reforms. They protect ordinary workers, they give employers many years to prepare, and they ensure both our pension system and the public finances are kept on a sustainable footing. Opposing them is not cost-free. The savings from this measure are equivalent to over 250,000 knee and hip operations every year. The truth is they are inevitable. That is why at least one party opposite was planning to introduce them. So I would just gently suggest to some members that they can of course take the easy route of opposing this change today, but the truth is they will be doing so with their fingers crossed behind their backs, because many know this change needed to come one day, and I suspect not one of the parties opposite will promise to undo it in the years ahead, but we'll see. Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget delivered badly needed tax reforms ducked for too long by previous chancellors. Pragmatic reform in front of us today, or ensuring that everyone driving on the roads contributes to their upkeep. These reforms are what it takes to keep cutting waiting lists, cutting borrowing and cutting energy bills, and I commend them and this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Minister Mark Garnier.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, it is a joy to yet again be locking horns with the Pensions Minister on a topic that is important to us all, saving for our retirement. And I think it's important to note that there are many things that we agree on. We all acknowledge there is an impending issue with pension adequacy. When 50% of savers are projected to miss the retirement income target set by the 2005 Pensions Commission, we agree there is a problem that needs dealing with. Second, we all acknowledge that UK pension funds are not investing into the UK equity market to the extent that we would all want. Although I would caveat that with a fundamental disagreement. We want to understand the problem on this side. He wants to tell fund managers what they should and shouldn't be doing in terms of where their investment goes. But we also agree with the noble aim of delivering growth in the UK economy, even if the government are making a little bit of a mess of it in delivering that aim. Growth slowing, inflation up, unemployment up, but hopefully they're going to get the hang of it in due course. But that is why the Chancellor's budget is disappointing. If you're a pensioner, she has flown kites about the tax-free lump sum. She's frozen the personal allowance threshold. She's forced millions of pensioners to start paying income tax. These are her choices. If you're a saver, she has reduced the cash ISA limit to £12,000. She's scrapped the lifetime ISA for new investors. She's increased tax on dividends and savings by 2 percentage points. Her choices. And if you're a hard-working person, this government has reduced real household disposable income, has pulled millions more people into paying the higher rate of income tax, created perverse incentives that, for some, make them better off on benefits. These are her choices. So it is no wonder that this budget has been dubbed the smorgasbord of misery. And it has now got to the stage where our economy has never been taxed so much, and it will get worse. When coming into office, Madam Deputy Speaker, the tax take was 36.4% of GDP. By the time they leave office in 4 years' time, it's going to be 38.2%. And it's sometimes worth looking at examples of how this is levied. For example, a basic rate taxpayer earning £100 will pay 20% tax, but they will also pay 12% national insurance, an actual tax rate of 32%. Add to that their employer's contribution, and for a headline basic rate taxpayer on up to £50,000, for each £100 they earn, the taxman takes 47 quid. For a higher rate taxpayer, the marginal rate goes to 57%. The taxman takes more than the actual employee. So given this hit to payrolls, both at the employee and the employer level, it is no wonder that saving into a pension through salary sacrifice has become popular. Even the government thinks it's a brilliant idea, using it for 10% of government employees. It is no wonder, therefore, that people use incentives like salary sacrifice to make the most of their money, to do the right thing, to save a little bit more, to take responsibility for their futures and to not rely on the state in their retirement. And it's no surprise then that 7.7 million people take advantage of this. So here we are with something that is popular, that incentivises the right behaviour, that the government says, no, we don't like it. The government's proposals that we are discussing today is a tax on 3.3 million people and 290,000 employers, those in the highest level of play. And how much are they being asked to contribute? How much are we going to whack savers? £4.8 billion, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's right, if you do the right thing, if you work and save, this government will come after you. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the OBR gets this. They realise, unlike apparently the government, that this will change behaviour, and so the tax take drops to 2.6 billion in the second year because people will change their behaviour. Even the government loses out on this. The government's contradictions are legion. The financial inclusion strategy was published recently when it said very clearly, our aim is to create a culture in which everyone is supported to build a savings habit, building their financial resilience in the long term. A brilliant idea. Thumbs up from the Pensions Minister. And even after that very clear message, the government has reduced the cash ISA limited, scrapped lifetime ISAs for new investors, introduced dividend tax by 2%, and the icing on the cake is a £4.8 billion tax on pension savers. Yeah, by all means.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. To his point about changing behaviour, we've already seen reports that 2 out of 5 people are less likely to save if the salary sacrifice scheme goes. We've already seen a reduction in contributions because of the cost of living crisis. Aren't we just moving the pain somewhere else? We're going to end up with less people able to support themselves in old age, and it'll be back on the state again.
Absolutely the point. The government is really keen on getting people to save for their future. It's really good and incentivises them, and then does everything it can to try to stop them doing it. And the honourable member is absolutely right. We're just going to kick another problem down the road. And by the way, when the minister talks about the fact that these are hip replacements and all the rest of it, it savers money. It's just you're taxing them less. Anyway, even after I say the very clear message, the government reduced cash licenses, as I said. At the same time, the government looks to improve pensions adequacy, and they will take. At the same time as the government looks to improve pensions adequacy, they're going to be taking £4.8 billion from savers and employers. They identify a problem, say they will work to make it better, and then make it worse. Surely, when they were writing this budget, and I know the Pensions Minister has been a significant penholder in this process, they must have seen the extraordinary contradictions in their proposals. So you would expect me to bang on about this. I'm an opposition minister, and that's what my job is. But let's listen to the verdict from a few experts about the policy we're debating today. Let's have a listen. Pensions UK. I quote, any change to salary sacrifice will inject uncertainty into a system that needs long-term trust, not sudden shocks. Introducing a cap would weaken incentives to save when we are facing a generation retiring with inadequate retirement savings. the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. I quote, "A cap will make it more complex for employers to offer a simple and flexible solution for retirement savings." The Institute of Financial Actuaries. The decision to impose a 2,000 limit will undermine current efforts to improve retirement outcomes for individuals. In doing so, the act of savings into a pension will now be more expensive, more complex and less attractive to both employers and employees. Evelyn Partners, restricting the sensible tax benefit that makes private sector saving more attractive adds insult to injury in a two-tier system. PwC, in a bid to bolster the public purse, the budget risks reducing employees' take-home pay while placing pressure on businesses through rising employment costs. Hargreaves Lansdowne, restricting salary sacrifice on pensions contribution can cause long-term damage to people's retirement prospects. We could see employers becoming less likely to increase pension contributions beyond auto-enrolment minimums. The Society of Pension Professionals, it goes on and on. Is this rousing endorsement by the industry something that the government is proud of? It's absurd. So when I was quizzing the Minister last week, he'll remember it well, about this at oral questions, he proudly held up the report that was commissioned under the previous government, indeed, our report, but was published in May this year. It's a weighty tome, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even its title is pretty dry, Understanding the Attitudes and Behaviours of Employers Towards Salary Sacrifice for Pensions. And he proudly told us this document underscored the rationale for... because it's important stuff. The rationale for capping salary sacrifice. However, after reading it, Madam Deputy Speaker, what the report actually concludes is, and I quote, all the hypothetical scenarios explored in this research, which includes the £2,000 cap, were viewed negatively by those interviewed. The changes would cause confusion, reduce benefits to employees, and disincentivise pension savings. The report he's using tells him not to do it. The report also goes into why salary sacrifice for pension is used by employers in addition to the incentive of paying into a pension. The report states that extra benefits include savings for employees, so they have more to spend on essentials, tackling the cost of living crisis, savings for employers, which they could then invest back into their business and staff, and incentives for recruitment and retention. These, Madam Deputy Speaker, are all good things. This is the stuff of delivering growth. It's the basis of creating a savings and investment culture. So why would this government want to take it away? The conclusion it came to was that of the three options for change that were being proposed, the £2,000 cap is no more than the least terrible option. The least terrible option that is... He talks about it being a secret plan. It's a published document. What are you talking about? It's the most extraordinary thing. It is...
Josh Lang, problem.
He refers to it in terms which none of us recognise here. But he has brought it in. He's brought it in. This is the point. Is the Minister chuffed? Is the Minister chuffed that his choice comes down to the least worst choice for everyone is? Here is the truth. It was the Chancellor's choice to introduce this policy, and they are the ones who are implementing it. They're the ones who are implementing their government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's get to the measures and the impact of this bill. And to be fair, it's a very even bill. There is something in it for everybody to hate. Take middle-income earners, typically someone in their 30s. They earn, on average, a touch under £42,000 a year. This is the target area where this attack on savings starts, right at that point in life when you really should be doing your very best for your future retirement. This perfect target market for the government's savings ambitions. But it doesn't stop there. In total, at least 3.3 million people, 3.3 million savers will be affected. That's 44% of all people who use salary sacrifice for their pension. These are all people that work hard, who the Chancellor promised not to raise taxes on. In fact, middle-income employees will be affected more than higher earners. Under the bill, according to the Financial Times, an employee who earns £50,000 and sacrifices 5% of that pay will pay the same amount of national insurance contribution as an employee on £80,000. If the contribution rate is double to 10% of their salary, the disparity grows even further. And this means an employee who earns £50,000 will pay the same amount of national insurance contribution as an employee on £140,000. How is that fair? The government keeps telling us that this policy will affect top earners, but the reality is that those on middle incomes will be disproportionately hit, the very people we should be encouraging to save more. But the bill will also potentially hit low earners. Somebody who's lucky enough to get a Christmas bonus will not be able to add this to their salary sacrifice, taking advantage of any headroom. Because the accounting of this looks at regular payments, not one-offs. I'm slightly worried, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government pairing whip has got a rather bad cough. I hope he gets better. This will potentially hit the 75% of basic rate taxpayers the cap supposedly protects. And finally, it hits employers. In the last budget, the government absolutely hammered business. They increased employer national insurance contributions to 15%, and at the same time, they also reduced the starting threshold to £5,000. Businesses reacted and adapted. They were reassured, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Chancellor's promise that she wouldn't come back for more. And here we are discussing further tax rises on businesses. So let's look at what the actual impact this raid on pensions will have on employers. So according to the government's own impact assessment, this will hit 290,000 employers. And as was highlighted by a business in the 2025 report, if salary sacrifice were to go away, it would be an additional cost of £600,000 to £700,000 per annum to the companies in national insurance. And while they aren't abolishing it altogether, 44% of people currently using salary sacrifice on pensions. I'm rather worried. The pairing whip has clearly created a cough. Anyway, so there's going to be a cost. So this is money, but this is money. This is money that is going to be taken away from business costs. This is going to be. He's chuntering from a sedentary position. He's obviously proud of what he's doing to the pensions industry. So furthermore, it's going to create administrative burdens for employers. And with the current system, there is little administrative issues. The only thing they have to bear in mind is ensuring their employee doesn't fall below the national living wage, and that's it. So what does the government do? Go for the most complicated option that this report considered. And this was something that was explicitly stated by those involved in research. As the pensions administration manager for a large manufacturing employer said, we'd have to reconfigure all our payroll systems and all our documentation. It would be a big job. And at a time when the National Audit Office estimates the annual cost on business to just comply with this government's tax system is £15.4 billion, this government feels it is right to put more costs on them. And I have to ask what happened to the Chancellor's pledge to cut red tape by a quarter. I think I will probably move on a little bit if I should go to my conclusion in order to save people. But to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was some great stuff in this speech, but I understand that people want to get away and wrap up their Christmas stockings, and particularly the Pensions Minister, who's unlike the Christmas Grinch, has taken a lot of money away from it. Anyway, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government should think again on this policy. People are simply not saving enough for their retirement. We need to encourage them more to save for their retirement. I know the Minister would agree with this, so I hope he hears the genuine concerns I've raised on behalf of a lot of people. Many people in businesses and are very worried about this, and he needs to take this away and he needs to think carefully about it. Fundamentally, though, we are taking away something that is beneficial to the individual while also being tax efficient for business. Instead of encouraging the creation of incentives like salary sacrifice of pensions, we are reducing the number. It is the wrong policy that sends the wrong message at the wrong time. All it does is add to the ongoing narrative that if you work hard to make a decent income, you will lose out. If you work hard as an employer to grow your business, you will lose out. If you try to save towards dignity and retirement, you will lose out. It is the wrong policy to pursue, and we will definitely vote against it tonight. Yeah.
So next I'm going to call Jim Dixon and then Steve Darling for the Liberal Democrats, and the knife will fall at 7 o'clock. Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor's budget at the end of November enables this government to deliver the priorities we set out clearly in our manifesto last year, and I'd like to pay tribute to the work that the Chancellor and the ministers on the front bench tonight and across the Treasury team have done in order to ensure that we are able to do that. As the Minister has said, this is a very straightforward bill. It means that from April 2029 there'll be limits to NIC's relief that higher earners can take advantage of through salary sacrifice. But importantly, it protects lower earners with a £2,000 threshold. It's always a challenge for any government to find the right balance in its policies, and this change, I believe, ensures fairness in a system where we could otherwise have seen the costs, as has already been said, of salary sacrifice schemes triple between 2017 and the end of the decade, undermining vital public service and investment priorities. The armed services has been mentioned. We could just as easily talk about the NHS, send education, our prison system, and a vast number of other public services which everyone in this House would want to see properly funded. The greatest burden in this change, therefore, is being borne by those with the broadest shoulders. It's right that we've kept our manifesto pledges on tax, and it should only be in the most challenging circumstances that we step back from these commitments, and this change has enabled us to do that. It is good to see the government getting on with delivering the change we promised, with inflation coming down. We hope with a 6th cut in interest rates coming soon, with gilt prices moving in the right direction, and with growth forecast to rise next year. I haven't had a chance to, since the budget, as a member of the Select Committee, to speak in this chamber, and I just wanted, if, with the indulgence of you, Madam Deputy Speaker, to welcome the lifting of the 2-child benefit cap. It was clear from the evidence we heard at the Treasury Select Committee that this change will transform thousands of young lives across the country, including...
Order! I will make exactly the same point that I made yesterday. Yesterday's debate was about the finance bill. This is on the National Insurance contributions, employer pensions contributions bill. It's not on the 2-child cap. It's not on spending commitments. Jim Dixon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for your guidance, and I will conclude simply by saying that when the Chancellor appeared before our committee last week, she was clear that this was a budget of necessary and fair choices, of which the bill we're discussing today is one, on tax so that we can deliver on the public's priorities for rebuilt public services and fair growth, and this change enables us to do this.
Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what we're seeing here today is the tune remaining the same from the budget, but perhaps the words changing a little. And therefore, we're seeing the fact that there is short-term gain for the taxman and long-term pain for the taxpayer, and particularly those who are wishing to save for their pensions. And the Minister was right to highlight how we need to be driving more people to save for their pensions. In fact, we are seeing about 12 million people falling short. And when we look at Scottish widows, they've shared a report in the not-too-distant past where up to 40% of people are set not to have a comfortable retirement, and that is set to be going into reverse over the last couple of years. The Association of British Insurers also highlight the fact that we're seeing people less likely to invest in their pensions if these proposals go forward. Actually, 40% of people less likely to invest. So there is this double whammy of impact on those wishing to save. And I would ask the government to reflect on this, these impacts that it will have. And then the Federation of Small Businesses also suggests that a number of small businesses do use this mechanism as a way of actually enhancing their offer to employees to actually retain them. And there is the suggestion that there will be higher national insurance costs for some of their members when this is withdrawn. And one only has to reflect on what businesses have had to suffer. With the Ukraine war, higher costs around their energy bills. We've had the national insurance hike that kicked in April of this year that has put a cold hand around the heart of our businesses. And then, of course, we have business rates that are set to go up significantly over the next few years. So it is a parlour state that we have with our economy. And as Liberal Democrats, we really want to see a jump start to our economy, and we did have some clear proposals that I will not go over again in fear of getting in the bad books of the Deputy Speaker, that would be the way forward as far as we're concerned. So we do not want to see our economy going into reverse gear for this. So we would call on the government to reflect again on these proposals. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it strikes me that it shouldn't be particularly controversial that a government should be encouraging people to save for their retirement. They should be encouraging people to take responsibility for their future, and they should be encouraging people to feel secure in later life. And therefore, whilst we're dealing with what is a very short bill, which appears purely procedural in its nature, the practical consequences of it are much more profound, because it takes us in precisely the wrong direction. Beneath this layer of technical language lies a much more troubling choice. It's a choice to tax aspiration, it's a choice to penalise prudence, and it's a choice to chip away at the very habits that ensure financial security in later years. Now, the government have sought to assure us that this only affects high earners and that most will not be affected. But that is not how it will feel to the majority in the real world. 1 in 5, approximately 20%, rely on salary sacrifice. These are people who are doing the right thing. They are choosing long-term security over short-term consumption. But under this bill, to save means to pay more. This is not positive pension reform, it's a stealth national insurance rise, and it's dressed up in the cloak of technicality. At a time when businesses are already struggling under huge wage bills, regulatory uncertainty and sluggish growth, this bill quietly imposes yet another burden upon them. And I remind the government benches that fairness cuts both ways. It's not fair to tell people to save for their future and then tax them more for doing so. It's not fair to talk of fiscal responsibility when penalising prudence. And it's not fair to build long-term public finances on short-term revenue grabs. There's also a moral component to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this will disproportionately affect women. Many women return from maternity leave and often then increase their contributions to cover for that career break. These proposals, I'll finish the point if I may, these proposals as drafted will result in those who plan responsibly being incumbent with higher additional national insurance charges. I'll give way to the Minister.
I'm reluctant to intervene, but just on 2 points he's just raised, the honourable member's just raised. Men are much more likely to be using salary sacrifice than women. So the last point, I'll offer him a chance to reconsider the point he just said about them being disproportionately affected. And then it is also, he before that said that this meant that people were being encouraged to save, but then would be penalised if they did so. Just given that there are members of the public listening who will make choices about their savings, I just invite him to remind everyone that it is still very tax advantage to save into their pension, and all members on all sides of this House should be encouraging people to save for their pension, which the tax system will continue to do.
I'm grateful for the Minister for his intervention. He's right, people should be putting into their own pensions and we should be encouraging them to do so. We shouldn't be putting forward legislation that disincentivises that. In respect of women, it is a fact that they are more likely to take career breaks, and therefore, by virtue of that, they may want to make up their contributions. This legislation will disadvantage those individuals. The salary sacrifice scheme has now become the bedrock of the modern pension system in our workplace. By decreasing gross pay, it decreases employers' national insurance contributions, and it allows firms to invest more in their people. That is a positive step. As a consequence of this piece of legislation, my fear is that many employers may scale back those contributions, they may cut other benefits associated with work, or they may even discontinue schemes entirely. So if we want a country that values responsibility, if we want a country that rewards work, and we want a country where people take long-term plans about their economic security, then this bill, I'm afraid, takes us in entirely the wrong direction.
Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While businesses are still reeling from last year's national insurance increase, this Labour government is set to increase tax again by making salary sacrifice pension contribution schemes worse for workers with this bill. So as the Labour Party said previously, in their 2024 manifesto on page 79, they stated, "Our system of state, private and workplace pensions provide the basis for security in retirement. We will also adopt reforms to workplace pensions to deliver better outcomes for UK savers and pensioners." It gets even more ridiculous when the same manifesto also stated on page 21, "Labour will not increase taxes on working people, which is why we will not increase national insurance." This is exactly what this bill does. Recent CBI survey data showed that 3 in 4 employers will have to decrease pension contributions as a result of the measures in this bill. As the CBI have said, a tax on doing the right thing, going on to state that ultimately this unwise move will only damage growth, investment and pension savings rates. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just the CBI that have voiced alarm at this bill. The Association of British Insurers stated that capping salary sacrifice for pension saving is a short-sighted tax grab which will lower pension saving and undermine people's retirement security. The Minister referred in his introduction to anyone who has thought about this coming to the same conclusion. He may not wish to refer to the CBI and ABI coming to different conclusions, but they have clearly thought about it. It's not even clear that the measures will raise money that the Chancellor expects. A former pensions minister from the coalition area has said he expects it to raise a fraction of the intended amount, as firms will restructure payments to evade the measure. In addition to the likelihood of restructuring payments, even the OBR has made it clear to the Chancellor that they expect employers to simply pass the cost on to employees through lower wages and less generous schemes. Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be working people who will ultimately pay for this short-term thinking, with a lower standard of living and less spending power in their retirement. As we have seen with the maladministration of pension changes for 1950s-born women, politicians cannot and must not change the goalposts on retirement planning without significant advance notice. Any approach otherwise, such as in this bill, is deeply unfair to savers. For businesses, this move will land them with yet more administrative costs, disproportionately hitting small to medium-sized employers who are still absorbing the increased NIC costs from last year's budget. Is this muddled policy really from a government that stood on a pledge of growing the economy? It's yet again another budget and another rise in national insurance by Labour. There are numerous unanswered questions here, but top of the list include: what assessment has the Minister made of likely behavioural changes to pension savings as a result of this policy? What is the estimated increased cost to businesses as a result of this policy? Does the Minister anticipate lower pensions for workers as a result of this policy? And if so, how much would this decrease be? And can Labour seriously make a commitment in this chamber to not increase the national insurance at next year's budget, given the rises in both their budgets since coming into power? Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is deeply flawed and will not be supported by the SNP today.
Well, and if there are no further backbench contributions, Shadow Minister Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, for a bill that proposes to raise taxation on working people by such a large amount, this has been a remarkably brief debate, but I would just like to commend my honourable friend, the member for Solihull West and Shirley, who quite correctly said that this is yet another measure by this government that is anti-aspiration. And the honourable member for Moray West Nairn and Strathspey, who made it clear that this is yet another example of Labour breaking its manifesto not to raise taxes on working people, and asked one of the key questions, which I hope the Minister in his reply will address. As this measure is due to come in force in 3 years' time, what assessment has the government taken about behavioural changes, and can the Minister be assured that the amount that's in the OBR forecast is robust on a dynamic accounting basis? Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the final economic bill of the year to be voted on in the House of Commons. But it is another bill that targets people who are trying to do the right thing. The bill is a bad measure. It is an anti-savings measure. It is an attack on prudence. So, of course, the Conservative Party will oppose it. But this final bill, at the end of this full-on year of Labour government, leaves me with one fundamental question. Why does this Labour government hate the private sector so much?
Why?
If you're a family farmer, this Labour government will snatch it away from your children when you die. If you believe in private education, this Labour government will put up a barrier at the school gate. And if you save for your retirement, Labour will tax your every effort to achieve security in retirement. Why does this Labour government take every opportunity to punish people who are trying to do the right thing? This bill makes a mockery of the government's own pension commission set up in July this year, when it wrote, put bluntly, private pension income for individuals retiring in 2050 could be 8% lower than those retiring in 2025, undermining a central measure of societal progress. Back in June, the government recognised the problem of a secure retirement. Now they are adding to the problem. And I have a question about the numbers. It's interesting, isn't it, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this measure is scored by the OBR in that crucial year of 2029-30 at 4.845 billion, falling the following year to 2.585 billion. Now, 2029-30 is an important year because that's when the Chancellor says she's put in all this headroom. How interesting. I wonder, Minister, do you agree with the observation?
Does he agree?
Does he agree? I'm sorry, sir. Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if the Minister agrees. Thank you. I do apologise. You're quite good at that. Does the Minister agree with the director of Willis Towers Watson, one of the world's biggest advisors on pensions, when he said, quote, while earlier introduction would be unwelcome, the change appears to have been timed to maximise revenue in 29-30, the year that counts for the Chancellor's fiscal rule. 1.6 billion of revenue in that year is a temporary gain, which will be returned to taxpayers who pay employee contributions instead and claim back part of their tax relief. So can I ask the Minister, is that number of £4.845 billion the full amount? Is any of that actually a fiction that will be returned the following year, as experts suggest it will be?